welcome to the AGI Horizon Tokyo 2026. Before we dive in, please make sure our phones are silent and we've got a full day ahead. My name is Elijah, your host today, and I'm also doing the opening speech. And he's my
皆さんこんにちは。本日は AGI ホリゾン東京にお越しいただき誠にありがとうございます。日本語版の司会を務めさせていただきます。ウィリアムです。よろしくお願いします。
So it's April 2026. AI isn't coming for industry, it's already there. Today is not about predictions, it's about what's already happening. Across Japan, across creative industry, across the entire stack of memory or to interface. We are going to hear from people who are building it, founding it, and living it. Let's get into it. So before we get started, there's another kind reminder. The audience will have lunch on the third floor, at least it's the fifth floor. We are going to have lunch at third floor. And the food delivery services, such as Uber Eats, are not allowed in this building. So let's get started.
では始める前に何点か、ご案内を申し上げます。まずゲストスピーカーの登壇中はスマートフォンをマナーモードにお聞きください。それから、会場の外側にドリンクがありますので、お取りください。それから3階でランチを買うことができますのでお願いします。Uber Eats などのフードデリバリーサービスの入稿は禁じられていますのでご了承ください。
Okay, good morning to everyone. Welcome to here at Haponian in Minato City, Tokyo. And there's a warm welcome to our developers, entrepreneurs, and all the AI enthusiasts that join us in this venue. So, looking at the audience today, seems so many familiar and their faces. I'm deeply moved. We are gathered here not just for a conference, but witness participate in a revolutionary theory in our world. So let me introduce sorry. Can I get a slide moved? Yeah, sure. Last one. Good. Okay. So looking back to our journey, Way2AGI has grown into one of the most active AI communities over the world. Many might find it hard to believe, but today we bring together over 9 million users with our footprint spanning across 180 universities and 46 cities worldwide. This space has become a hub of indie developers, visionary entrepreneurs, and industry experts together. We have witnessed countless AI startups' success here. So our journey has been a constant evolution, a true path to AGI. In 2023, we went from 0 to 1, building one of the largest open source AI native wiki in the world. By 2024, we had made the leap from merely sharing to actively co-creating. We are not building comprehensive AI prompt libraries, but also launch our iconic AI Spring Festival Gather, giving countless creators a stage to shine. And in 2025, we transitioned from local to global, shipping into a new era of AI builders. So as you can see, this is our open source AI native wiki. And we delivered more than 500 online AI learning courses. And such as the AGI Horizon today, we delivered the AI workshops across 46 cities worldwide, and also the Global AI Conference. And as you can see, we are not just online. We have hosted over 500 AI hackathons to bring like across North America, the UK, Japan, Spain, Thailand, Australia, the Middle East, and beyond. Yet, Way2AGI is not about the hardcore technology. We also deeply like humanities and warmth. We are deeply committed to bring AI education to remote rural areas, ensuring that the cut-edge tech is not a privilege for the few, but a tool for the many. We have always have a culture that like a relaxed vibe as our community culture. So looking at the screen right now, reading the message from our members saying, to every fellow travelers, thank you all. I want to say this, it's your selfless sharing and collaborative spirit that remains Way2AGI most precious assets. So now, having built our wiki, forest of global co-creations, and incubated incredible builders, we stand at a brand of the frontier. And this brings us to a core focus of today's summit, AI evolution, looking ahead to 2026. So where will the evolution of AI take us of this year? In 2026, we are not just talking about the future, we are building it. We are establishing the Way2AGI offline creative space and cementing this global AI conference as an annual flagship event. Today, through a series of heavyweight keynote and panels, we will explore this evolutionary landscape together. We will dive into how AI agents are redefining workflows and long-term memory, and witness the rise of localized agentic engineering. And we'll find the boundary of AI in sound, image, video generation, even cinematic storytelling and artist practices. The speed of technology evolution is inspiring, but we firmly believe that amidst the relentless tide of AI evolution, the core will always be humanity. Okay, so therefore, whatever we are building an AI native wiki yesterday, or starting here in Tokyo looking ahead to the AI ecosystem of 2026, we hold on to a pure driving vision, empower everyone, empower more people with AI. So I'm excited to announce that Way2AGI Japan is currently recurring core members. If you want to help build the future of AI here in Japan, please scan the QR code on the screen to join us on Discord. Please. Okay, let's get into our main session. So Japan has one of the most distinctive AI adoption curves in the world. The rigorous engineering culture colliding with a rapidly aging workforce. So what happened when AI coding tools hit the environment? Kinopi will share to us. Here's to you.
ありがとうございました。ザンさんありがとうございました。Way to AGI の全体像が見えたということで、次は日本の AI 事情に注目していきたいと思います。従来型のエンジニア文化と急速に進む高齢化、その中で AI コーディングが何を変えているのか、現場を生きるキノピーさん、よろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。キノピーと言いますけれども、始めさせていただきたいと思います。タイトルはですね、日本における AI コーディングの台頭ということで、今日のいろいろあるセッションの一番導入です。日本の現状を皆さんにちょっと説明するような内容になります。自己紹介です。本名木下雄一郎と言います。株式会社キープランニングという会社で、長くシステムの開発をやってきましたが、ここ3年ちょっとぐらいはもう完全に生成 AI に振り切って、主に AI によるコーディングというものに特化してやってきています。AI エンジニアと、あと一つライターという面もありまして、実は本を8冊ほど書いてまして、ちょっとお見せします。今日せっかく持ってきましたので、これ一番最近に書いた、カーソルの本ですね。カーソルの本で、これが結構実は売れました。やっぱり何事も最初にやるのがいいんですね。これ世界で初めての生成 AI 関係のエディターの本だったらしいんですけれども、かなり売れたんで、これ韓国版も出ました。ということで、やっぱり何事も人に先駆けてやることが大事だなと思います。で、もう一つですね、実は月刊雑誌に連載も持ってます。これソフトウェアデザインという雑誌なんですけども、月刊で書いておりまして、実は今日のこういうふうにやってるイベントのことなんかもちょっとまた特集じゃないですね、連載の中でご紹介できたらいいななんていうふうに考えてます。さて、来ましたね。で、まず最初に AGI とはっていうスライドから始まるんですけれども、こちらのイベントの名前にもついている Way to AGI というところで、ちょっと簡単にその言葉の意味からスタートしようかと思うんですけれども、何の略語かというと、アーティフィシャル・ジェネラル・インテリジェンスということで、汎用の人工知能という形になると思うんですけれども、簡単に言うといろんなことを知っているっていうだけじゃなくて、自律的に考えることができるっていうことが非常に大事で、人間が例えばちょっと何年か前のチャット GPT みたいに何か言うと断片的な回答が戻ってくる、言うと返ってくるっていう、そういう断片的なコミュニケーションができるっていうだけではなくて、自律的に考えることができる。例えば何か課題を与えたいときに自分で解決することができるっていうものが、幅広くできるっていうことが AGI ということに定義はいろいろあるんですけれども、一つの基準としてそういうふうになるかと思います。で、実はですね、先ほどのスライドでもですね、AGI の道のりは遠いっていうふうに書かれてました。これ実は諸説あって、早くできるとかいつまでもできないっていういろいろ説はあるんですけれども、その言葉の定義を抜きにして、実はプログラミングの世界ではすでにもう AGI に近づいています。で、それはなぜかというところなんですけれども、プログラムの世界ではプログラムのコードをまず書きます。生成します。それを実行してみます。で、うまく動かなかったら修正するというようなことを繰り返すような形が実際のプログラミング作業になるんですけれども、AI にですね、例えばこういうプログラミングを作ってくれっていうふうに頼むと、今はコードを生成して終わりっていうんじゃなくて、それを実行して何かのエラーがあったりすると、そのエラーに対してどういう修正をしたらいいかということを AI が考えて最初のコード修正に戻ってきます。で、また実行して修正ということを繰り返すということを自律的にできるんですね。だから例えば何か足りないソフトウェアがあるから動かないというとインストールしたりとか、自分自身の書いたコードに何か問題があったらそれを直してということで、これをぐるぐる自分で直して、最終的に動くところのゴールまでできるという点で、もうかなりその AGI にも近づいているっていうところが結構特徴的な部分になります。 でその鍵になるのはですね、今ちょっとお話ししたように、こういうプログラムを作ってねっていうゴールがとても大事です。で皆さん AGI っていうとなんか曖昧なことをポンと AI に頼んだらそのままできるんじゃないかっていうイメージをお持ちかもしれないですけど、それは多分永遠に僕は来ないかと思ってます。簡単に言うとコミュニケーションの問題ですね。そのコミュニケーションっていうのは相手が人間であっても AI であっても同じテーマがあって、例えば上司が部下に何か頼んだ時に明確な指示だと、やりやすいですよね。それが適当だとすごく難しいですよね。例えばですね、とても日本的なコミュニケーションだと思うんですけど、例えば、あれをやっといてとかっていう指示があったとします。人間同士だと、コンテキストっていうんですけど、今までのバックグラウンドにいろんな情報があってそれで分かるわけですけれども、例えば AI にあれやっといといて言われても、あれって何ですかって多分聞かれて終わりになってしまうんですね。そういう意味で非常にその明確なゴールと情報をきちんと与えていることはすごく大事です。それはもうプログラミングでも同じことになります。でさらにプランというところでどういうふうにやったらいいということも詳しく指示することによって確実にプログラムが動く状態にするということまで AI が自分でやってしまいます。なので最初にこういうものをやってねって言ったら、例えばそれが数十分かかるとしても、その間人間はほっぽらかしでいいわけです。コーヒーを飲んでてもいいし、お茶を飲んでてもいいし、寝ててもいいわけです。でさらにその AGI に近づいている部分っていうのは、先ほどのスライドにも若干出ている部分ありましたけども、長期記憶っていうのが今だんだん対応してきています。で今その大規模言語モデルというものはそれ自身の記憶を増やすことっていうのはまだできてないんですけれども、例えばコーディングのエージェントと言われているものは、何か問題が起こった時にそれをこういう問題が起こったって言ってファイルに記録して置いとけるんですよ。大体それがテキスト系な情報なんですけれども、例えば何か実行しようとした時にエラーが起こったとします。で例えばこういうことが起こったらエラーが起こってこういうふうに対処したらうまくいったっていうことを記録しておけるんですね。で記録しておくことによって例えば次に同じ問題が起こった時にそれをもう二度と試行錯誤しなくていいわけです。その長期記憶の中にある問題の解決方法を探し当てて、コンテキストウィンドウっていって、テキストがどのぐらい入るっていうような、サイズの問題なんですけれども、今はそのサイズの中でしか動けないっていうものなんですけれども、プログラムを実行するエージェントと言われているものはですね、その領域を例えば何もしないと古いものから自動的に切り捨てていってしまうものだと古い記憶を忘れてしまうわけですよね。でそうならないようにっていうことでいっぱいになったらどうするかっていうと大体みんな圧縮します。なので記憶を要約するんですね。要約した記憶にして空いたスペースに新しい知識を入れていって再びまた新しいタスクに挑んでいくっていうことを繰り返す形になってるんですけれども、それを実際はやっていくとですね、どうなるかっていうと一番最初にあった情報っていうのを圧縮を繰り返して2度3度ってやっていくとだんだん薄まってくるわけです。そうするとどうなるかっていうと一番最初に与えられていた詳しいプランとかゴールに対しての情報が薄くなってやっぱりだんだん正確性が落ちてしまうという問題があります。ただ今はそれもですね、先ほどちょっと長期記憶にあったようなところでファイルに書き出して記憶したものを置いておくということによって、何度も圧縮をしてもですね、それを繰り返し元の情報を参照することができることによってすっごい長い時間がかかるようなコーディングのスキルもできるようになってきてます。例えばなんですけれども、ちょっと実は私、この記憶機能がですね割合と1ヶ月か2ヶ月ぐらい前にリリースされた時に実際に試してみましたけれども、何時間、時間単位なんですけど何時間ぐらいできたとお思いですか皆さん。いきなり誰かに聞いてしまいましょうか。Can you guess how long? It's autonomous long running agents or do you guess? 聞いてなかった。OK なんかOK OK no problem 3 hours OK 今3時間って話もありましたけど、最初に指示をしてその間例えば3時間動きっぱなしだったらそれだけでもすごいと思いませんか。3時間ほっぽらかしで人間は他の仕事ができるわけですね。それでもすごいと思いますけれども、実は僕が試した時に実際どうなったかっていうと、僕がやったプログラムのことは68時間動きました。できちんと最初に言ったゴールをクリアして完了しました。68時間です。なかなかすごいですよね。 実はこれちょうどこの機能がリリースされて僕が試した時期では世界記録でしばらくこれが一番長かったんですけど、その翌週ぐらいになっていや俺の方が70何時間とかっていう話も出てましたけれども、こんな形で今のプログラムを書くエージェントっていう AI はすごく長いタスクにも対応することができているということは、大きい仕事ができるようにもなってきているということになるわけです。ということでAI とか AI を動かすためのエージェントと言われているものはすごくここ 1,2 年で進化しています。それで実際にプログラムを書いている人間からすると、もはや AI なしの開発はプログラミングコーディングは考えられないという状況にまで技術は進んできています。振り返ってみます。じゃあ日本は今どうなっているでしょうか。皆さんの周りで AI ってどのぐらい使われてますかね。プログラマーじゃない方もここの中にはかなり多いと思うんですけれども、プログラマーの世界の中では実際どうなるかっていうと、実際にはまだ使われてないところもすごく多いんです。で、実際にはどうなっているかというと、個人の開発者とか小さい会社とかスタートアップですね、特にスタートアップ系の会社なんかは AI の開発はもうものすごく普及しています。むしろそれを武器にしてすごい速さで小さいソフトウェアを作るということがもう日常化してきて、それがやってなければ勝負にならないでしょうというぐらいもうすでに進んでます。ただそれはやっぱり世の中の大きい動きの中で見ると本当にまだごく一部です。やはり産業界っていう大きいところで見ると個人ではなくてチームで動くっていうことが必要なわけですよね。それも開発だけではなくてマーケティングだとかセールスだとかいろんなところが協業して動くわけなんで、いろんな問題もあって、まだまだ進んでないところもたくさんあります。その原因なんですけれども、いろいろあります。例えば会社が他の会社からシステムの請負を行うときには契約の問題があったりとか、情報管理の問題、セキュリティの問題ですね、そういったものもありますけれども、そういった問題というのは個別に実際は検討すると解決の方法はあります。でも実際さらではに進まないっていうのは漠然とした不安とかって大きいと思うんですよね。日本の文化でしょうかね。新しいものをやるっていう時に何か先に手を挙げて始めるっていうことに対してやっぱり責任を問われないかなっていう不安だったりとか、うまくいかないかなっていうその不安が大きいということで、日本はやっぱり古いものを大事にすることはすごく得意ですけれど、新しいものに果敢に挑んでいくっていうのは世の中のマジョリティとしてはなかなかうまくいってないっていうのが現実だと思います。他にはAI みたいな新しい技術を取り組もうとすると、それに取り組む人材が必要だったりとかっていうこともいろいろあるわけです。で、実際にこういう AI を導入していくっていうことに関して、まだまだ世の中の大きいマジョリティ層では進んでいないっていうのが現状なので、それをやっぱり促進していかなきゃいけないだろうと。でそれを進めていかないとやっぱり日本の産業っていうのがどうしても遅れていってしまうというのが現実だと思います。私がすごくこの点で、振り返って思うのはですね、日本っていまだにメディアとかでもですね DX っていう言葉を使うのを皆さんよく目にしませんか。デジタルデトックスでトランスフォーメーションですかね。あれって言葉は変えてますけど30年ぐらい前から IT 化って言ってることとそんなに大差ないんですよ。で日本の社会ってその間一体何をしてたのかというすごく悲しい思いになる部分があるんですよね。やっぱり日本がその失われた30年って言われている間に IT 化っていうものが十分に進まなかったことによってすごく経済的な進化を遅らせてしまったっていう現実が実際にあるので、こうなってはいけないっていうふうにやっぱり思ってるわけです。そのためにやっぱりこうやって導入を促進するためにどうするかということで私も実は考えてまして、そのためには何が必要かというと、日本の社会の場合にはやはり前例ですね、前例、事例、あるいは競合が始めたっていうことで、急激に反応しやすくなってます。お役所言葉でもよくありますけども、それは前例にないなんていうともうそれだけでやらないっていう理由になってしまったりとかっていう現実があると思うんですけれども、そのためにも誰かが口火を切ったらその口火を切った情報をですね広く世の中に広めることによって急に動き出したりします。で 事例集なんかもすごく役に立つところですし、実は私のお客さんのところでもですね、なかなか IT 化進められないっていうところがあったんですけれども、ネットの絵を見てたらですね、そこの競合がすでにもう結構いろんなその AI 製品を取り入れてですね、全社員に配って始めてるっていう情報があって、こうなってますよって知らせたら、もう翌週から動き出しました。何ヶ月も動いていなかったのに。ということで、やはり日本の場合には、こういうところをうまく刺激してあげることによってうまく進むんじゃないかということを結構思うわけですね。ということで私が始めたことは、実は今本を書き始めました。で、今お話ししたような世の中で AI をすでにもうプログラミングコーディングを仕事の中に取り入れてやっているっていうところがどういうところがあるかっていうことと、で実際に始めるときにどういう課題があったかとか、どういう課題に対してどのようにして超えて今取り組んでやってるのか、で始めてみたら実際どういう問題があったかっていうようなことが分かることによって、やっぱり後進の人たちって非常にやりやすくなるので、それを解決するための本を書き始めました。で実際、今、あちこち取材を歩いてます。実は今ここにその取材で使っているアンケート的な質問事項のメモもここで持ってるんですけれども、トータル20数社今、取材をする予定になってまして、もうすでに15社ぐらい取材が終わったところまで進んでるんですけれども、ものすごく面白いですね。やっぱり各社さんの規模によってもすごく違うわけです。本当に個人事業みたいなところから、大きいところだとですね、ちょっと具体名はちょっとここでは挙げるのやめときますけど、コマーシャルで犬のお父さんが出てくるような会社だったりとかですね、いろんな大きい会社あります。あるいは SIR と言われて、会社から注文されてすごい大きいシステムを作るようなシステムを作るような会社でも同じようにやっぱりやってるところがあってですね、そういうところも取材に回ってまして、もうやっぱりサイズによったり、あるいはその人間の構成によったりとか、企業の文化によって遭遇する課題って様々です。どういうものに遭遇するのか、でそれをどうやってクリアしてきているのかということを、今、個別に取材をしていて、非常に面白い情報がたくさん集まってきているので、それをできればですね、5月ぐらいにいっぱいでですね、原稿にまとめようとしています。でそうすると8月ぐらいには書店に並ぶ予定なので、それをちょっとですね、皆さんの参考にしていただけるようにというふうに考えています。そんな形で本も書いているんですけれども、実際ですね、やっぱり AI の世界っていうのは、アメリカと中国が突出して進んでいます。アメリカは言わずもがなですよね。オープン AI とかアンソロピック、ジェミニを持っている Google、非常に進んでます。最先端と言っていいと思います。で、ここに次いでですね、やはり中国、すごく進んでます。昨日の夜遅くにですね、実は GLM5.1 だったかな、新しい AI のモデルが発表されていました。でその前にもですね、去年例えばこのぐらいの時期だったと思うんですけども、ディープシークっていう会社のリリースっていうのは世界的にすごい大きいニュースになりましたよね。で最近だとコーディング関係だとですね、キミってやはりモデルも出ていたりということで、中国だけでですね、本当にもうディープシーク、キミに GLM にクエンとかですね、こんなにたくさんモデルの名前が出てくるっていうだけすごい本当に技術力高くてですね、日本も非常にやっぱり学ぶべきことがたくさんあります。日本と中国っていうのはやっぱりその法律的な制度が違ったり、国の仕組みが違ったりということで、そのまま持ってくることはできないものも多いんですけれども、大規模言語モデルについては中国のものはですね、オープンソースで公開されているものも多くて、それは世界中がみんな共有することができるんですね。なので非常にやっぱり中国の貢献も大きいんですけれども、そういうことをもとにですね、日本もやっぱりどんどん学んでいかなきゃいけないということで、こういうところを含めてですね、私が今日こうやって登壇しているのもですね、実はユーザー会つながりではあるんですけれども、こういうつながりをもとにですね、日本の AI の関係とやはり中国とか他の世界の人たちの交流も進めてですね、 AI の普及を進めていきたいなというふうに考えたことがそもそもの起点になっていますということで、本当に導入なんですけれども、実際に私はもう本当にプログラムを毎日書いているような生活をずっと送ってまして、 AI コーディングエンジンの進化を毎日ずっと追ってきているような生活を送っています。 今日も会場をブラブラしていると思いますので、ぜひその分野で何かご質問とかですね、何か一緒にやりたいなんてことがあれば、どんどん話しかけてください。この辺うろうろしてますので。ということで、今日はありがとうございました。
Great context from Kinopi on Japan. Thank you for all your job. Now, we are turning to a different Zoom level, from national chains to individual creators. The question Meidu is asking, can a tool actually make creation accessible to people who never thought of themselves as creators? That's a harder problem than it sounds. So let's welcome Jen from Meidu. She has an answer. Take it away.
キノピーさんありがとうございました。続きまして国全体のトレンドからクリエイター個人の、に話題をスイッチします。自分はクリエイターじゃないと思っている人がツールをどのように作るのか、どのようにスキルを身につけていくかを、MeDo のジェンさんよろしくお願いします。
Hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Jen, and I'm the operation manager from MeDo. MeDo is Baidu's brand new AI-powered no-code platform. I'm not sure like how many of you have had a product idea and dreamed of building your own app, but maybe something kept you from building this because you felt coding was too hard. But right now, you can try MeDo to help you make the idea into reality. So MeDo is basically the web coding tools that you can use in a very simple way. I'm not sure like how many of you have heard of an app named the Mumu. It is also means 死人们 in Chinese. Something wrong with the slides, but maybe we can keep going on. This app is a very simple and maybe a little bit silly app. It checks if you are still alive regularly. And if your check-ins are missed, it automatically notifies your emergency contact. So usually building such kind of app takes a lot of effort because you need to hire professional developers, maybe around $20,000 and 2 weeks of time. But for a creative idea like this, most people would just give up. But with web coding, this app was built in a very simple way. And actually, this app went very viral in China and achieved a valuation of like $1 million. And this is MeDo's mission. We want to make sure that even though you don't have any coding experience, as long as you have a great idea, you can still make it happen. So why is this so important right now? Because we are entering into a new era. The intelligent era can create far greater value than the internet era. Because in the internet era, we kind of focus on consumption. We use Google to find information and TikTok to watch videos. And we were mostly the audience. But in the intelligent era, the focus is production. AI is changing how we work. It's not just about like chatting with AI. It's about building tools. So MeDo lowers the barrier to participant. Now you don't need to use any app. You create an app that solves a problem. And this is a shift from watching to building. And now let's take a close look at history of productivity. We went from the abacus to machine code and then to Python. Every step made it easier for us to talk to machines. But today, we have reached a new milestone, natural language programming. So there is no more coding barrier. And in the past, it usually takes like 4 weeks and $2,000 to develop a website. And there is a lot of communications and delays. But with MeDo, it only takes like maybe 1 hour to develop a website. So this is a 100% increase in efficiency. Because when the cost is this low, you can try like 10 different ideas just in one day. If 9 failed, you can just try another one because you only need 1 to succeed. And that is what we call like high frequency innovation. And right now we have already launched like for 6 months. And we have seen so many brilliant ideas come true with help from Midu. And we have already served over 10 million users globally. And these apps are visited by 100,000 people every day. So you may be wondering like how does Midu really work? You can just give Midu a prompt. It works like a professional team. First, it acts like a product manager to plan the logic. And then it acts like a designer to create a beautiful UI. And third, it acts like an engineer to write the code and fix bugs automatically. And most importantly, Midu can generate full stack apps in a very simple way. Everyone can use Midu to create their personal tools, which can be distributed into different channels, like from public channels to their private communities. And also, we have the richest ecosystem by providing over 50 plugins, including AI search, SMS verification, and Stripe payments. You can build the plugins by just using app. Also, we supported the open cloud ecosystem by providing Midu skill openly. So you can use open cloud and Midu skills to generate apps in an automatic way. So what are people are really using Midu to build anything? So maybe we can take some our global cases and to see the real scenarios. First, this is one of our creators from UK. He is a big gaming fan. Actually, he has no background in programming and coding. But by using Midu, he was able to build his own virtual game named the High School Heart. So you can see this is like you can act as a hero to interact with different female characters and develop some relationship. It really shows how easy it is to create a game, even for someone who doesn't know the coding experience. And the next creator comes from the United States. He created a website for generating historical style portraits videos by using our image to video plugins in Midu. And users can upload their photos, and the platform transforms them into AI-generated portraits. And the third example is more education-focused. This is a chemistry teacher who used Midu to create an interactive game for building molecules. And the idea is to make complex chemical ideas much more intuitive and engaging. And instead of just memorizing the formula, students can actually play with the game. That can really help them absorb the knowledge. So now let's move from the personal creative tools to something more professional, like business software. And you might wondering, like, can Midu really build professional tools for a company? And the answer is a big yes. We have a deep research mode. So for some complex tasks, Midu acts like a consultant. It can research the business logic and before he is actually writing code. And Midu supports like both LUI and JUI. And you can use drag and edit, and also you can use screenshots to capture anything you want to change. And if there is a bug, Midu can auto-fix itself by detecting your code errors and fix it. And besides that, you can also export your code source directly. And also we have a visual database that you can see the data in a very transparent way. And also we have a whole authentication system, and you can support username, password verification, and email logins for multiple business scenarios. So let's take a look at some of our cases. This one is enterprise financial management system. It's kind of empowering the company to have a clear control of the $1 million budget, financial budget. And also this one is an HR management system. It can quickly manage the business changes. And you can see it's a whole HR system. The system makes the daily workflows more visible and significantly easy to understand. Okay. And this one is, I'm not sure if something wrong with the slides because it doesn't show the whole picture, but it doesn't matter. We can. This is productivity for business case. It's an e-commerce management system. They use the Midu to build like a productivity tool with the whole data dashboard, such as product inventory, order tracking, and customer information. As a result, actually, they have been able to streamline the overall order management and improve the overall sales efficiency. And finally, the third case actually is from a coding school. They use this to help people to learn like a programming language. They give the students a clear and efficient path to start learning how to code. And all of this are supported by Midu. Because we have like a very powerful Midu system, including our code loop, template loop, and we have the whole system. And also we have won the top one in overall capability assessment, a bagel report released by IDC last year. And today we also want to announce great news. We are launching a hackathon tomorrow. Even though you don't have any coding experience, you can come and join the hackathon and to try if you can make your idea come true. Actually, in the world, there are only less than 1% people know how to code. And the other 99% don't know how to code. But right now, Midu can help to empower everyone to really become a builder. You can just type your prompt and turn your idea into a living app today. Thank you for your time. I invite you to visit midu.dev and to join our Discord. And I look forward to seeing you what you're going to build with Midu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Great tool for great creators. So from tools to the industries, let live and die by creative outputs. Film and gaming are the hardest creative problems. High cost, high complexity, and audience that demand constant novelty. Let's welcome Matty from 11 Labs, Jerry from Supercell, and Chao from Makes Found. They're approaching this from completely different angles, which is exactly why we put them on the same stage.
ジェンさんありがとうございました。映画やゲームの世界では複雑さや目新しさやコストなどが関わってきます。これらの産業でどのように AI を使えばいいのでしょうか。11 Labs、Supercell、Markets Fund の皆様に、お話をさせていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Let's welcome.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Great. So my name is Matty Shimura, and I run the Chroma Awards and Project Odyssey at 11 Labs. Previously, I was at Civitai, longtime supporter and partner of the Weighty AGI community, really trying to connect the companies, communities, and creators across AI film, music videos, and games. In this last season, we brought together 6,600 competitors, or 6,600 entries and over 5,000 competitors, working with ByteDance, Google, Adobe, all of the different foundational models and aggregators to run this amazing competition. Before we get started and into the panel, I want to introduce our speakers today, Jerry and Chao. I'll let them introduce themselves. Jerry, why don't we start with you, and could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your company?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, so my name is Jerry Chi. Currently, I'm leading the AI Innovation Lab at Supercell in Tokyo. Previously I have very experience in data science and generative AI. For example, I was leading teams training language models, image models, and video models as a country manager of Stability AI, and also leading the research team at Pix AI. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to explain a little bit about this AI Innovation Lab program, which we're running across Helsinki, Tokyo, and San Francisco. So it's a 9-week incubation program. We're looking for early stage builders, so teams of 1 to 3 people. They might be incorporated, it might be before company registration. Basically, we're trying to find people that want to build AI native game or interactive entertainment experiences, right? So we believe that since just like with the advent of smartphones, there was a new paradigm shift in gaming. Now with AI and especially generative AI, there will be another paradigm shift in gaming experiences and interactive entertainment, and then we want to be on the forefront of that and driving that and supporting that. Right, so this program is open to anyone to apply, and we provide a stipend, we provide housing, we provide an office, we provide cloud credits, and we also take everybody to Finland for kind of training, and we provide advice on game design and things like that. And yeah, the goal is really to help people invent basically the next paradigm of gaming and entertainment. Yeah, so if anyone is interested, you can find me after the program. After the talk. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Chow. I'm actually from not Market Fund, but Makers Fund. Right, I was founding member at around 2017 when we founded this VC, which we focus in investing in interactive entertainment, which means like mainly games, right? So in Japan, we actually invested in companies like Activate, which did Kizuna Ai, which is like a VTuber, first generation VTuber, I guess, and Bitstar, which is I think influencer marketing agency. And now we invest in Telenovo, which is a UGC novel platform. Then we take those IPs and turn it into comics, short drama, and sort of AI characters and things like that. And also, I think we have Thinker and a couple more companies. So right now, I'm not really doing investment part. I'm actually part of our portfolio team, but mainly focusing on teledrama, which is sort of making IP into higher value, something like bring Japanese IP to global stage. I guess that's our focus. We utilize a lot of AI technologies to do like filtering, translation, all these things. Nothing really in sort of creation part yet, because there's a lot of backlash around using AI in actual creation process. I also personally am like a sort of CEO of a company which I own, sort of like Opanchu Usagi, which is a kind of a fancy character IP. We collaborate with a lot of AI companies there as well to kind of do all this licensing business and things like this. So I'm a sort of omnivore of interactive entertainment and doing a lot of different things.
And we decided to put together this panel today because filmmaking, games, entertainment, especially in the AI space, they're all very closely intertwined, where you have similar audiences, both on the kind of consumer, prosumer, who's subscribing and using these tools, and also consuming this content before it reaches those mainstream audiences. Jerry, I want to start with you. 11 Labs and Supercell are very strong, close partners. We had the honor of hosting your CEO at our summit this past February in London. And on that talk from him, he spoke a little bit about that concept of Supercell, where each kind of pillar of the company can operate independently with agency to make their own decisions, to be able to have a lot of leadership and kind of control over what you're doing. You had mentioned the Helsinki and the San Francisco parts of the incubators, and for those who are unfamiliar, Clash of Clans is kind of Supercell's main claim to fame. For the Tokyo side of things, how are you approaching that? What is kind of the differentiating factor of this market compared to those other ones?
Right. So we think that people think creatively in different ways in Japan compared to, for example, the Western market. So Supercell is a company based in Finland, and so they're kind of culturally maybe more similar to like Europe or US. But in Japan, people will come up with characters or ideas. Like I'm sure the Opanchu Usagi would not be invented by anyone from Finland. So we think there's a lot of kind of weird ideas, funny ideas, kind of interesting creators, lots of individual creators and also creative companies in Japan. So we think that like if we want to have innovation with different types of games, different types of interactive entertainment experiences, then we need to have Japan as one of the basically centers of innovation. Yeah, and and also the kind of like a virtual YouTuber phenomenon is another example of like some sort of like creative type of product that came out of Japan, and like maybe it would be harder for like that to come out of the West. Yeah.
And Chao, for your company, from Makers Fund now to working on novels, dramas, all within the AI kind of B2C consumer space. What do you think of the Japanese market? Like, how are these people using your tools, and is there kind of a specialization that they like to focus on for using your platform?
So I mean, there are a lot of platforms we can talk about, but let's focus on Telenovel, which is a UGC novel platform. Users can post their novels. It can be like traditional type, also can be like a chat novel. I don't know if you guys know, this like it looks like chat bubbles and the story goes along, and some more interactive things. And right now, I think we're trying to do more. People can use AI driven tools to build their own like sort of like narrative stories, right? And in Japan, I think we asked about what the difference compared to sort of like other markets, right? So I think one of the things that's actually kind of interesting is that Japanese authors or sort of these creators are not really driven by sort of monetary returns, right? Like, I think maybe this is the same anywhere else, but I think it's a little bit more prominent in Japan. So as a creator, Japanese creators typically try to avoid being commercial, right? And I think that's a little bit more severe compared to like US or
like
Europe.
A cultural thing in Japan.
Exactly,
sort of,
right?
yeah.
So there's a doujin culture. So their reward is to get recognized, obviously, and also to be read, right? So we focus on the platform to sort of like maximize sort of algorithm so that everyone who posts something new, their work gets read within like sort of like an hour, 1 day or something like that, right? So they get feedback, they get actually some sort of interactions, that actually motivate them, right? And actually we don't have any sort of revenue share program with authors within sort of like the novel platform, right? We take those novels and we like maybe buy their IPs and we turn them into comic books or turn them into like AI webtoon, or we turn them into like short drama. And those revenue shares we actually do give back to our creators. But within sort of the first part, which is the novel part, we don't really do revenue shares, mainly because I think we reward our users by giving them eyeballs. So that's sort of like one of the interesting things. Like I also worked on sort of gaming, like indie game incubator called Asobu for like 7 years or something in Shibuya. That they're also too like game creators. They are also a little bit like anti-monetization in some ways, right? Like especially indies. And I did look at different sort of part of the world, look at different indie creators from Europe, from the US. They're quite keen to make money, and which is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
But in Japan, I think it's a little bit more subdued.
I think that's a great point of it's really about the storytelling. It's about the getting your idea and having that opportunity, being able to bring that to market, especially when being able to come up with an idea for a film or TV show, having that creativity is part of human nature. I'm sure everyone in this audience has had that moment where they thought this would make a great idea, but how do you actually actualize that and bring that to market. So I think like platforms like this, where you have this pipeline of having this great idea and then being able to, get the resources from an incubator or being able to reach the correct audience and get that reach is really important. And then that lets the creator focus on what they do best, which is that aspect of creation. For the Chroma Awards too, we are the biggest creator competition, where we want to provide opportunities where things that, AI slop that goes viral on social media isn't always the best representation of what people are making. It's the things that are eye-catching, that are edgy, that are what they call rage baiting, right? It uses IP or likeness that maybe they don't have the rights to, or that is inflammatory. But I think there needs to be more to be done to uplift those creators in the community and be able to have it be like the American dream, so that anyone who has the best idea and the best execution is able to succeed. I think that's really what we want to be able to get to when they talk about this idea of democratization. I think it's not only giving the means of production, the tools, back to the creators, but it's also being able to have them make a livelihood out of this and find commercial success and respect from their creative peers. Thinking about that community aspect of it, and especially being at this Way to AGI summit and the ones past, it's very community driven. For Supercell, a lot of your games are multiplayer. It's based around fandoms, right? There's a lot of adjacent community building that goes into the game's not only initial launch, but continued success over many, many years. Similarly with your applications, right? It's about the cultivating the readers, the creators, putting them in contact. In Japan, how do you think is the best way to build this creative community? Is it, through summits like this? Is it through workshops? How do we empower those creators that we want to be able to help succeed?
Maybe I can talk a little bit about it, because like I was saying, I did a indie game creator hub in Japan, which we had like 3,000 people on our Discord. We had a number of people. I wouldn't say it was super successful. We have maybe like 3 or 4 really good games, like Pickle Park and like Head and things like that. So yeah, decent success. But what I think is that in Japan, I think structure is very important. So maybe that's like a culture thing. Like Japanese people are not really good with like a free form, mingle together, talk to each other kind of things. And it attracts a very specific type of people as well, right? Like I think, very extrovert people who are a little bit more like international, which may not be the core of creative talent that you're actually looking for. Like for example, right? Let's talk about creative stuff. So I think the different format of like incubator and sort of like creators hub, whenever they have an actual good structure and batch, like sort of like you have a group of people and you have a structure of like seminars and lessons, and you have supposed to do something, you have deadlines, this kind of quote unquote community works very well, and they actually do learn a lot, they get engaged. But if you have like a free form, like, oh, come talk to us kind of thing, it typically just end up people being very timid and not really, not everyone becomes very active, right? So I think that's one of the things I learned quite a lot.
Jerry, what do you think is the best way to kind of cultivate that community and be able to, help it grow beyond just giving them that initial kickstart?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of different segments of the community. So there's the kind of developers and builders. Like there's the people that are really into, for example, AI technology and want to play with that. There's the people who just really want to draw and like really want to just like create beautiful art or something. So yeah, it's actually can be challenging to serve the different segments of the community that you want, right? But depending on what you're targeting, like having a Discord, right? Having like events like hackathons, yeah, kind of like structuring the challenge of the hackathon. So for example, at Supercell, we have some famous IP and characters. So and now using generative AI, it's easy to create content, using that characters. So and also like Japanese creators are very conscious of like like IP infringement and just like not using characters when when they should not be, right? So if like a company with famous IP can say like, hey, yeah, go ahead and use our characters and put them in your indie game, or like put them in your like generated video, right? Then that can inspire them to like create content which is related to the IP of that company, right? So yeah, I think it's challenging with for example also the language barriers. Like there's the kind of English-speaking community, Japanese-speaking community, Chinese-speaking community. But yeah, with the AI tools, like we have now, it's like getting easier and easier to just have like everything auto-translated, and then you can also have more and more UGC, user-generated content, which is related to the content of the company or brand. So I yeah, really appreciate these AI tools and like helping us build a community. Yeah.
So being able to provide more opportunities, not only to get them access to the tools, which are increasingly becoming more accessible, whether it's through language localization or through just
Image,
the price point.
video generation, yeah.
Yeah. But also, being able to have that be self-sustaining, of being able to work with those IP holders or those brand holders, and have it be something where it has, more scalability. That
Yeah,
definitely makes sense.
and make it clear that it's allowed, because again, like Japanese creators, they don't want to do stuff that is like not allowed, whereas in other countries they might just like go ahead and do and use the IP without asking.
And I think that's great. There was the Sora OpenAI deal that unfortunately closed down recently with Disney, where they were going to allow Disney IP to be used on Sora. So I was really looking forward to seeing what that would look like. But I think there are going to be other opportunities in our competition for this next season. We're going to be working with major studio holders to provide both characters, music, and different IP that they can use in their films. And we spoke a little bit about the creators themselves, and I want to, as we wrap up here, shift a little bit to the content. What people are making, I from watching thousands of these films myself, it seems to fall along the lines of traditional content production. It's repeating what we can already do within the current modality, where it's films, it's music videos, it's spec ads, and a lot of the AI people like to hype up. It's going to make things that we've never seen before, right? That never could be done, besides the costs and timelines and scalability aspect of it. On both of your platforms, what should we look forward to seeing in terms of not just best-in-class work, but being able to break beyond what people kind of conceive as of games or novels and dramas? What kind of is that next stage of evolution for what people are creating with your companies?
I think this creative process has. So if you want to make something, right? Like everyone wants to make a game, and they have an idea to make a game, but then you don't have the skill to draw the asset, to program, to do all these things, right? I think it's similar to, and so AI can help, obviously, right? And then in novel, and I think filming also, I think we do a lot of short drama, and then writing script. These are hard skills that people may not have, but they might have the ideas for like great setting and things like that. So one thing is obviously, because our platform is UGC and it's open to everyone, and maybe as we onboard these AI tools, that allows, it's a literally democratization, right? It's everyone can make something that can be interesting, and they don't have to, learn how to use camera, learn how to work with like a team of people that does lighting and things like this, right? And then, like I think literally in the last maybe couple of weeks or months, there are amazing work coming out, like as short drama or like long form dramas, that just one director just alone can just generate the entire storyline and film it within, obviously using AI, and that actually is making money as well, right? So these type of advancement is quite exciting for us as a business, but also I think it can showcase, different ability people can actually gain from these like external tools, and that can hopefully give us a lot more great IPs, great narratives, and things like that. I mean, it's very general comments, but yeah, I guess that's what I think.
Yeah, so I would broadly divide this kind of like AI-powered creation and development into two categories. One is people want to make what people were already making, except more efficiently with AI, right? So that's one category. Another category is we want to create or develop something that is uniquely enabled by AI. So like we call this AI native games, or like AI native experience, right? So for example, if you're playing a game and then the kind of characters think and react based on like powerful LLMs or something, they can exhibit a behavior or a dialogue that basically wouldn't be possible in like a game that doesn't have like generative AI powering it, right? So I think this unlocks like like a lot of possibilities. Also like for a creator that might be able to brainstorm some like story ideas to some extent. Some of these creators, they'll get good at brainstorming with an AI or with like multiple AIs, or asking a AI to like pick from random ideas from a list, and then what if you combined this character and that object together and put them in this kind of setting? Like what problems might they have? And basically. The AIs can be like a kind of brainstorming partner, and then result in stories that the human storyteller might not have thought of otherwise, right? So yeah, I'm really looking forward to I mean, yes, the efficiency part too, but especially these kind of stories, and also like AI native experiences that would not be possible without AI.
Yeah, and there's an upcoming showcase. Is that correct? When does this kind of first cohort of the incubator wrap up?
Oh yeah, so for the current batch of the Supercell AI Innovation Lab, so we have demo day on May 18th. So unfortunately that will not be public, but then after that, some of the teams will be releasing their games publicly for people to play. Actually, we already have some teams with games that you can download. So for example, one is Call Me Sensei. It's like a kind of like a date your Japanese teacher AI companion type of app. Yeah, or also Anlife, ANLIFE is on Steam. It's this kind of like artificial life simulation game. So, but we have more that will be coming out in 1 or 2 months. Yeah.
Great. We'll look forward to that then. Well, let's give our panel a round of applause and thank them for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie, Jerry, and Chao. So we have talked about tools and about creative industries. So let's head to another very popular topic, agents.
前半ではツールや、クリエイティブな企業についてお話をしました。次はエージェントについて話したいと思います。
So guys, could you raise your hands if you are currently using any agents such as OpenClaw?
オープンクローなどのエージェントを使ったことある方は手を挙げてください。
More than half, yeah. So specifically, what does it mean to coexist with agents? Not in theory, but in practice. There are 5 people actually building this, running it, and arguing about it.
実践的にエージェントを日々の業務で使っていくとはどういうことでしょうか。
So let's welcome Gaden from LinkCloud moderating this panel, with Kai from A1D.ai, Weiqi from Rocket, Say from Martin Hack, and Cynthia from Pangea.
続きまして、モデレーターとしてガレンさん、パネリストとしてカイさん、ウェイチーさん、サエさん、シンシアさんをお迎えしています。
Hi everyone. So this is a big panel, I guess, because I think most of us are building agents or running a hackathon or community either in Japan or in the US. So let's first of all give them some minutes for the self-introduction. Maybe just starting from the person that's sitting nearest me, from Wei Qi, and then we'll pass the speakers to the next one.
So, yes, it's Wei Qi. I'm from Rocky. Actually, we are the AR on hardware and software OS provider. So we are a 10 years old startup. So it's very hard for us to make a great hardware company. So we're focusing on the AR and the AI. For the past 10 years, we've focusing on the more immersive AR. And if you guys try our AR Studio, it's a 6-stop devices. And we are now moved to another category called AI glasses, right? So compared to other guys, we have a display, microphone, and everything inside. So, and I think it's one of the most efficient AI glasses in the world, and you can try it. And I'm also in charge of the ecosystem, so that's why I'm here. So we open to any possible developers, partners, or providers, service provider, AI provider, chip provider, hardware, ring, watches, or any service you can order, or you can offer, or you have some solution. Fantastic, help us to explore more possibilities in vertical industry. Welcome. So yes, it's my honor to be here.
Hi, my name is Kai. I'm founder of A1D.ai. We build AI design tools like as a mobile app, as a website, as plugins. So we are currently the biggest AI developer partner of Canva.com. The way we use agents is we have different agents tools within as the internal productivity tool, as well as we have some experimental agent product that to assist design and content creation. Since our team start very early, like since me as a indie hacker, and then it gradually grow into a small team. So we have a lot of practice using agents to boost our productivity as a very tiny team, but deliver a lot more results. I'd be interested to share with you. Also, other than the designer tools part, we also have open cloud customization in the cloud service, like one-click deploy your open cloud instance. That's something new. So we build agents, we use agents. Excited to talk more about it.
Hi, I'm Sanxia. I do several things. Firstly, I'm founder of Pangea. We do go-to-market for a lot of Silicon Valley-based AI startups, both online and on-site. We host a lot of hackathons, meetups, and I manage a hacker community associated with Agile House SF. This community was founded by Andrew Capacity, and Perplexity actually was coming out of this community. And we also have a residency program for founders. A lot of YC founders, they come to us to find their apartments or office. And because I got my PhD in AI 2 years ago, so I'm still affiliated with MIT to lead some research program associated with industry partners.
Hello, I'm Sae. So I'm a founder of Melting Hack. It's an international hackathon community based in Tokyo. So, so I founded it 2 years ago, and then already involved more than 2,000 builders. It's not limited with AI, but also gaming, mobile development, or creative. But right now, so AI is so exciting, and then I currently focusing on it. And then I also have one more aspect. So I'm currently working in Mercari. It's a C2C marketplace companies, and then work as a AI agent lead. So I implement internal AI agent, and also encourage non-engineers to use AI agents. So probably I can tell about these two aspects today. So nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So, because I'm also running a AI founders community in China, trying to enable them to go global. So I would like to start with the open cloud communities that happened just 1 week ago at Tokyo. I think Kai and Wich just joined the open cloud community events last week. I want to know like what's your take there? Like what's your findings about people are building around open cloud in Japan? And I know you are also a big you also build a lot of applications around open cloud. So what do you think your biggest takeaway after what's your biggest like wow moment using the open cloud? But probably start with Weiqi.
Yeah, maybe Kai can go first and talk about more the software part. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been building with the OpenCloud since day one, I think, as soon as it launches. And it's an honor to join the OpenCloud event in Tokyo here, and I found a lot of hype and excited fans. Join the community, maybe for Peter or for see what are different use cases in OpenCloud. The number one aha moment for me, and I think for other users when touching that, is this is the moment you realize AI not only give you good answers, it actually help you delegate actions. It deliver results, good or bad, but it actually does things for you. I think that's the number one reason it attracts a lot of hype these days. Even for non-developer or non-technical people, there's a real agent sitting there in your own desktop or your own Mac Mini that can deliver work. This is something new, I guess, for a lot of people, like especially non-technical people. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, we are just as Kai mentioned. Actually, we are the one of the AI ecosystem partner with OpenCore in the earlier of this year. So we are the only hardware company co-work with them. Why? Because we are one of the best solution for any users, developers, using any multimodal interaction with the real world. So we have camera that can recognize what's going on around you and help you to understand the scenario, right? The second, and it can, OpenCore is the best workflow solution for human being. So we call that voice to action. So you can just talk to the glasses and it will, all the workers, right, triggered by OpenCore can do everything for you. For example, like we co-work with the Tesla. So before you go into the Tesla, your car, and you can just talk to our glasses to say, just warming up my back seat in 5 minutes, or just check about the battery life for my Tesla. So it will pop up, connect to any IoT devices, and anything will be pop up in front of your eye, real time, anytime, anywhere. So in this case, it's kind of like an instant assistant. So it's not like you can bring out this desktop, the PC or laptop or smartphone. So what you do is just talk to it, right? Maybe her or him, right? You can personalize it, right? So put a character into it. So in this case, you can real time, you have a companion, you have co-pilot, right? We called that before. So it will help you to figure out everything from work to daily life, connect to your IoT stuff, smart home at home, or connect to your computer, what's going on your laptop. Maybe the OpenCore is monitoring your work process on your like coding stuff, like cloud code, right? Maybe, or can connect to everything about your life, right? Your mom's call, your notification about smartphone, or anything, the car, right? Your bicycle, everything. So in this case, it's our honor to have such kind of devices can connect to OpenCore, such kind of solution. I think it will be better solution later, but for now it's quick and enter the access for human being. Even for our devices, not only for developers. So, the human beings for normal general public, what they can do is just use the application, use the GUI, right? Graphic user interface. But nowadays, it's NUI. Okay, so just use your natural user interface, for example, like a voice or camera. Okay, just okay. Hi, Rocky. Please check out what's going on here. Take a picture to my mom and tell me what's going on there. Translate to Chinese. So OpenClaw can take over this task immediately. So nothing happened before. Yeah, it's a aha moment. It's something like Jarvis, right? It's more than Jarvis for now. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think with the hardware and building around OpenClaw, and you can do a lot of remote control stuffs, and to either to control your personal asset or even your home, and that's something that really special about combining the agents with the hardware. Yeah, I think I would direct a question to Cynthia and Sai, because Cynthia you said you spend a lot of time helping a lot of US startups go into the market. I believe most of them are calling either them agents or not just AI applications or Copilot anymore. And I think, say, you also just told me that you are building a lot of automated workflows and agents inside Miracly, and also you're running the hackathons as well. So I just wonder, so what are those like local agent startups are doing, like either in the US, or you find it like in your company inside, you see other startups in the Japan. I just wonder, is there any difference or any findings that after your sharing? So probably Cynthia can start with your findings or about some US startups, what they are doing right now, and especially around agents or around OpenClaw.
Yeah, so the application diverges a lot, but my biggest takeaway is that the whole shift totally changed. So a lot of founders, they will read this signal and they will think the paradigm change of the agent AI is a product moment, but I think it's actually a revenue system moment, which means the future winners won't be the team who build the fast. I think the future winner will be the team who actually can design the whole revenue system from day one. So if you know how you will get who is your clients and how you will provide user values to them and how you will charge them and how will your distribution channel looks like, then you can win this game. So because we do some like real estate business associated with startup ecosystem in Silicon Valley, so we can actually observe how quickly the whole team expand. And the newest batch of YC, W26, actually it's very crazy. So the weekly growth rate for the more than 200 startup for the whole batch actually is more than, I think it's 15%. And there are 14 startups who they have reached 1 million ARR before raising, and the highest one is 27 million, which is super crazy. This never happened before.
How long does it take, or took after it funded, like within 2 months or within
several months?
Well, several months reach over 200 million.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 20 million.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I can like announce which step is social with that, but yeah, it's super crazy. Yeah, so everyone is using agent, and every team claim they can build, MVP and product within weeks. But that's not the point. The point is that how can you get your revenue?
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. And also, probably I can tell about the Japanese market. Of course, right now I'm working at Mercari. It's a 2,000 employee scale companies, and then, previously, Akinopi mentioned about Japanese culture, Japanese working environment, and then I totally agree about that. So most of the Japanese employees have anxiety. So of course, most of them also don't know how to use the AI agent, and then everyone might have a skill to use it, but Japanese company is really strong. So for example, if two have so many connectors, and then we can connect several MCP or external resources. But Japanese company have to restrictions, have to restrict connections. So that's the difficult point to introduce AI agent. And then, yeah, the good, how can I say, if we introduced it, probably like a hackathon or community event might be very helpful. So most of them, everyone don't have a experience to use it. So that's why at first, please use it and then understand how it works. That's the best initial step. And then I can introduce about it.
I think the next question I will probably have is for Kai as well, and maybe Weiqi as well, because I know you are building a lot of applications on OpenClaw inside your organizations to automate a lot of like workflows between teams, because building a personal persistent around OpenClaw is easy, but I think if you direct them to all your teammates, you're gonna see the efficiency and effectiveness gonna be improved a lot inside organization. But I think it probably gonna be a little bit hard to navigate several agents inside your teams. I just wonder, you know, how your team or how your team is implementing different agents or maybe different clause in your teams, and what kind of use cases that you find most efficient or most effective by applying your agents inside? Yeah, maybe probably start from Kai.
Okay, I tried different things. From the very beginning, well, the setup is our team is a fully distributed remote team, so everyone works remotely. The way we used to work is Slack. I tell a team member, like, I need something, and he or she will go out and do the research, do the job, write the code, push the PR, and come back, tell me things are done. Check if that's what you want. And then I check, this looks good, goes online, launch the product. The way we introduce agents to work with us is exactly the same process. The agent now will replace that human team member and do the work, do the job, push the PR, tell me it's done, I check, sign off, it's pushed to product. So that's why introduce agent to our existing workflow is so smooth, since we work remote distributedly before. Two examples we're using agents now. My setup is I have 9 different agents working in different areas, coordinate with me in 15 different Slack channels. 2 examples. One is my ideation and the data analysis process. So now the agent have access to all the revenue data, the user behavior data, our product data. It will connect and cross-check everything to re-establish what really happened from the ad click to user install to user registration, why he pay or not pay, and the landing page, and what he happened after he come into the our product and until the moment he actually use it or reach the aha moment. That entire process used to be a data analysis or BI person. I have to ask questions, waiting a couple weeks, wait for that answer. Now it got instantly. It will instantly answer me with insight what actually happened, what is missing, what you can probably do. And since it have the over universal knowledge of all the products out there, all the information out there online, he can actually tell me what other competitors are doing in these scenarios. So that's like our entire product iteration loop becomes super fast. Second example is in our product development cycle, the way a feature goes from ideation to a product backlog to development and launch online is entirely different now. All the product backlog, all the ideation goes into some place that used to be a PRD document sitting in someone's Notion or someone's file system, but now it's become a GitHub issue. It's a GitHub issue sitting in that code base, and it has all the context of what the code looks like, what the product managers say about these problems, what's the user behavior, what's the data analysis results, everything in one place. So for human, our role is context provider. We provide enough context in that one single issue in that GitHub code repo. And for the agent, it will read all the context and start development right away from that repo. And this entire cycle have less friction because less human involved. All the deliverables are by everyone's agents. Like the product manager have an agent to deliver all the context into that issue. The developer have the agent to read that context and do the development and launch it to all the way to product. So these two examples just a showcase of how using agents in every possible section in our work have enabled everyone to do a lot more. Like we are running three or four products in parallel right now, and only by a very small team.
Yeah, I put some words about the relationship between human being and AI. Yeah, so our office is built by two kind of thing: employee, human being, right, and the machine, PC or AI, right, powered. So I think with AI or like open core agent, so in Rocket actually collaboration has changed. Not only about the less communication, because it automatically can go through and complete the task with AI, right? But also it's a more structured interaction between the human being and the agent. For example, the agent can be more handling execution and the iteration, more real stuff, right? More duplicated stuff. So AI can take away, right? Just take away the task and then complete it perfectly. But human beings still very important. And we also always mention about the human in the loop, human in the loop. That means human play a more important role in than before. Actually, it's a human being was focusing on more about the decision making and make a direction where the task should go and stop or keep going. So that's the key. So another thing is, I think it will be more clear boundaries. That means the agent will be their personality is kind of is with a fantastic speed, right? It's a scalability is fantastic, and also it can do a lot of the repetition stuff, right? But for the human being, we will pay more attention to about the judgment, right? And creativity, right? And also responsibility. That's the key, right? Because every task or every work, every piece of work have such kind of word like owner, right? The ownership always belong to human being. So who takes this responsibility is a human being, right? So that's something changed. Actually, before AI, everyone is co-work together. We can communicate anytime, real time. We can change anything with the meeting, right? But now you have AI agent, we have AI employee. It's not easy to handle all these agent, sub-agent together in a same group and figure out everything immediately. Just like Kai mentioned that he's the expert pro user for the pro boss, right? For agent already, but for the normal people, for the normal employee, so everyone here, if you're a boss, if you're a founder, it's still not easy to handle all these agents in your company. So the first thing you have to figure out is how to keep the team smaller, but keep a higher output. That's the key. It's just result driven, right? How much AI can involve in your pipeline for your production or creativities. It depends how much output you can create in such kind of a new scenario. So yeah, that's the key. Please keep a balance between human being and AI. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about that. Yeah.
Sure, thanks, and also I echo a lot what Kino P just mentioned in his speech. That although there are a lot of early adopters right now, no matter in Japan or China or the US, but still there are some fear or obstacles that keep people from using widely or wisely about agents. So I just wonder, my question directs to Say and Catherine as well, as Cynthia as well, is that what do you find in both in your organizations or generally in Japan or also in the US, what kind of elements still are keeping people from really using it wisely or widely, and what do you think some actions that, or you are even trying to take to make people more willing to use agents in your organizations, or you find in other use cases? At the same to Cynthia as well, like what keeps because you are doing a lot of go-to-market strategies for your customers, but still what keeps their customers from using it, like, and what kind of strategies or actions you take or you find the founders to take to improve the adoption for their products? Yeah.
Okay, good questions. Okay, at first, the most important thing is to use, actually. Right now, AI supporters, even though non-engineer also can implement or build applications more easily. So that's why we can easily introduce how to use it. And then the most important thing is success experiments. So that's why please use it, or we prepare the tools, so just use it. It's easy to say, but the difficult is everyone can't get the success experience. So that's why organizer or community needs to read the correct path, correct ways. So, and how can I say? So for example, non-engineers also have a motivation wants to use AI agent, but they struggle with how to use it. And then how can we use it? Like, of course, they have don't have a domain knowledge. What's the AI agent? And they also don't know how to use the tools like code or Codex. So that's why we need to set the hands-on guidelines and then get the success experience. And after that, the main goal is to everyone get the insight and can start working using the AI agent from next day. Do you have some?
Yeah, so I think education is really important for those non-engineer users to get their hands dirty and to start to use the agents next day. So that's the key to help them to start to use or to get familiar with what the agents are capable of doing stuff.
Yeah, and as for US adoption, I think it can really be characterized into two parts. Like the first part is that if this company is AI native company, then almost every core member's workflow is fully automated by AI agent. So there is no adoption issues. But for some, pre-agent era companies, then the founder would be super anxious about like how can I make all my employees get used to AI agents. Actually, I have some friends. Their business is mainly focused on provide like B2B AI education. They host internal hackathons for enterprise, for SMBs, and teach the core members how to use AI to automate their workflows. But as for the results, it's very interesting. Like I chat with them, like, do you think after your training, the employees can really automate the whole workflow using AI? The true answer is no. So, because all these kind of companies, they have a lot of data issues. The organization, like the way they put the data into their system is very messy. So it's really difficult to, design the whole, to design a system which should every workflow and which can work for every corner case. Yeah, I think it's a problem which need more time.
Yeah, sure. And I think my last question is about the community, because I think each of you either running your own community or ecosystem locally or join a lot of different community events in different countries before. I just wonder, the first question is what are the hottest topics they are discussing like in your community right now, either for engineers, either for those hardware lovers or in open cloud communities. Like the other is that what are some topics they haven't discussed a lot, but actually should pay more attention in order to better make the best use of AI. So probably this time start from Sai and then pass back to Weiqi.
Yeah. So according to community, of course, yeah, open core community is like, it's really hard. And also Weiqi, that's really amazing for me. So yeah, I also started my community, hackathon community 2 years ago. And then I learned the most exciting part is everyone have the same motivation. So I think it's also not only meetups or just networking event, but also everyone have the same motivation. So once you talk, and then how can I say, can learn together, and then なんか一緒に成長していける感じ So sorry. So
we have the translation.
Ah,
so
okay,
you
thanks so
can
much.
switch
Yeah.
whatever.
Especially right now, we can get so many information online. So that's why we don't need to come. So for example, today everyone come here, and then but you can learn like your latest AI information online, but you came here. So the most important things for community is come here and then have a same motivation, and then please don't hesitate to communicate with everyone, talk each other, and then share your passions, and then you can成長していく together in a community. So that's the main good use cases. And then yeah, I also want to bring Meriting Hack community, hackathon community, a little more exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think all these community events, they are very good for people who are still in exploration, which means they are still unsure about what they want to devote themselves in 10 years, in such long time. So you can talk to people, you can talk to your peers, and you can understand how others make money and what is others' pain points. That's the main use case for community events. You probably can get some inspiration, then you find your belief, then you go back to building. Another usage of hackathon, I would say, is co-founder trial. So if you want to team up with someone, and hackathon, especially multiple days hackathon, is a very good option to do co-founder trial, because in such case you can observe how is the personality looks like. As for hot topics, I would say just I don't really get attracted all these technical hypes, because it comes and goes. It's just too fast, and it didn't really create too much value. But I would say, especially in Silicon Valley, messages spread very fast. For example, there are a huge YC scandal nowadays. Everyone is talking about that. So reputation is the most important thing within community.
Nice. And Professor Kai.
Yeah. Well, community talk about very specific issues, but also very general purpose issues. Like specific issues, like what I've been heard, the safety issue, like how do I use it safely? The control issue. I launched tons of different tasks. How do I know the follow-ups? Are they doing this? Are they not delivering this? Where are the deliverables? There are the usability issues, like how do I set this up? How do I use it easily? The specific attention on different issues comes to go, but I think in the long run, it is still how can I use this to solve my specific problems? So that's why the number one thing everyone when they go to the community is always explore around and see how are other people using it? Like if you're using it for development, how can I use it similar? If I know how to do implementation, how does other people use it for maybe distribution? So in different section of your work, there are probably agentic way to improve productivity, but the way to explore that, to find the age of the capability of different agents or AI is by looking around, use it a lot, see how other people use it, and communicate with other people. I think this hype probably goes away fast, just as every other technology. In the short run, it's overhyped. But in the long run, it's still underestimated, I would say. It would change how organizations work. It change how people work with each other. That's something I'd be excited to see.
And which?
Yeah, actually, community It's the only thing we are focusing on because everything changed now. So the next generation of the builders, they are AI native builders. So it's not only just engineer, right? It's not only about software engineer specifically, and also AI native creators. For example, like you're a solo designer or you have a no coding background student, or any solo builders, especially for the hackathons, right? So everyone can be the builder to make something small or big. Nobody know it. So that's the background. So behind this, on this background, so what we can do. So we can do both online and offline. So online we can offer a community, maybe Slack or Discord. We have Discord channel over there. You can join us, and we can offer everything updated for you guys, and also have the SDK documentation, everything we can offer, right? So you can learn by yourself, right? But offline is another way you can learn and play and make something big. For example, like a meetup, like an event, you can meet new people, maybe your future teammates, right? Via hackathon, like a multi-hack. Actually, I'm a hacker in Silicon Valley, China for many years, and I got a lot of winners as before. So I really enjoy the 24 or 48 hours for hacking. Why? You learn a lot of new things, make new friends, have new idea, maybe just pop up in your brain, and you want to make it from 0 to 1. Hacks on the best way best place you can go. Make it happen in 24 hours. And maybe in our ecosystem, we're running our ecosystem for 3 years. We have 30,000 developers already, and we also have 3 startups incubated from our ecosystem, from Hackathon. So everyone please join offline event, talk to any leaders or anyone, because anyone can be a builder, so can be your partner, so talk to them. And as Kai mentioned, you can get more information, update information about the ages for the capabilities about AI, because the AI products nowadays is daily updated. Maybe today, that A tool is the best, but tomorrow B is the first. So please update your brand, after your knowledge base with offline or online. Yeah, that's it. And of course, as a community owner, we offer everything you guys want, and we can offer anything offline or online for you guys. Host event or talk to you guys directly. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so thanks again for the 4 panelists, because they are running a great event either in Japan or in the US or in China, or running between 3 continents. So let's give the applause to our 4 speakers today, and this is the end of our panel. Thank you.
Please living with AI agent. Yeah.
Thank you guys. It was a great conversation up there. I guess now we do have some clear images in our mind how working and living with agents, not in the future, but right now in 2026. All right. So one thread that keeps coming up is identity. Who is the creator? What makes something human-made? Ring has been thinking about this through the lens of visual language, one of the oldest forms of human expressions. And AI is forcing a complete re-examination of it. Like, how are we able to watch our agents? It's quite stunning. Let's welcome Ring. The floor is yours.
5名の登壇者様ありがとうございました。次のプログラムに移りたいと思います。AI 時代においてクリエイティビティとは何でしょうか。そして人間らしさとは何でしょうか。日々この問題に、視覚言語を通じて向き合っているリンさんにこのステージを渡したいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Hello everyone, I am Rain Hyacinth, and this one is Simon Lee, who we are digital artists based in Shanghai, and we are really happy to present our presentation here. Firstly, maybe you have not known us, but you may have watched this video. Or you maybe have seen this open source project in the GitHub. And today we are going to present how we created with AI. In the beginning of 2025, before that, we are actually working in film and design industry. And after AI emerged, it completely changed our way to work with any creative agent. We made this video. The name is Cats Working in the Forbidden City. And then after this video released, it completely changed our life. And this is a screenshot from this movie. Due to the time reason, we may not showcase this film right now, but you can find this film in our X or Twitter. And this one is showcased in TED 2025 and as the opening film, and it's also showcased in Expo 2025 Osaka. And after that movie, many clients found us to make AI video for them. And this one, we made the city promotional video for Shanghai, and the main character is also a cat. Let me play this video. It's completely made with AI. Welcome to Shanghai. And after this video, in the end of the last year, Pudong Art Museum also asked us to make another video. This video is for the Louvre Museum, showcasing Shanghai, the first exhibition for the Louvre Museum in Shanghai. And because we finished it quite recently, so I would like to play it for all of you right now. This exhibition is still on in Shanghai. If you would like to visit, it will be really awesome. And after this video, it's not finished. In In this year, Beijing International Film Festival also asked us to make a promotional video for them because we made a lot of cat videos. This time we decided to make the main character to the bird. And this is the first section for my presentation. And for the second section, I would like to showcase our independent developing program. So this, with the help of AI, we can besides creating films, we can also create some like independent program, the developing program, such as Star Office UI. This one is made for OpenClaw. And I don't know if you guys all use Cloud Code. This plugin is really popular. The name is Pixel Agent. This one is for the Cloud Code. You can see what your okay. So you can see what your cloud agent is doing through this graphic interface. You can see your cloud code is resting, it's working with a computer, or do anything else. Inspired by this program, we decided to make the graphic interface for OpenClaw. So this is our first draft. You can see what your OpenClaw is doing through this interface. If it's working, it will be on the left side. If it's resting, it will go to the upper right, the top right corner, drinking coffee. And if it faces any bug, it will go to the right corner, yeah. And we decided to make a different background for our OpenClaw. This one is my second draft. You can see this one is the open office for my OpenClaw. You can see it's working right now, so it goes to the computer section. And we release this project on GitHub, and many people decide to make their own office for their OpenClaw. You can see there are like a different office in Twitter right now. And after we see all the office people building for their OpenClaw, we decided to make a more fancy one. Yeah. So this is the final project for us. You can see the OpenClaw is right now working with the computer, and we can change the office to different background. Support English, Chinese, and Japanese right now. You can find it on GitHub. It's totally free and open source. You can move it to a new room with the API of the Gemini. Nano 2 and Nano Pro. all different versions of our open source project. Right now, you can find our project on GitHub Star Office UI. It already reached 6,000 stars right now. Yeah, and people are developing their own office based on our open source project. And okay, this one is a desktop version. You can change the character to your own character. Our character comes from our own cat, whose name is Nika, and we created a different pixel version of Nika, and then use it as a character for our OpenClaw. And there are also different characters like Starmie. You can also use it in your OpenClaw. And this is another project we are working on right now. We decided to visualize our memory of our OpenClaw. So once it has a skill, it will visualize its skill to another map. So it created its own map. Working on right now, and we will open source it soon in the near future. Okay, and that's it. And I think we will make more more stuff with the help of AI. And I hope you like this presentation. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ring. Very interesting, showing on the visual way of human beings to watch agents. We have talked about the creative identity. Now let's go deeper to the infrastructure layer. One of the most fundamental unsolved problem is in agents today is memory. No retrieval, no context window is persistence involving memory that makes an agent a send agent across conversations. Elliot Chen from Evermind is building exactly this. Let's welcome Elliot.
ありがとうございました。続いてはインフラ層レベルの話になります。依然としてエージェントにおける大きな問題としてメモリが挙げられます。会話をまたいでも会話を覚えてられるようなメモリを開発に努めているエバマインドのエリオットさん、よろしくお願いします。
Good afternoon. We've built AI that can reason. We've built AI that can code. We've built AI that even can see, but we have not built AI that can remember long term. Every agent you've shipped, every assistant you've created, the session ends. The moment the session ends, it forgets everything. That's the problem. And all the preferences, all the mistakes, all the lessons, they are gone. My name is Elliot Chen. I lead developer relations at Evermind, a part of Shanda Group. And today, I'm honored to tell you what happens when you give your agents memory that sticks a long time and that just doesn't persist. Instead, it evolves. Check this out. This diagram is Evermind's mission. We build the long-term memory for agents that no one has built properly before. In the diagram, the agent perceives, orients, decides, and acts. But in the center is the memory system. There are episodic, semantic, procedural memory, plus a knowledge base. All this together, this is EverOS. It's a long-term memory operating system for your agents. And it cycles back with the self-evolution loop. So the system goes smarter. In other words, the more you use it, the better it gets. Why does this matter? Because today's agent and AI has a bigger problem with memories. First, it is expensive and costing all of us. The first is the context window. Context explosion. When running multiple tasks, it easily blows up the context window. The result is higher cost and more hallucinations. Second, the retrieval is coarse. Imagine this, your agent citing last week's meeting when actually need today's. Third, and this is the big one, agent doesn't learn from the past experience. Think about this, your agent makes the mistake on Tuesday that they already made on Monday. This is intolerant. We wouldn't accept this from a human colleague, then why would we accept it from an AI? And this is our Evermind solution. A long-term memory solves this in 3 stages. First, breaking the LLM bottlenecks with the context limits. The result is lower usage cost and enable a long-term memory. The second is the execution and the efficiency. This allows your AI to run multiple tasks simultaneously and effectively. Third, and this is where it gets exciting, the agent go from passive to proactive. In other words, agents evolve on their own. How do we do it? This is memory sparse attention, aka MSA. It's an end-to-end architecture framework optimized for long-term memory at extreme scale. The headline is 16,000 tokens to 1 million tokens. That's roughly 300 novels of context. And check out the chart on the top. The right line, all the other approaches follow clip, but the MSA still holds. I'm not gonna go very detailed about these slides because I do have a little scientific video show you everything about it. Let me show it up to you. Can I have this played? FYI, this video is made by a team from Sanda Group as well, DYJ. Big shout to them.
Can your brain remember? Even if you studied nonstop for 24 hours a day until age 100, the total information you could store is about 200 to 300 million tokens. Meanwhile, most AI today have a memory limit of under around 1 million tokens. Once go past that, they would break. So how do we get AI past this wall? Evermind's MSA just dropped 3 tricks to push the context window to 100 million tokens. Trick 1, scan the index first, then read the pages. Old AI would search the whole library for every question. MSA pinpoints the most relevant books, ignores the other 99%. That makes long text processing fast. Trick 2, every book starts at page 1. Old AI numbers document from page 1 to million. It never saw numbers that big during training, so it gets lost. MSA resets each document to start at page 1. No matter how big the library, every book feels familiar. Trick 3, keep connecting the dots. Some questions need multiple steps. MSA doesn't try to grab everything at once. It finds one clue, uses it to find the next, keeps going until the answer surfaces. 3 tricks together, AI's memory limit up 100 times, and it still runs on transformer architecture, so it keeps evolving. In extreme tests at 100 million tokens, accuracy loss was under 9%. At the same length, top models with 200 billion parameters just shut down. AI with real long context memory is here. No more forgetting after a few sentences. This is one that stays with you, gets to know you over time.
Impressive, isn't it? This is a 1 million token context window end-to-end framework we optimized. We actually published this on Arxiv last month. It quickly just gained 100 million impressions on X. So it's very impressive. All the industries are pretty happy about it.
How much can your brain remember?
Oops. Okay. So MSA is the engine, and EverOS is the operating system built and optimized on top of MSA. There are 4 different types of memories in EverOS. First, profile memory. It remembers user preferences and patterns and gets smarter over time. Episodic memory. Think it as when, how, and what. It's like agent's diary. Agent memory. This is something very important nowadays because everybody is talking about memory with text. That's easy to do, right? How do we make memory evolve over time? That's where agent memory comes in. It's evolves skills professionally, like web interactions and other professional work. Last but not least, RAG. RAG is something everybody needs, right? We need to process the images, products, even the videos. So all of this together makes EverOS not only diverse, but also versatile. Self-evolving, also the big part of EverOS. There are 2 important innovation parts in this, cases and scale. Cases, real operational history makes your agent smarter over time. Skills is not a buzzword everybody is talking about, but our skills, when the agent uses it, it gets distilled into a reusable skill. So the next time when a similar use cases comes in, the agent doesn't from zero start from the expertise. RAG, quickly on RAG. RAG is something our algorithm teams works really, really hard. We want to make sure our RAG process and optimize the best for EverOS. So it does support all formats of data and real-time injection, no lag, no log, out of the box. Not only we do model, not only we build model, we also bench. Everman bench was a benchmark we got released last month on Arxiv. It got really, really popular. I posted it also. And long story short, it is the first benchmark that evaluates multi-party conversational dialogues. This is something you can use to test your open cloud agent. And the Evo Agent Bench, this is something specifically made for your agents. To use this, you can test your agent, evaluate against your agents in real-world domains like coding, professional skills, and web interaction. And these are the community showcases. We've built a lot of community showcases. Live RD characters with memory makes your girlfriend virtual. You probably knows, as more you talk to her, it knows better than your real girlfriend. Multi-agent orchestration platform with the long-term memory enabled allows you to run multiple tasks, a lot of tasks at the same time simultaneously while saving your token. Something you can wear on your wrist, a wearable thing connecting to your phone also remembers everything you say about it. Earth Online game help you to be more productive on your daily usage with memories. If any of this resonates with you, I'd love for you to join our community. GitHub for open source code. If you can give us a star, that's awesome. Discord for English, WeChat if you prefer Chinese. This is Evermind. My name is Elliot Chen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. That was a very strong morning. 7 sessions to 0 fluff. We went from macro outlook to the infrastructure that makes agents actually useful. Now, we are going to take a break. Strong sessions, but also in the afternoon, we have more and more excellent sessions for you. First of all, in this morning, it's about AI's capabilities. It won't just change what the tools we use, it changes what is possible. So from productive platforms, from automation to creation, we are living through a fundamental shift in what software can do. ByPlus has been at the center of this. Seto Takashi is going to walk us through what they have seen, what is working and what is still ahead. Over to you.
それでは午後の部を始めたいと思います。皆様お昼休みはいかがお過ごしだったでしょうか。生成 AI は使えるツールを変えただけでなく、何ができるかそのものを変えてきました。現在私たちはソフトウェアが何ができるかを変える転換点の真っ只中にいます。その改革の真っ只中にいるバイトプラスの佐藤さんに今後の展望と現状を語っていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。すみません、日本語で、話させていただきますが、バイトプラスジャパンの、セールスダイレクターの佐藤と申します。よろしくお願いします。今日10分間という限られた時間になりますので、少し、手短にお話をさせていただければと思います。はい、早速ですが、私たちの会社 C ダンス、2.0 が先週金曜日にリリースされました。これ 2.0 ご存知な方いらっしゃるかもしれないんですが、実は3月にリリースをしたんですが、いろいろ諸事情があってリリースが延期になったんですけど、無事に、先週の金曜日にリリースされました。今日全体的にこの C ダンスのご紹介ができればなと思うんですが、我々が、今日ご紹介させていただく中でバイトプラスって何やってんのっていったところを少し、ご紹介をさせていただければと思います。はい、私たちですね、バイトプラスなんですけど、バイトダンスでいろんなアプリを作っております。多分皆さんがご存知な TikTok だったりキャップキャット、これ皆さんご存知だと思うんですけど、一方で、AI のネイティブなアプリも作ってます。シリだったり、いろんな、ドリミナだったりっていったところで製品、出させていただいてるんですけど、私たちのバイトプラスではこれを 2B のソリューションとして皆様にご提供させていただいておりまして、実はですね、オンデマンドビデオだったり、ラークだったり、あとはセキュリティの製品だったりっていったところで、いろんなソリューション、皆さんのインフラを支える、ソリューションを、ご用意をさせていただいております。一方で私たちのこのバイトプラスは特に AI っていったところで、先ほどの C ダンス 2.0 とか、あとは画像生成などをする C ドリームなども、持っておりまして、こういうものを、皆様にご提供をさせていただいているところでございます。で、実際ですね、私たち今4つの AI のソリューションをご提供させていただいておりまして、まず1つ目ですね、C ドリーム 5.0、これはですね、画像生成ですね。いわゆるプロンプトに、作りたい、生成したいモデルの画像をインプットして画像を生成するものになります。で、2つ目が C ダンス 2.0。これは先ほどの冒頭で、動画をお見せさせていただきましたが、実際の、動画を撮影したものだったり、画像からものを動かすっていったところの画像生成を作ることができております。で、3つ目ですね、オムニヒューマン 1.5。これはですね、画像から、音声データを取り込んで、いわゆるアバターみたいな形でものを発信したりとか、もしくは対面で喋ったりすることもできるような機能なども持ってます。で、最後にですね、シード 1.8。これはもう皆さんにもおなじみかもしれないんですが、いわゆる LLM の了解で機械学習とかをさせていただきながら、使うもの。皆さんこれチャット GPT とかいろんなの使ってると思うんですけど、私たちもこれ持ってます。で、私たちこの、バイトプラスではこの4つの AI を、注力させていただきながら今年走ってるといったところになり、今日参加していただいている皆さん AI についてはもういろんなものを使ってるかもしれないんですけど、私たちは本当に世界でナンバーワンの会社だと自負しておりまして、この技術っていったところを皆さんにご提供させていただければなというふうに考えています。で、一つ、ご紹介できればと思うんですけど、ワンちゃんのこれ動画流れているんですけど、1枚の画像、ドッグフードの写真を画像生成して、実際の動き、宣伝みたいな形を作らせていただいてます。ここにプロンプト書いてありますけど、1枚の写真、 ドッグフードのパッケージを、実際に、広告にできるような、プロンプトを入れさせていただいた上でこんな形になっていて、今、日本、世界だけでなく日本も、テレビ業界であったり、あとは製造業のお客さんだったり、いろんなメディア関係とかでも取り上げてる中で、実運用っていったところも今もう開始されてます。なので私たちの技術、これ見ていただいた通り、本当にこの動画作るの、多分5分ぐらいで完成してますし、費用で言っても数百円とかのレベルで、作れるものになっていて、クオリティめちゃくちゃ高いです。なのでこれぜひ、皆さんに、今日、バイトプラスさんすごいもん持ってるよねっていうふうに、皆さん知ってる方は知ってると思うんですけど、知らない方もぜひ認知していただければなというふうに思ってます。でもう一つ最後にですね、これ、一つ、C ダンス 2.0、先週金曜日にリリースさせていただきましたが、動画作らせていただいていますので、ちょっと見ていただければと思います。ちょっとお待ちくださいね。
Damn. Signal's dead.
Unauthorized. Terminate.
Come and get me.
はい、これ C ダンス 2.0 で作りました。これ本当に10分とかぐらいで制作したものになるんですけど、クオリティめちゃくちゃ高いです。クリエイターの方に作ってもらってるんですけど、これ技術とかなくてこのレベルでできます。もう本当にリリースされていて、世界で注目されてる製品になるので、結構ネットで調べると偽物とかも出てたりするんですけど、私たちが提供してるのは本物になりますので、ぜひ今日10分間しかなかったんですけど、ブース用意させていただいているので、ブースでご紹介もっとさせていただければと思います。あと C ダンス 2.0 使いたいっていう方だったり、こんな、支援してほしいっていうのがあれば、ぜひ写真撮ってください。これ私のメールアドレスになるのですぐ返事しますし、何かお困りなことがあればぜひお願いしますということで、皆さんぜひ写真撮ってください。皆さんこれ撮ってくれないと全く意味ないんで、ぜひ携帯で撮ってください。私のメールアドレスに飛びます。あと今日、私たちの会社からは、ジェネラルマネージャーも来ておりますし、製品のプロダクトの責任者も、本国から来てますので、ぜひ具体的なお悩みだったり、こんなの使いたいっていうのはぜひ、お声掛けいただければと思います。はい、ちょっと駆け足になりましたが以上になります。本日はありがとうございました。
Thank you, Seto. As we mentioned, this morning was about AI's capabilities, what it can do and what it's already doing. This afternoon is about AI's implications, how organizations absorb it, how interfaces evolve, how different markets take different paths. So next is one of the sharpest critics in the industry. Buying AI tools does not make you an AI thinking organization. Most enterprises are still doing that later by accident, not by design. Jason from superdesign.dev has a framework for what the real thing looks like.
竹内さんありがとうございました。AI の導入によって組織はどう変わるのか、AI ツールを導入するだけでなく AI で考える組織にどうなっていけるかを考えていきたいと思います。ジェイソンさんよろしくお願いします。
Let's welcome Jason.
Hey everyone, welcome. My name is Jason, and Today I actually want to share some personal experience I get about how to grow your company in an AI native way. So some quick background. My name is Jason, and I'm the founder of Super Design. And Super Design, we're basically building AI product designer where you give it a prompt about what you want to design. Could be an app, social media post, and it will generate production-ready kind of design for you. And outside work, I also run a YouTube channel called AI Jason, where I talk about large language model, application, agents. If you haven't subscribed, please go subscribe. I would appreciate it. And before I start, I want to start this conversation by posing a question to you. This is something I read from an article from A16Z the other day. So AI has clearly made individual people 10x more productive, but yet no company has become 10x more valuable yet. Why is that, and where does this productivity go? And I saw this really thought-provoking question when I see it, because it feels like where we are at now. And in this article, they actually look into the last industry evolution from steam machine to electric motor to understand how it played out last time when human receiving new piece of technology to better predict how AI gonna adopt in this stage. And what they found is actually quite interesting. So electric motor was introduced around 1890, but it took about 30 years to factories to actually get a real breakthrough productivity gain. And the reason is because when factory just received this new technology, which is electric motor, what they did is simply replace those gigantic steam machine at the bottom of factory with those electric motor. But the rest of the things like the factory, how the floor layout is structured, all kept the same. So what happened is that they have this, all those things became limitations that's limiting this new technology. Because what's cool about electric motor is that you no longer need a centralized power source. You can have distributed power source for every single machine based on the needs. And it took them 30 years to figure out how to redesign the whole factories. But when it happened, it's extremely powerful, and there's no way back. And when I think about it, very similar to where we are at with AI at a stage, because what does company actually means? In my mind, company basically means three things. One is how information is flowing. Second is the decision it is making collectively. And third is the action you actually take. Information flow, decisions, and actions. I think the problem at the moment is that 99% of organizations mainly use AI in the action stage, which means there are some tasks or jobs you know we have to do. And you basically give those employees who are doing those tasks a co-pilot so that it can do the task faster and better. But in terms of how the information is actually flowing through the organization to coordinate the work between different people and also prioritize which things to work on, all those decisions are still more or less kept the same, still human making those decisions. And I think these two areas are actually the frontier to unlock the next 10x value for the companies. And I don't know if you guys read this article, which is Jack Dorsey wrote it from Hierarchy to Intelligence a couple days ago. He basically shares similar thoughts. For past hundreds of years, we've been designing different org structures or middle managers as a solution to coordinate the people, a group of people to work toward the same goal. But if you have a centralized AI intelligence that real-time absorb everything and can coordinate to every single individuals, then this is really the time for you to rethink how the organization should be structured. And as you know, they had a massive layoff recently to make room for this type of reorg. And it's still early stage to understand how this thing's gonna play out for such big org. But what I really want to share today is from a small startup's perspective, how we can run company in an AI native way. So as a background, I mentioned we're building this AI design platform. It's a web app. People just go there, prompt, and generate design. And we launched this product around end last year. It was actually, after months, it started growing really fast. Every month, it was doubling the usage. People organically talk about us on internet, which made us more traffic. That is good, but the problem is that we are a pretty small team. So in a pretty short period of time, we experience all the growth pain that many of the other startups experience. Like every day I wake up, this support tickets pile up, and we have servers went down twice in a week while we sleep. And as a founder, I just need to wake up and think about where do I spend my time today? Do I work on a new feature, or do I work on growth experiments or handle support or marketing? And I can't just magically spin up 2 more employees because the growth happened in a pretty short period of time. And that's where we start really think, can we actually use AI to scale those operations that we don't want to do? And that's why I start asking different people. I first talked to one of my friends who is Yu Hao from CTO from Koos. I don't know if he's here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, by the way, they released a pretty awesome AI product called Junior, like OpenClaw living on Slack, highly recommend it. But I asked him because I know they tried those agents in their company a lot. And I was starting by asking, we have a whole bunch of product-led growth data that we never look at it. And I just asked, how do you do it? And turn out they've been using OpenClaw or type of agent to do product analytics inside the company. And his quote to me was, companies do agentic data analysis will be 10x more competitive than the ones who don't. And that got me interested immediately. Like, how do you guys do it? And he said, just simply use any agents and then connect your product analytics data. And that's what we did. And that's my journey start. So at the beginning, I connect, we were using OpenClaw, by the way, because that was the popular thing 2 months ago. We give it our post-hoc data, which is product analytics data that have all the user events, and also give it to our GitHub so that it can cross-referencing what kind of events already exist in the product. At first, it gave us a pretty useful analytics about any data analysis were generated. But next, after it finished the first audit, it actually gave me a list of information. It basically says, after looking at your data, as a product-led growth company, you actually need more events because with what you have, it's hard to tell the full story. To understand the North Star metric, this is a list of events you should probably add. And it gave me every single piece of events where to add it. So I just copy this and give it to Cloud Code and raise the PR so that we can review that. But what's cooler is that with OpenClaw, they have this concept of cron job, which means it can schedule a future task to do. So after it proposed me this, it just autonomously schedule a task to review the new product analytics in 7 days. And in 7 days later, it just gave me this report with a lot more actionable insights. It looks through all the features and told us, hey, this is 3 features people who use it actually convert to paid much better, and then not a lot of people using it. And this is immediately really, really useful because I'm not a data expert in the small team, and this is very actionable, and also just give us the product growth idea as well, like where you can embed some onboarding flow to get more people use it. And that's what we did. Again, I give it to Cloud Code, ship it, and it actually improved our revenue growth, which is really good. But this is the time I realized that if you give agent the relevant context, it can actually make really good prioritization decisions. Then next logical thing to think about is, why do we still let a human to decide or ship this code? Instead, we just give OpenClaw the Cloud Code access using ACP, which represent for agent client protocol. It's basically a reliable way for the agent to call Cloud Code. So every 2 days, it will look at our product analytics data, decide what's the most top 3 important thing we could do, and pick up one, do that directly. Raise a PR, we just need to review that and merge that in. And you just repeat this loop every couple of days. And it's a really powerful flywheel, because ever since then, if you look at our GitHub history, every week there will be at least 3 to 5 PR directly coming from the agent, looking at data, time to decide what to do. And things across growth experiments, onboarding, feature adoption, bug fix, as well as even SEO blocks. And this SEO block, it was another aha moment I had, because initially I didn't intend it to do any marketing things, but because it was looking at my post-hoc data, which it is tracking the UTM link, it realized there was one UTM link, which is a marketing campaign we did. People coming from the channel just convert better. And check, we don't have any blog designed for this use case. So you decide, why don't we just launch a blog specific for this use case? And it just did. And this is the time I realized why this AI-driven kind of decision-making is going to be so much better than human doing it. It's because pre-AI company, the way you structure that, basically you have different departments. You have marketing department, sales, product support, and each one is just doing their own job. You normally have a few roles like PM or product manager, product marketing person or whatever role to coordinate the information across different departments to making sure they are working on the same, to basically making sure marketing team is selling what product team is building and product team is actually building what marketing team is selling. But the problem is all the structure has information loss when you pass information like this. But for us, because we are such a small team, we all of us engineer, and we just get the agent to absorb all of the information across different departments. Then it's almost like your marketing, product, sales, support just share the same brain in real time. And with this, the decision-making quality just so much better. So with this realization, we just decide, let's just add more and more data access to it. So next thing, we just give more and more business critical data. We start giving it our Stripe data so you can understand who are the people actually upgraded and expanded, who are the people churned, as well as the direct DB access. So it were able to look at the prompts user actually sent on the platform to infer what kind of use case they are actually experiencing, as well as Google Analytics and the Google Ads. And every day we just ask this agent to wake up and look at all the business critical data and give me a growth brief at the morning about the top 3 things I should look at today. And each finding is actually backed by a deep analysis it did with data and evidence. And this is one, I think, example. It just showed me, I think, 2-3 days ago. It basically found for the past 24 hours, there are 44 people on the platform use all their credits, but they haven't upgraded yet. And this is a golden time window if you message them today to nudge them to upgrade. And seeing that, I basically just give the agent an email inbox so they can send out email on behalf of me. And what it did is actually very interesting. It firstly go to Stripe, autonomously create a coupon code, and then include a coupon code in the email, and email those people, 44 people, saying, hey, we just noticed you use all the credits. This is a limited coupon code that will expire in 5 days. You can use it. And we actually got around 20% of this group converted directly, which, again, is a very good example of the opportunity that we otherwise wouldn't have at all. And this is another example. Because it looks through all data, I also asked it to just tell me who are the most interesting B2B customer I should outreach that has huge expansion or partnership potential. And because it has data access across all the business critical data, it not only will do the normal leads enrichment to understand their role, their background, it also cross-referencing a DB to understand what exact use case they have and what triggers them to upgrade initially, so that we can have much better conversation with those customers. And there's also times you will find like this user who was power user yesterday, he was also small influencer on LinkedIn. Why don't you just email this person to say, hey, can you share the design you just did and with affiliate link? And so it will do this type of analysis every day. And later we also tried one thing, which is, since it is doing those learn analysis every day, why don't we ask it to almost self-evolving, like look back at the end of the week, look back what you just did, to summarize domain knowledge across different type of tasks that you will do, like product, support, sales, and marketing, so that it can do, and those knowledge will be automatically inject to the agent next time when they run it, so it can do it better. And this information accumulated is actually very useful, because we were basically using this to do some kind of use case we couldn't do before. I take marketing example. With this one, we were able to do some kind of marketing funnel from direct to real data in the DB to relevant content and ads campaign. So the example is on the left side is knowledge base, because it analyzes those use cases and know what are the use cases actually convert and trending on the platform. And then it will figure out the best performing content and continues generating them. In this case, because it knows the use case that people are designing on the platform, then it will create marketing campaign about like how to make better prompt for AI, non-AI slop design for some use case. And for each use case, it will generate the SEO blog, the organic tweets, and also ads campaign. And ads, I think, is actually a pretty killer use case. Because initially we just add the Google Ads and Meta Ads integration to the agent, since we were running ads, but we never optimized it. But what's really cool about that is because this agent know what's happening in the product side, it will be able to cross-referencing whether those use cases it found in the DB are actually competitive keywords on the Google or Meta, and decide those keywords to experiment. And we'll also look at, this is the first audit it generated, immediately identify 15 different keywords that we are spending a lot of money but didn't have a lot of conversion. Then it just decide we should just stop those, add those as negative keywords. And it will repeat this loop every week to really optimize the ads. And I think we got our CPC improve about 20% within 2 weeks, which is really phenomenal. So those are like a few use case, and two last scenario that really blow our team mind initially, which I want to share. One is around support. So this is one day we actually received a customer support ticket. This one paid customer saying his credit is not updated after the new months. And typically, the support setup is that you will have multiple level of support people, like support level 1, support level 2, and technical support. And they were, when they receive a request like that, they will probably sometimes have an internal tool to top up credits for the user and add this as a backlog item for product team, hoping it will be prioritized one day. But this agent, because it has access to all the data source we have, after user send this message, first they go to render, which is our server system, check the row log to understand, is this true that this customer credit actually not updated? And then once they found it is true, it also go to our DB to do a query to understand how big the impact is. Is this only customer impacted, or this whole bunch of other customers also have the same issue? And once they found it's a recurring issue, it also go to the our code base to understand why exactly happened. And it turned out this kind of webhook we forgot to add in the code base that caused this issue. And then it just sent back a report in our Slack, says this is the top priority issues, there are exactly 26 users impacted. And this is a root cause, and this is a signal, and this action taken with a PR. So we can just go and approve that. And all those things happen within 5 minutes since the customer sent this report. And this is a really good example that flow like this is just not possible to actually happen with the traditional org structure. And another example that I thought was really interesting is that because we have the agent that is looking through our data source every couple of every couple of hours, this one day it noticed there's a spike of the sign up in our platform. And it looked at those emails. Some of emails are like temporary email address. So it's suspect there's something wrong. So it looked into our database and realized that all those users are actually referred by just 3 people. And because on the platform we have a referral program, like if you refer someone, you will get credits back. So the hypothesis, this probably is some kind of credit farming or bot abuse. Then go to the, but before it makes the conclusion, actually go to DB to again check, are those people actually active or they are zombie account, which confirm it is true. And once it confirm, again, send us a report, this is happening. But what's really cool is that I think 2 days before this happened, we actually decided to give this agent our not only read access, but write access to our DB, which is very dangerous. I wouldn't recommend, but because it write access, also decide, let's just reset those customers' credits because they are bought. And just decide to do that and did it, which is pretty crazy when I think about it. But those are all the use cases or some aha moment we had for the past 2 months of really embracing this AI native way of operating and hold our tendency to just hire another person to do this type of tasks. And what my conclusion or my realization is that large language models today can already make better decisions, especially prioritization decisions than human, if you give the right relevant data access. And it is really the time for you to expand the AI application from just actions to actually how the information flow coordinate people and also the prioritization decisions. And you can actually get started very, very easily. There are a whole bunch of different agent framework you can use. Just go try it. I think the important thing is about the one is the cron job and hook, which is basically the recurring task that you want agent to do, and the memory setup, so you can self-evolving learning the business as the more you use it, the smarter it is, as well as the different skills and system access that contain the domain knowledge. That's pretty much it. And lastly, just want to share there's more learnings, but I probably don't have time to go through all this. If you're interested, you can go and find me. But yeah, lastly, we are also if you are a similar startup like us, which means you are a small startups, you are growing really fast with a lot of existing data that you don't have time to look at it. We are also encapsulating our operation knowledge about how to run business in an AI native way into an AI agent system, so that you can use out of the box and right away. And we are building that. So if you're interested, you can scan the QR code and join the wait list. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason. Enterprise thinking is set. Now, what does the money follow? From 2023 to 2024 was the general AI's moment. In 2025 to 2026, the action is in vertical: finance, legal, healthcare. 3 people who have chosen a land and a building in it. Let's now welcome Galen to moderate this panel from LinkCloud, and welcome Yujia from Fonda AI, Shiqiu from Reco AI, and Koki from SV Legal Tech. Time to get specific.
ジェイソンさんありがとうございました。AI 時代では資金と注目はどこに向かうのでしょうか。2025年から2026年の回答としては様々な産業にありました。例えば金融、法律、医療、それぞれの領域で構築中の3名に、リンクラウドのガルデンさんの司会でお届けしたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi everyone, so I'm back again. So I'm the co-founder of the LinkCloud, and this afternoon I'm really happy to share some insights and also discuss with 3 of you about, because you are building AI products or business in different verticals. So let me just start with Yujia for a brief introduction of you and what your company is doing, and maybe introduce a bit more about what your core users will be and what are some of the best use cases do you find on your product. So probably start from Yujia. Yeah.
Galen. This is Yujia. I'm the co-founder of Fonda AI. So we are building an end-to-end solution for institutional investors like hedge funds, mutual funds, and family offices. So our main customers is analysts and portfolio managers. We're helping them to build up their research, making decisions through the AI input. So that's the question, right?
Hello, everyone. My name is Koki. I am the APAC lead of the Silicon Valley Legal Tech Frontier community. Our community already hosted several offline seminar, meetup, and hackathon in Silicon Valley, Hong Kong, Tokyo, Beijing, and Shanghai. We bring in the lawyers, in-house counsel, investors, founders into the same room and discuss the trend of the legal AI globally. I personally also a personal developer. I am the builder of the anti-steal skill, Samantha personal skill, and my skill is already be viewed by over 5 million people in the Twitter and other SNS platform. So for our community, this experience enabled me to observe some significant change in the legal AI industry. So I will share it later. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Shi, and you can call me William. I'm the co-founder of Reco AI in Japan.
So what we're doing is we provide an AI voice agent company for really big enterprises in Japan. Each of them has more than hundreds of human operators, and our AI version can handle the phone calls end to end, and it can cut off over maybe 80%, more than 80% of human phone call times. And actually, this is my first time to give my output in English. I will try my best to get things done. And we are Japanese local AI company from day one. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think today we bring different people that you are doing like in different verticals and also in different markets. For example, Founder is headquartered in Singapore, and Koki is traveling between Japan, Silicon Valley, and also China. And just like she mentioned, she has also a very excellent personal project and skills for Somensa and also the anti-distill. So maybe we can dive into a bit more. And also, like William said, that he's a Japanese-based local startup providing voice agents. So I would like to start my questions with like to expand or deep dive a bit more about what your products and your customer are, how your customers are using your products in your local markets. Probably we'll start with William because, for example, like what kind of customers are your sweet spot customers, and how they are using your voice agents to serve their customers. For example, which verticals are the hottest verticals, and maybe you can deep dive and introduce a bit more to our audience.
Yeah, we are targeting the call center heavy companies, such like financial companies, life infrastructure companies, internet companies, just like that. I think the feature of our product is actually at this moment in Japan, most of the so-called AI native call center products, they are designed to escalate through human operators as initially. They cannot handle the task end to end, but our AI voice agent will, removing that steps totally, and we can really replace the human operators, and that's the first thing. And the second is, call center in Japan is, the call center business in Japan changes very fast. It changes every day. So the speed that you can let your AI that catch up with the daily changing business of your clients is very important. So we are not just sell tech, we also provide professional delivery team service to our companies, to our clients, and we keep up changing, and we keep our AI improving day by day.
So are your customers mostly the end customers, or actually you can also serve for those call centers who want to be transformed into a more AI native, or either one or both are your customers?
Both of them, yeah. We have really good partners that they are doing the call center BPO business in Japan, yeah. They are also collaborating with us to combine with our AI products to provide to the end users.
Okay, yeah. For Koki, I know you are first of all you're working or talking to a lot of like legal firms or the legal departments in the end enterprises. So I'm very interested. How they are adopting AI in different verticals. Like in legal firms, most of the top legal firms are using AI already, or only the top 1% or top 10% are using it. And also for the legal or end customers, so are their legal team being totally replaced by AI right now, or they are still combining AI products with their legal teams? So how is the landscape is transforming recently?
Yeah, so firstly, I want to frame this question by timeline. because actually the legal AI actually is fast, development fast is very, very quick and beyond our expectation. Before 2023, we still ask, does the legal AI really work in the legal service? And when it comes to the 2024, we start to ask, does it work well enough to support the daily legal work? And until last year, until this year, the questions become who should bear the liability? So we can see from this timeline, the change of the central question. You can see like the AI really entered the core of the legal services. So back to the question from you, like the legal AI indeed is divided into the different products and services for law firm and the legal department of the enterprises. So I want to explain these questions into two layers. The first layer is for the law firm. Actually, the legal tech is not a new topic. For the last generation, it's already some startup are building some product by SaaS or by the internet technology. And now the legal SaaS become the legal AI. So from the last generation, they already do some marketing job. They expand their client scope in the law firm, maybe from the top onto maybe the mid-size, the small-size law firm. So for the this kind of the product, I have to say more than 50% of the law firm they use the legal AI product or legal tech product more or less. But what is the difference between these different law firm? Is the depth. Because we know, like the law firm, most of the law firm are very controversial because they hold many confidential data from their clients. So they care a lot about the privacy, the data security. So AI is naturally will arise the question and the problems about what should I do to maintenance or protect my client's privacy? Because your AI will read my data, and what should I, prevent this problem? So many law firms, even they use the product, but they will not use it very deeply. So this is the first question. And the second question is about the legal department of the enterprises. As we know, like in Japan, the law firm did not domain the similar centralized domainers in the market, like in the US, because we know in the US it's the law firm driven market, but in Japan it's more like the every different legal department has their own authority, and they control their own tasks. And in this scenario, they prefer to use the third party's product. Like we know that Legal On in Japan, most of their main clients are the legal department of the different enterprises. So this kind of the product are more standardized. For example, Legal On's main topic or their main product is the contract platform. This platform will take care of the contract analysis, review, management, and it actually is covered a lot of the questions and the problems of the legal department. Because the legal department's the main pain point is they have too many contract to review, but their review standard is not very standardized, and their labor or their headcount is limited. So I think this is the differences between the law firm and the legal department. And later I will explain the different factors behind these sectors and different market. Yes, thanks.
Great, well said. And I think finance, AI in finance also experience kind of the same timeline of what legal has been, or Koki has been discussing about, because I know there are some AI products that serve for those individual investors. Also, there are some products serving for those professional traders in hedge funds, like just you say, in different professional firms. I think from the AI out, Yuja can maybe also share about like what your core customers or users are and why you are focusing on either the professionals or individuals, or why not the other way around?
Sure. So currently, our choice is choosing the institutional investors. The reason behind three main things. Firstly, when we go to the deeper of the research, and with more data, more reasoning, more like skills, these kind of things, that only institutional analysts can kind of understand. Because retail investors, they are really easily get distracted by the sentiment of the market, by some of the trading changes, but only the investors who are really put their money in, like portfolio managers, the professional analysts, they are the one deeply research of what markets is saying. So that's why we choose. This is the first reason. The second reason is when we are doing more like a 2B business for business, so we can do a real value pricing, value-based pricing. In the other way, if you choose to go consumers, you have to be kind of competing with a lot of competitors, and people and users are kind of value your product with how much they pay. You have to kind of fight and test on whether I should pay for like $10, $20, and comparing with the pricing for ChatGPT, for Anthropic, for Gemini. We don't want to get into that because we believe the information we provide is really providing the value to the investors. They're actually gaining more money from using our products. So that's the second reason. And the third reason is our company is kind of special comparing to other AI companies. Half of our employees are actually coming from the hedge fund. So they are actually exactly the user we are targeting to, so they know the best of them. So that's the three reasons we choose to go to institutional.
Yeah, and I think dogfood, like let we say just dogfood, right? Dogfooding your product is most important factors that you can build a good product, professional product for users. So I think the second topic I want to discuss with you is about the moat defensibility, because I think if everyone knows, still remember that 1 month ago, like every news regarding the Anthropic's new product release destroy a segment or a vertical in SaaS or software. So at least create a lot of fear and concern on the public markets already. So I'm curious about what's your thoughts or what's your takes on that. For example, because like OpenAI and Anthropic, they can add a voice onto their agent, and they are also entering seriously into the business or enterprise markets. Would that be a concern, or what do you think of like how to build your defensibility on your products as a startup? So especially in the local markets, because I believe there are a lot of like important data, important know-how in your product because we are focusing on serving for the local customers. So I would like probably start from William again, and yeah, to share, as a startup, probably some advice for our audience downstairs, like how to build up your defensibilities against those large language model companies. Yeah.
So I think there are 2 points. The first one is actually we build our own STD and TDS model in Japanese. Actually, Japanese is a really small language, a minor language, and even the great big tech company just like Google, Microsoft, they are not doing a great job in Japanese. And actually, we have tried a lot of open API in the market. None of them satisfies us.
Yeah, I think especially in Japanese,
yeah.
Like you need to have a specific model.
Yes. So we have to train our own SD and TDS model, and they are really doing a great job and outperforming Microsoft, OpenAI, other labs in Japanese. Yeah, that's the first one. And the second one is, I think maybe 40 or 50% of what human operators do, they are not written in any of the manual or FAQs. And they are closed data deeply hidden in the human operator's mind and also in the enterprises. So what we should do is how to take that I mean, hidden knowledge, the tacit knowledge, the know-how out of their mind, out of the big enterprises workflow, and we make it our AI to understand the know-how easily. And actually the final image, the ideal image of a product is that all of the phone call workflow are all assembled in our platform. That's our final image. Because the closed data, they are not open to the world. So we are the only one that can approach to this data. Yeah.
Okay, but I have just a quick follow-up. Is that so? Did you mean that maybe in Japan market, or especially serving for those enterprise customers, you are still, or are they still trying to require you to provide some on-premises solutions in order to protect their data, or they are more open or more acceptable for at least some SaaS format or more public like way to store the data or in order to use your end-to-end solutions? So what's the trend? Or
yeah, of course I think they began to quit the on-premise and they shift to the cloud. But our main clients are financial companies. They need to make sure that our data are saved in Japan, in maybe AWS Tokyo region. Yeah.
Okay, at least the clouds in Japan will be safe for him. Okay, yeah, sure. And for Koki, I know that you talked to a lot of, or you already had a good understanding of, like just you said, different types of AI products in legal, and beginning maybe from Harvey, and also there are a lot of other right now AI legal products, especially serving for different two directions that you talk about. So I just wonder, on the lawyer side or on the actual user side, what's their take in terms of, evaluate, how do they evaluate the products in different angles or directions? What's their criteria in order to make a decision to buy this one or rather than the other? And how do you think those products are creating their moats or competitiveness for their customers? Yeah.
Yes, that's a very good question. Because we know, when the Claude published his plugin function, they also included legal plugin, right? Yeah. And also later, the Harvey also connected as a legal plugin in the platform of the Claude. So people would start to ask, what is the meaning to make the legal AI to still work as a legal AI person? I want to explain, actually there are still two factors as a moat if you want to build a product or if you want to do something in the legal AI industry. The first moat is the data. We know the crawling capability of the large language model is very strong nowadays, but the data they could collect from the internet is from the public internet. So the public data is still the top of the iceberg of the legal data. The most valuable data in the legal industry actually is still in the internal system of the court, the law firm, and the in-house of the enterprise. Even in the US, the court system data could be accessible, but the raw data cannot be directly used. You have to deal with the raw data, turn the raw data into the usable data that could be understood by the AI. And this will be related to the labeling. You have to hire some legal expert to label this data. And this also arises a big cost and also a big problem. And for the law firm, the data actually is their core asset. They already run for years, and their database actually is their moat. They will not share with you directly. And for the in-house, the legal department, in a big enterprises, the data would be scattered into a different system, like the ERP system, the knowledge management system, and the contract management system. So it's also very hard for you or for a general data company, general model company to reorganize this data. This is the first mode. And the second mode is the liability. We know like we can use our like Claude or the co-work to review our contract or a legal memo, but they will not take liability and the responsibility for this document results, right? They all say, okay, we are the AI, and AI will make some mistake, and please take care. And the general model company also will not register as a law firm. But nowadays, it's already some AI native law firm emerged. This kind of law firm, firstly, they register as a law firm, and they announce that their CEO will take the liability, the legal liability for the outcome of the services. For example, the Crosby. Crosby is a startup invested by the Sequoia. And Crosby CEO publicly announced that I will take all the legal responsibility of our service outcome for the contract review. And you can see, I don't think the OpenAI or the Anthropic or any other big AI company will say that. And actually, this combination, like we deliver the services by technology, our cost is very low, and also we bear the liability. This combination actually cannot be replaced by the big AI company. So we can say this is the two modes of the legal AI industry from now. Yes.
Yeah, a quick follow-up. I'm quite interested at the AI native companies. They are taking the reliability or responsibility for their clients. So for those AI native companies, because they are native, so do they still hire real lawyers, or they are all agents right now, like in their firms, like serving for their customers?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Actually, I still take the example for the Crosby. Crosby has 8 specialized AI agents to review the contract. They have different agents with different guidelines and skills to review each contract, and they publish or deliver the risk report. But the final part, the final step is still by the humans lawyer. So they still have several human lawyers to make the final decision. But most of the time-consuming part is by the AI.
Okay, I see. So that makes a lot of sense. So okay, cool. And back to Yujia, I just want to maybe a bit different way to ask this question is, I know that there are different types of analysts or you say traders or in a hedge fund. So some of them are performing execution or average work, but some of them are like top analysts. They are the most professional or contributing the most to the results, like for the fund. So what do you think of like the mode of an AI, like founder AI, or in your view, a proper or a good AI native investor, or like is it comparing to the average result, or you are trying to make it your results as the top tier, the 1% and top analyst performance? So what is your goal, and also how you are achieving or how you are building your products to match the top performance or the goal in your plan?
Yeah, that's a good question, and you helped me answer half of it. Yeah, we definitely target our product to be matching to the top tier analyst. But back to the question, we have to be, the first step is to matching the performance of average analyst. That's not a kind of a goal. It's more like a feature we have to do. And if we're looking at a typical analyst, we're not saying whether it's average or top tier. Looking at the typical work for analysts, they're actually doing collecting all the data and processing the data to find out which data is correct, which data is something like conflicting to others, and you need to put it as a noise. And then you need to kind of forming your framework of how to use this data. And then the last step will be you have to make suggestion on the final action. And looking at this pattern, that in each of the workflow we can rebuild it by AI. By doing this, one of the goal we can achieve with our customer is that if you're looking at all the open markets like US stocks, there might be 1,000 stocks, 1,000 tickers you have to look at to catching alpha to kind of win the market. But usually one seasoned analyst, they can mostly cover 30 to 50 tickers. So what about all the other tickers you cannot have the ability to see? That's one of the value we're providing. We're making sure for all the portfolio managers, analysts, you can use Fonda AI as a tool to look at all the other tickers you are not covering right now. Then you can have the opportunity to catch the alpha of all these tickers. And then talking about, even though we are trying to target becoming the product of top tier analysts, but it's really hard. The most challenging part is the top tier analysts are really hard to patronize. They are getting here, like why they are winning more money than other analysts, because they have more data and they have different way of seeing the data. And also they like faster pivoting their points. These are kind of things AI is really hard to kind of patronize. But I think you actually giving a really good example of how the top labs is crushing the market of SaaS. This is a really interesting point that we have a pattern. We have we call it Fonda Play. It's orchestration of several skills. We are tracking all the top labs hiring status, but we are not simply just crawling data from the website. We're looking at which kind of job they are hiring. For example, if they're hiring engineers, probably this product is still on building status. But if they're hiring a go-to-market person, for example, for legal scenarios, this product is very, very close to release. And we are also cross-checking with the news and the podcasts of the CEOs to kind of mapping a picture of what will be the next vertical that Anthropic or OpenAI will go to. Then this will be a signal that that industry of SaaS company probably will be not very good on the performance. So the average analyst is actually following the playbook. They follow which data to collect, how to use the data, and how to make suggestions. But the top tier analyst is actually the one writing the playbook. They define if you want to look at SaaS company, what you should look at. If you want to be the top of semiconductor, which supply chain you need to go into. So that's how our solution of getting closer to the top tier analyst. We're building all this from the place of if you want to look at some of the industry of the stocks, this is how you should look at.
Yes, well said, well said. And my last question will be, talking a bit more about the futures, but my question will direct to, right now, after the advent of today's agent or agentic power, we said that, like William just said, you are implementing end-to-end solution. So at least recently, there's been a lot of discussion about, agentic power will at least replace part of the human or even replace average performance human. So I just wonder in the next few years or 1 or 2 years, so is it a trend that will happen in your verticals, or actually you are seeing that AI or agentic power is creating actually extra values for the employees or to the workers, and how actually your startup is position yourself for your clients in order, to get clients to pay and also not, creating concerns or fears for their employees. So probably it's just two questions combined, but I would like to hear each of you your plans or strategies in next few years. Maybe also starting from William.
Okay, so I think at this moment, as far as I know, all of the call center companies, BPO companies, they are struggling with hiring people. I think there's not enough people at this moment for them to do the right job, and they are really struggling with. So I think our AI is filling with the gap that already exists. We are not taking job from humans, I think. And of course, we think the human operators will change their work style. Maybe they are now taking the phone calls, maybe they will change to the prompt engineer, maybe in the near future. And they will, just like self-driven system, they will monitor the AI operator and they will improve the AI operator. And of course, they will still facing the end user that are maybe have some emotional conversation to complicated task. Yeah, I think both of things will happen in the near future.
Okay, thank you. And for Koki?
Yes. So firstly, I want to clarify that actually the agentic economy make the AI native law firm possible in the 2025 and 2026. In the last generation, like the legal SaaS, traditional legal tech, the startup are still provide the hammer for the lawyer or the in-house consult. But actually, for the current AI era, the multi-agent make the reasoning chain visible, and they are from the passive reply to the proactive monitoring. For example, like before, we use a lot of the product like this. We open a document and we have a copilot. We answer the question and they reply in the chatbot, and we copy the answer into the document. That is a long chain of the interaction. But if it's the AI native law firm, maybe you upload a contract and the multi-agent will review your contract proactively and give you an initial report without any the pre-questions or any pre-actions required by you. And you just need to do the final review. And that is what is happening in the legal AI industry now. And for the other hand, it's related to the threatening the labor in the legal AI or in the general AI industry. I have to confess that some company is already to building some skill or agent to replace their labor. In China nowadays, there is a very famous skill called the colleague skill. This internet company, they ask their employee to make the skill based on their own workflow, their work experience, their work style, and to distill their employee. And I personally developed a anti-distill skill to anti this trend and phenomenon, because I understand in the AI era, we have to show more autonomy to protect our labor rights or workers' rights. So I think in the future, maybe some agent or the AI technology will replace or will take over some job, repetitive job from the human beings. But it's also a chance for us to change our work style, like William said. We could do more work with our autonomy, with our critical thinking. We could play a more creative role in the future's job. Yes, thanks.
Sure. I think financial is kind of compared to legal or customer service. Like financial is a more crucial market itself. With or without AI, there's a lot of analysts or like traders get replaced every year. So what we are trying to provide to all our customers and users is that with this tool, with this kind of solution, you can cover more tickers. You can find more alphas with the same time and effort. And this is probably can get you win others in the same time period with the same cost. And so that our position is more like we're taking ourselves, of the company, as one analyst. We have to win others. We have to tell our customers, we have to tell the users something they don't know yet. So we're providing a differentiated value. This is the value it's getting us win our users and also help our customer win their market.
Okay, nice. And I think one last question goes to what are the topics or the technical things that you think in your vertical people should be discussing more rather than less in these days because of the current concerns or fear, they have some neglection or deliberate neglect, but you think people should talk about more or discuss more in your verticals, maybe about your local markets, about your defense abilities or your moat, just like you said. So I just wonder, maybe probably also last time starting from William, that what are the things or topics that people actually should pay attention more in your industries or in your verticals?
Well, I think it's hallucination of RAM because the customer service, the goal of the customer service is not just to pick the phone call or to complete the conversation. I think the most important thing is to solve the problem for the end users. So if the hallucination just happened, and it will, affect the reputation of the clients, and that's the worst thing our clients will don't want to see. So that's the reason why test our AI hardly before it's go live, and also we need the supervisor agent to monitor the handling agent to supervise the procedure that AI is talking to the end users, and if it is alert, get out, and also the AI and also the human will try to fix the problems.
So you are building actually a multi-agent system, yes. And you have like parent agent and the sub-agents to supervising different agents in order to make sure the end-to-end solution is correct for the customers. Yes. Nice. And maybe Koki?
Yes. One of the under-discussed trend or the phenomenon in legal AI, I want to mention a term called vibe coding lawyer. There is a Hong Kong lawyer in our community, and he published his demo, the contract review demo, on LinkedIn last year, and it's already been viewed by 1,000 hours and triggered a wave of the imitation from the lawyer from worldwide. So now the lawyers start to become the developer, builder, and distributor by themselves. Because in the last generation, we still rely on the startup like Harvey, like Ligora, this kind of the third-party legal AI startup. They build the product and deliver the services to the law firm and the lawyer. But now, lawyers themselves start to develop the demo to validate their demand and distribute the solution by themselves in their own language. So what I really want to emphasize is that maybe our last generation, like the B2B sales, is already out of date. The new distribution way is actually among from the lawyer themselves. For example, if you unlock a market or you provide a product that allow the lawyer themselves to build their product they want. For example, you build some vertical legal cross code, manners, or the co-work or something like this, and make it very easy use for the lawyer, and you will unlock a very, very high value market. Actually, for our community, our insight and our vision is always like this. We want to empower every legal professionals to become AI native lawyers or counsels. So maybe in the future, in one day, there is no word of legal AI because every lawyer will become an AI native lawyer. Thanks.
Yeah, I want to start with one kind of not very technical, another one is technical. The first thing I kind of not very agree with Kogi, that at least in my vertical, I think one thing is that do not worry too much about the product that analysts can build in one day or web coding. The reason behind this is that if your product, if as a startup in the finance vertical, if your product can be need to be worried about others analysts can build it in one day, then it means you don't have any moat. So to us, our mode is kind of, we know the market. We are telling the user something they don't know. This is something, even though some of the users build it by themselves, it will be just a small angle of it. We still have a whole solutions that they cannot catch up or they cannot copy from. Then this is the first things. I think for all the startups, don't need to worry that too much. Second thing is kind of more technical. I believe, at least for financial services, we need to get faster to decouple from cloud code. That the reason the cloud is really, really powerful, but with relying on it, the whole solution relying on it will leave a lot of black boxes. You cannot kind of tune what you want, what you really want from the data, from the reasoning, from all of these things. You cannot even leverage the best model out of cloud, out of Anthropic. So that's something I would suggest, and we are already start looking at this. It's kind of building a way to decouple from it.
I actually have a quick follow-up, just you just mentioned, because right now you said that you are trying to provide. Are you going to provide the results rather than an average tool that will be used by all of your customers or all of the analysts? Because once you are getting more recommendation to a result, probably you can charge a bit more. Just like William just said that if you help the call center to solve the problems, then probably you're gonna charge rather charged by labor or rather than a subscription fee, or like if you are taking the liability or responsibility, then you probably can charge like by the trading fee instead of the subscription. So is it the path that you are seeing becoming more clear and doable, or actually in your vertical it's a bit rather hard, because if you are going to that direction, you are simply just competing with other firms. So I just want to know what's your take on even more few years away. And
yeah, for sure. So firstly, I agree with you that a tool doesn't value much in specifically in finance. Like a tool helping you collect data, helping you to kind of do the math. These are tools will not having a very high value to the customers. We have to deliver results, but the results could be vary in different stages. The result of buying or selling the stocks could be one result, but that's something we are trying to avoid, because we really believe that portfolio managers, the humans, still have to take the stick. But result we are providing is helping customers find something they don't know. For example, we know we are, like the example I used, we probably can predict what will be the next vertical that Anthropic will go to as a SaaS solution. Or like we're trying to collect the information, insights to say what happened if the Iran war will continue for another 3 months, 6 months. What will be different from the market? So this is something we are trying to deliver as a result.
Okay, nice, well said. Okay, all right. Thank you for 3 guests speaking today. I think they all cover a lot of deep topics that should be discussed or be less discussed recently. I think this conversation should go like once a year at least, to provide more insights in different verticals. And also I think like Koki's community raise local events. She is in charge of the local events in Japan, so just subscribe to her X account and community on the Luma. I think you will find a lot of local events raised by Koki as well. And also just try also you could find out the products on RicoAI's website, and Founder AI. They just launched their products and really need a lot of users. So let's give applause to the 3 guests today, and thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Now, the creative workflow is being rebuilt. so is the interface we use to interact with AI itself. In the history, every major shifted in computing, from CLI to GUI, from touch to voice, has rewritten which companies win. Agents are the next inflection point. Will Wang from Even Realities has been thinking deeply about what it means for design. By the way, today I'm wearing the latest device and AI glasses of Even Realities. I really love the design of it. Okay, let's welcome Will Wang to give us a new interface designed for agentic experiences.
ありがとうございました。ワークフローが変わるとき、インターフェースも変わります。時代は CLI から GUI、タッチから音声、改革のたびに勝者は入れ替わってきました。エージェントは次の変局点となります。次はですね、Even Realities の Will Wang さんにデザインの観点からお話をいただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, everyone. My name's Will Wang. I'm the founder and CEO of smart glasses company Even Realities. Really glad to be here today at Way2AGI to share our view on how smart glasses could be a really impactful interface for a whole new agentic experience. We have been buying it to the desktop, the PC, the laptops you have on hand. We're used to the graphic user interface. It has been convenient for us to communicate to the digital world. But I think there has been a recent discussion on how throughout the whole agentic shift, there's going to be more natural language-based interface coming in. There's also a topic about how even just command line interface, CLI, will replace the traditional GUI. So we see all these trends happening. In the agentic shift, essentially machines are starting to understand human much better, that we don't need to be buying it into a graphic user interface. And with that happening, with the model capability growing, we think also a new form factor of hardware should also happen. Like if machine can just understand what you're talking about, why will you still need to type on the keyboard and just look at the laptop screens, right? So that's exactly why we're building a whole new experience through our newest smart glasses product, the Even G2 series. So the host earlier was also wearing our product. If you look across the whole venue, there are actually quite a few folks wearing our product. I'm also wearing our G2 product right now. So essentially, it's a really stealth and elegantly designed pair of smart glasses that has built-in HUD display. So essentially, it serves also like different functionalities. It's supposed to be your everyday agent that just with you all the time, right? So together, we are actually also launching a smart ring I'm wearing right here as also a health monitor for you, but then also a controller for your smart glasses. So when I wear the ring on my hand, I can just double tap here. I actually see my dashboard right here in front of me, just like in this picture. But moreover, there's actually like really useful functionality we're building. A lot of smart glasses brands are building similar stuff that we run real-time translations. You can use teleprompter. You can use it as a memo. You can hook up your agent to it. There's multiple stuff you can do. We really build this to help like business professionals like yourselves, like me, that we can just wear this without any burden. It has no camera, so you don't have to worry about privacy, but you can actually use it in your daily settings to help you day to day. But most importantly, not only with the like in-house application we're building, the translation, the teleprompter, the conversation agent, meeting summaries, but what we're launching is we're really thinking this can be the next interface for people to build on. Not only just say hardware, we're trying to see if we can really expand this into a platform. So that's also why we just launched our own like marketplace for developers to try out their own stuff. It's called Even Hub. It just launched last week. We already have like, I think, a couple thousands developers on our Event Hub developing different apps, vibe coding, agentic building, essentially stuff they will need. Because one thing that happened with the whole shift on AI is also it's making the barrier of building stuff really, really low, right? So if you want to build stuff, glasses is actually the way. Building a application on the glasses is actually much easier than building stuff on your phone or on your laptop because it's more natural language based. You don't need a really complex graphic user interface, and there's a lot of stuff that you can do with the context your glasses are gathering. So that's exactly what we're building here. And here we have a really short video showing you guys some of the stuff our community has built. Yeah, so this has only been probably less than a month, but we already have like, I think, a couple dozens of different applications on our Event Hub, and we also have like more than hundreds waiting for approval. So right now, the passion for building stuff that just belongs to you is really, really high. And also the barrier, like I said, is really, really low. So I really encourage you guys to look at how you can build on different devices, especially edge devices like smart glasses. So another thing that we are enabling our customer to do is, right now, a lot of the developers or builders, they have their own personalized agent, right? They either sit in their cloud client, or they sit in their Mac Mini, or they sit in their laptop. And glasses actually is becoming a really powerful interface for them to hook it up with their own agent. Imagine you have your own agent running in the cloud or on your Mac Mini. It's going to be really easy if you can have them hooked up to your glasses so you get to talk to it all the time. And you can essentially do whatever, control your agent or check on the status whenever you want. So I personally have my open cloud agent running on my Mac Mini back in the office, but I still have it hooked up to my glasses. So anything urgent, it will actually flag me on my glasses. I can also give short commands to it. So that's also really, really useful. So you have any agentic experience or like AI assistants you are building yourselves, you can also feel free to connect to your edge device, especially smart glasses. And the last thing I want to share, yeah, so this is an example of my colleagues. He was trying to send message to his open cloud agents, and essentially he was able to also send message through Lark to essentially deal with work stuff. Right, then he can essentially just send pictures through Lark just from the glasses. Yeah, and the last thing we're building, it's also getting a lot of traction that we're looking at releasing in a couple of weeks, is we're also enabling a sort of native terminal experience on the glasses. Like I said, there are a lot of people, I imagine there are also a lot of you having your own building experience on your cloud code or on your codecs on your laptop, right? A lot of the stuff I'm hearing from our builders in either Silicon Valley or in Japan is that they say, okay, now the agent is really unlocking the potential of building. Right now, I feel like I become the threshold because I need to essentially approve the agent. Otherwise, the agent is sitting there and waiting. So you kind of get into this urge of not leaving your desk because you wanted to be with your agent all the time. You want to build all the time, right? So we got this ask, like, what if I can actually be away from my desk and still carry on my building experience? That's essentially why we're building this whole coding terminal experience, where you will have this terminal. You can link it up to your cloud code session. You can link it up to your codec session. So when you're not by your desk and you're not by your laptop, everything is synced. So you can just double click on your ring. You have your terminal right in front of you, and you can just speak into it. And also, like, you can just check your session status on what the latest your agent is building on. So essentially, this will unlock productivity, I think, way more than any other devices can do. Imagine right now, your girlfriend might be complaining why you're by your desk building all the time. right? You can actually go to a movie with her while still building with your glasses, having the terminal on. So this is essentially a really exciting feature we're releasing in a couple of weeks. We already have a great amount of developers waiting on this. Yeah, just wanted to share with you guys. Yeah, so essentially we really wanted to shape the platform of the future. We feel like with the new agentic experience happening, there will definitely need to be more hardware coming into play to enable people to get unlocked from just sitting down like coding at their laptop. So we feel like smart glasses is something the more AI native folks should be trying out. And our product is definitely something you can definitely give it a try. Yeah, so just 3 things we briefly touched upon. We have the hub to build anything you want to build. We have capability to link the glasses to your own agent. And also we have the terminal for you to enable you to build anywhere. Yeah, so that's essentially what I wanted to share with you guys. And we are definitely more than welcome to have you on board to join our developer community. We have a really vibrant Discord community with also the glasses, even G2 and the Ring R1 is already selling in Japan. We have our store in Ginza. It's an optical shop called Jin Ginza, JUN. And you can also look up our own website. So we're really willing to embrace the whole AGI community and see how we can provide support to the community and bring out the synergy. Yeah, so that's essentially what I wanted to share today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Will. All right, we have spent most of the day on technology and products. Next session, we are going to talk about market. Japan's AI startup scene doesn't get the coverage it deserves. It's not chasing unicorn optics, but it's building quietly into manufacturing, healthcare, and retail. 4 people operating at different layers of the ecosystem, moderated by Galen again. Let's welcome Koki Yoshida from LLM Company, Luke from Azu Capital, Kamsong Kim from MK Capital. This is a reality check a lot of people need. Welcome. Okay. 啊，他能到吗？Minutes break. Our guest is on the way, so maybe we have 5 minutes break.
多能拖多久？对，是不是看现在可能有个比较 urgent 的事情要处理一下？如果有个10分钟是最好的。
10分钟。
对。5 minutes。
对吧？我就跟大家说回来吧，然后尽可能。
All right, we are getting started. Please, all the guests be seated in the venue. So we do have a networking area outside the venue. By the way, the bottled waters are totally free while you are networking outside the venue. And in the venue, I hope all the guests can be seated and enjoy the sharing. Please be seated.
もうそろそろ次のプログラムが始まりますので、お聞きになる方はぜひご着席ください。それと外側の冷蔵庫の方に飲み物がありますので、まだもらってない方はぜひお取りになってください。
Okay, let's start again of this session. We have spent most of the day on technology and products. Let's talk market in the next. Japan's AI startup scene does not get the coverage it deserves. It's not chasing unicorn optics. It's building quietly into manufacturing, healthcare, and retail. So 4 people operating at different layers of their ecosystem, moderated by Galen again. This is the reality check a lot of people need. Let's welcome Koki Yoshida from LLM Company, Luke from S Capital, Kamsu Kim from MK Capital, and our moderator, Galen.
Okay. So let's welcome our 3 guests to the stage. So let's switch our attention back to the Japan market. So this time we have 3 great guests today and sharing a bit more about the LLM models and the business right now in the Japan market. So we have a special guest, although we titled it as a LLM company, but he can reveal his real identity later to us. And also, so first of all, why not we just started with a brief introduction of you, and also what's your role at your company, and and also a bit about your backgrounds as well to the audience. Why not we just started with Koki?
Sure, yeah. Hello everyone, 皆さんはじめまして。Yeah, I got introduced as like LM company. I think I asked Luke to, I didn't ask it that way, but like I generally said like just like keep it like low profile, I guess. But then hi everyone, I'm actually from Anthropic, and then I'm based in our company's Tokyo office. I'm the founding engineer for the office, and then before Anthropic, actually I worked at Meta as an AI engineer, and then spent like past 12 years in Bay Area. Actually, I moved back to Japan last year November as part of this job change. So yeah, that's basically about it, I guess. Oh, I guess a bit of what I do. I'm here because the Japan office is still like a sales office. Mostly, I also had a role transition or role change. Right now, I spend 60% of my time actually helping our Japanese customers adopting AI, adopting Claude, trying to. And then for the rest of my time, actually, I help out with internal research or internal product effort. Yeah, that's a bit about it. Yeah, that's a bit of myself. Yeah.
Okay, and welcome, Mr. Kim. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kansu Kim from Matsuo Institute. Let me briefly introduce myself and my company. ただちょっと日本語のは得意なので日本語でここからやらせていただきますが、この松尾研究所って会社結構面白くてですね、東大に松尾豊教授っていう AI の有名な研究者の方がいらっしゃって、で彼の信念としてやっぱりこう AI のようなイノベーティブな技術はしっかりこう社会に実装されてこそ価値があると。 でそういう気持ちで6年前ぐらいですかね、立ち上げた会社でして、そこから初期メンバーで私は入ってます。でさまざまな AI の、社会に実装するプロジェクトですね、それこそ生成 AI 以前からずっとやってきたという感じです。でちょうど生成 AI 立ち上がる少し前ぐらいにですね、多分これ生成 AI っていうものの流れが来るぞっていうのはですね、実はチャット GPT 出る前に分かっていたので、じゃあ生成 AI に特化したファンドをその松尾研究所の下に作ってしまえばいいんじゃないかっていうところで、それが先ほど紹介あった MK キャピタルの正体でして、この MK キャピタルとあと日本で今上場している AI 企業で一番大きなパーク社という会社があるんですけど、そのパーク社と松尾研究所で組んでベンチャーキャピタルをですね今運営しているというような感じですね。でそちらの方では日本だけじゃなくてアジア圏のスタートアップにも投資をしているという感じです。でもう一個特徴的なのはこの松尾研究所ですね、結構学生インターンいっぱいいまして、特に東大の学生が多いんですけれど、彼らがそこで育成されて、彼ら自身がまたそこからスピンアウトして起業するっていうこと自体も、サポートしているという感じです。で最近ユニコーンがですね一社そこから出てきたというところでも少し話題になっているという感じですね。はい、本日よろしくお願いします。
多分皆さんがお気づいたと思うんですけど、このセッションのメンバーがすごい豪華で、今日一面白いセッションになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。アストロビックからの吉田さんと、正雄研、今一番注目されている研究所と言われているところのキム先生が来ていらっしゃったので、いろいろと話していきたいなと思います。で私何者なのかっていうところを補足させていただきますと、アスキャピタルパーズナーっていうシードファンドをGP をやらせていただいているリー・ローセイと申します。私たち日本のシード期のスタートアップを投資をさせてもらっていて、直近まではいろんな AI のプロジェクトと、投資の試みをしているものの、なかなかその中の、いろんな日本の特化した日本の環境にフィットした形の AI の企業って何なのかみたいなテーマを掘っていて、そこを今日いろいろと皆さんとディスカッションしていければなと思っております。So I'm Luke from Astro Capital Partners. We are a seed venture capital in Japan. So today, I think all you guys here are right on the spot because I think this is going to be the most interesting session. Really feeling excited to talk about a lot of topics.
Yeah, sure. Because as you hear that we are actually a bilingual discussion. Actually, I think it's the only panel that we have today for bilingual. But it's great to start with the first question, probably passing to the Koki first, because Anthropic did quite success not only in the US but globally. And also, I just want to start with the first question: why Japan? Also, just if you can, to your extent, share a bit more about, how in your inside Anthropic is seeing Japan as a what kind of level of market do you think it is, and how is the AI adoption rate has been evolving these years, and what's your probably a basic strategies in entering the Japan market?
Okay, I guess I need to make something clear. Everything I say here is opinions on my own. I don't represent company, I guess. I can only give somewhat like company maybe influenced opinion. So I guess why Japan? I think it's somewhat like obvious to us in the sense that like Japan is still like the 4th largest GDP country on this planet. There are a lot of people, a lot of tech people that are using actually cloud code every day. I wouldn't mention any specific numbers, but that's mainly why Japan. I think in terms of how we see Japan as a market, I think there is a really high level of alignment with a lot of Japanese enterprises, because a lot of Japanese enterprises actually do value safety, do value adopting AI safely, which is something we as a company also values a lot as part of our mission. So yeah, there's like this, because like if you think about this, okay, cloud code is good today. Codex is catching up, anti-grav is catching up. Like a single feature difference wouldn't be our moat, right? Like you would need something deeper or stronger than that. I think that's where at least my view of where Anthropic shines the best, in the sense that we do also get chosen because of the vision alignment with our customers. Because like we as a company do think that AI is going to bring tremendous impact to every aspect of our life, not just how we live, also how we work, how we progress further on. But then we want, as a company, we do want to help like everyone to navigate this transition like as safely as peacefully as possible. Yeah, and then a lot of Japanese companies actually also take AI, view AI that way, and then that's sort of why I think we, you know, my shine or might get chosen and from time to time. Yeah.
Yeah, great. And also to Mr. King and Luke, probably I will ask a question from another angle, because you are all investors and definitely are not only just assessing the local markets, but also comparing the local markets to maybe China, maybe US, maybe rest of the world regarding of the adoption level. And so I just wonder, you know, in your view, how do you think like the stages or the depth of adoption in the Japan market right now, and either in the individual side, like how they are using different kind of code, chatbots or codecs or coding agents, or on the enterprise side, what motivates them to use or to adopt, and probably what kind of obstacles that you find to keep them from using it more deeper, keep them from using deeper. So probably start from Mr. King.
そうですね。ちょっと先ほどのなぜこう日本のマーケットが非常に魅力的に見えているかっていう話とも関連するんですけれど、悪く言っちゃえばですね、DX が進んでないってことだと思うんですよね。で、以前ちょっと古いデータなんですけど、GDP とDX が進んでない割合を掛け算してみたことがあるんですけど、そうすると日本の市場って結構ですね、 GDP で比べると結構アメリカと差があるんですけど、その掛け算をすると、意外と、4割とか5割ぐらいのですかね、市場があるっていう、計算もできると。でそういう意味で言うと、良くも悪くも DX がこれまで進んでなかったがゆえに、やっぱりこう AI が入っていくことによってよりこう、リープフロック的に効率化ないしは企業の体質が強くなるって、筋肉質になるってことができる余地があるっていうことがまず魅力的だと思ってるんですね。でそういった意味で一つ成功した企業が、先ほど松尾研究所からユニコーンも出たっていう話をさせていただきましたけど、こういった企業がどう伸びていったかっていうのを見るときに、やっぱりあんまりこうなんでしょうね、いっぱいすでにこう AI が使われてるとか DX されてるっていうような業界じゃないところにしっかり入っていって、でその業界全体をよりこう DX していくっていうやり方が割とハマってたなっていう印象を持っていて、でそういう類似のやり方のスタートアップなんかも結構最近出てきてるなっていうのが、日本のマーケットの少しこう面白い、得意な点かなという気はしています。はい、一旦そんな感じです。
ちょっとこの文脈日本に関連しているので日本語で補足させていただきますと、なんかベンチャーキャピタルからすると、結構それはランドスケープ数年前とはすごく変わってきたような気がしていて、3年前の日本のマーケット、本当に AI の応用アプリケーションって教育におけるケースがすごい多いなというふうに思ってるんですね。いわゆる大企業さんが AI を導入するためのAI のエデュケーションセッションをたくさんの企業に委託してやってもらっているのがほとんどのケースなんですけど、でも最近となってやっぱりその社内の大企業のいろんな社内のヒアリングしていくと、本当に開発がそのグラウドコードを全部その 70%、50% 移行してるみたいな話を本当にちらほら聞くのと、本当にその公式なインディケーターじゃないんだけども、僕らからするとこのクラウドコードをどうやって使うのっていうことを YouTube で拝見する確率が世の中との普及の確率とすごい比例してるなっていうふうに思っていて、本当に YouTube で最近すごいたくさんの方がクラウドコードをどう生かすのみたいな動画たくさん出しているので、それぐらい多分日本の社会でアダプトしてきてるのかなっていうふうに思います。
Do you want to translate a bit in English? And
Okay, sure. So since I'm standing at the position of an investor, I think where I saw the biggest difference between like 3 years ago and now is that so we talked to a lot of like corporates and companies before. When we try to sell or introduce some AI company to them, the only answer we got is, okay, your solution, your company seems very fancy and interesting, but we cannot use it right away. Could you please provide someone to us and educate okay, what is the best case that we can use it? And that's the most common stories that we've heard before. But recently, when we saw on when we talked to our LPs and our stakeholders, they're really using cloud code to build a real product to their clients or customers. And we saw there is a unofficial indicator in this market, and we think the rate of we can see YouTube that previewing the how to use cloud code or educate users how to play with the cloud code is the rate that equals how the society adopting the vibe coding things and the Gen AI applications. And recently we see there's so many interest in even like middle class, I mean the middle-sized companies, they're trying to use AI to automate their workflows and embed some service into that. So we see there's strong needs from the market, and we see this is super big potential to compare to other markets.
Yeah, right. So I think in the previous panels, we heard a lot about either localization or localizing their software and the business are kind of like more for the startups. So I also want to discuss a bit more about localization, because when either building a local large language model or for like Anthropic entering the Japan market, definitely you also need to do some kind of level of localization in order for the local markets or local people to use them fluently. And I just wonder, when you are entering the market or as a national large language model, what kind of localization things are the first few things you need to do in terms of maybe the language that one of our speakers just mentioned about in last panel, or some compliance or other measures in order for the local markets to get on board and use them quickly and get the aha moment. So I just wonder, maybe probably also from Koki as well, your view, some of the things you already done to make sure the local people use your models, use your products well.
Yeah, so I think I'm not aware of what the previous panelists mentioned, but to be honest, language I think is relatively speaking, I think is the more trivial part, in a sense that as long as you have the training data, you can make the model speak whatever language you want it to speak. Maybe sure, there are nuances that some people might notice or some might not. But specifically in Claude's case, we are more targeted at enterprise usages, and then that's sort of beyond just or not beyond, I guess. It's not just making you feel good about particular message. So in terms of localization, language is not something we heavily sort of focus ourselves in. But you did mention compliance is definitely one big aspect of it. Whatever we do, we want to like for example, if you're talking to banks gonna hand you a security check sheet with 200 questions, and then some might be already be built into how we build product, how we train model, but some are we haven't covered yet. Then we need to work to cover it. Or let's say if you're working with government, then that's a whole big another sort of set of issues we need to think about, like data residency or where do you actually run your inferences, etc. So compliance is definitely a big part. But then actually more than that, I think use cases is also a big factor to it. It's because different country has different strong suit in terms of the industries. I think Japan's biggest industries could be something like manufacturing. That's traditionally it's one of the stronger industry that Japan has. Entertainment is also another industry. Different industry, different enterprises, different companies have different use cases for the LLM and different expectations. And then that is something you need to actually build into your model, right? And that's sort of the localization that I think we sort of need to put more effort into, and we have been putting more effort into. Yeah, I think that's yeah, from my side.
Yeah, also for Mr. King and Luke, I think because you actually definitely you're talking to a lot of like local LLM companies or the startups on that. Maybe my question just switch to a slight different direction is that for the local LLM startup or companies, when they are building their models and even start to serve for the local customers or enterprises, how do you think they are positioning themselves in order to, win their customers against, those other language models? Or what do you think they are localizing or building some local moat around themselves in order to, win the deal or to win their customers? So either as an investor or your experiences, like conversations with those founders, yeah. So also probably start from Mr. King.
そうですね。日本の市場にいる身としてはちょっと悲しいことでもあるんですけど、やっぱり日本に根ざしたスタートアップがやっぱりこう LLM の開発競争に全くついていっていないっていうのが議論の出発点な気がしてまして、基本的にはちっちゃい規模の LLM を作るみたいのはあったんですけど、それに対してやっぱり精度が全くグローバルトップランナーに追いついて基本的にはいないと。でこれは実は内部でも作ったことがあるんですけど、例えばある領域業界に特化してデータを集めて、めちゃくちゃ頑張ってチューニングしましたと。でそれを結構なですね予算を使ってやってようやくある項目でちょっと勝てるぐらいのですね結果しか出せていないので、なのでそういう意味ではやっぱり今のローカルなマーケット、日本のマーケットで起きたことは基本的には海外のいいモデルっていうのをしっかりチューニングして、チューニングっていうのも基本的にはプロンプトレベルでチューニングして入れてあげるっていうことだったなと思ってます。で、ちょっとここはまた兆し変わってくる気もするんですけど、少なくともこの数年間はそういうマーケットの動きがずっとあって、でただ面白いなと思ったのはですね、AI を導入する側のスタートアップとかそういう企業たくさん勃興したと思ってるんですけど、やっぱ彼らだけだといいプロジェクトできてないなと思ってまして、ある事例を見たときにですね、やっぱりこのプロンプトでこういう指示をするっていうのはこの人の経験がなきゃ出てこないだろうと、その現場の人の意見ですね、彼らのところやっぱしっかり取り入れてあげて、現場に入れたっていうパターンがかなり成功したので、やっぱり AI できる人と現場の人の両方のタッグっていうのは結構鍵になるのかなっていう気がしてます。
I also want to echo with the point that pointed by Koki, that I think there's no difference between building like large language model services and solutions to the corporates in Japan with other SaaS companies. So the core is to understand what is the workflow in the large corporations, and just build some like optimization like solutions to them. So if you think about this, you're trying to sell something to large corps. They have no knowledge about like how to use the like Gen AI applications. They have to listen to a sales pitch, understand what they're building, and take it back, talk to his colleagues, and try to put all the things on their workflows and see, oh, okay, is there a fit or not? And then consider, okay, will we have a small scale POC first, or we're gonna do a market research and spend 3 months to pick up like one perfect solutions for one workflow line. So there's no difference of selling other SaaS tools. So the point is, if a company, even it's a local or it's a global company, they try to sell some like large solutions to large corps, you have to be very local. You have to listen to the clients very closely, and pay a lot of patience to understand the business culture here. Because basically, the business culture here in Japan is not like the U.S. They're not trying to win 100%. They want to ensure there is a very safe solutions for their clients' users. So they have to build a worksheet. They have to create a check sheet to prevent any risk factor that they can think about in advance. And at the same time, because of the Japanese business culture, they have an incentive to have the consensus inside. They tend to build a consensus inside of the company. Means if they want to use some like very advanced models, they have to educate their peers, their seniors and their juniors at the same time. So as a sales side, you have play a like consultant role to help everyone in this company to stay in the same page with you. So my basic point is, in Japan, there's no difference between, building like large language services locally or globally. Just follow the business like culture here.
Actually, it resonates me a lot with what I have seen in China as well, because after either the waves of ChatGPT or even the waves of OpenClaw, like every individual, every managers or the CEOs want to catch up with each trend or the wave, and then ask their employees to study quickly. But actually, there's still a large gap between what they really need and what they actually want to pay for. So that actually directs to my next question is regarding, well, I want to deep a bit more about, the gap, whether you have seen the similar gap in the Japan markets, is that regarding of the enterprise adoption, the actual adoption in different verticals that you have already been researching or having business with. So is there a similar gap between, what the clients, want, and what they actually pay for in terms of the the element, either solutions or applying the models or the chatbots, like what kind of gap you have seen in terms of the adoption, and what kind of maybe strategies or what kind of things you have done in order to close the gap, in order to actually make them to pay for your solution or your plans. And I just wonder if you can also share some shareable experiences, cases, and also maybe some advice to some startups that are trying to explore the enterprise market in Japan. So maybe also start from Koki.
I guess just to understand the question, you're asking about like what is the current gap in these enterprises adopting AI, and then how I'm closing these gaps, or how I'm helping closing these gaps. I think the biggest gap is still, like, I think as Kim mentioned a bit earlier, the DX ka, also like I think that also translates into AI literacy is not quite high yet. So what that means is that like it's like, okay, if you're just buying Claude for 10 people, your team, that doesn't, you don't need much buy-in. You just like cut like a ticket for like 10 people budget and you just buy it. But if you're rolling out to 5,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, that really not only requires bottom up push, but also top-down like command. So I think, but then the top-down command doesn't come without AI literacy, right? Like you need to have those people understand like what AI actually means, what AI could actually bring, how AI could impact your company, your industry as a whole. So I think that is the biggest gap I've seen so far. And then in terms of like shareable experiences, it's like I couldn't mention any names. But for example, I had to sit in with one of our potential clients for like entire day on site from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., trying to help them in their environment deploy agents. And then like as a POC, they haven't even signed a contract with us. But then we see them as like a reliable potential like partner. So like I basically spend the entire 12 hours there just to like work in their environment and then work as their one of their employees to help them understand in their context what AI could actually mean for them. And then I think eventually the outcome was that I forgot the exact numbers, but then I helped them solve a problem which could have taken them like 7 years, just all converted, calculated in terms of like a single person month or something. Like I think I helped them convert a pipeline. It's like an old ETL pipeline, which could have taken them more than 7 years or something, like some number of years to convert, down to like help them like manage that like under a week. With like I just help them introduce the process, and they just need to apply it to like other ETL pipelines as well. Things like that. That's only one story. Other stories could be like I'm talking to like shikoyakuin and then trying to demo to them and try to like actually make them understand like from the gut feeling, oh, this is actually amazing. This could actually be useful. Instead of just looking at some numbers saying, oh, you know, introducing cloud code, help them efficient, make like their team more like 50% more efficient. What does that mean? Like you have to sort of put that in their context, right? So yeah, those are things that I've done so far.
結構面白い問いだなと思ってまして、まあ同じくらいのティアっていうんですかね、同じくらいの規模とか知名度の同じ業界内の会社でも結構ですね、やっぱり AI の導入度少しずつ差が出てきてる気もしていて、でそれはどうして出てるかっていうと、やっぱトップ CEO とか、あるいは CDO とか、あるいは最近だと CAIO とかもちょっと出てきてますけど、そういう人がどれぐらい本気で取り組んでるかってことなんですね。でそうするとやっぱり予算がつくので、それをもとにしっかりこう AI やっていこうっていう姿勢が出てる企業にまず当たれるかで、当たった上で、あとは先ほどコウキさんおっしゃったことほぼ一緒だと思うんですけど、やっぱり彼らの持ってる KPI みたいなところにちゃんとヒットするようなソリューションを一緒に作ってあげれるかっていうところが多分入り口だと思うんですよね。でそのなんか流れみたいのがもちろん分かりやすく予算がついてるみたいな業界あったりするんですけど、なんかちょっとずつこう移り変わっているような気もしていて、なんだかんだ日本の大手企業っていうのは大体なんだかんだ AI も始めてるとは思ってるんですけど、それがもうちょっとじゃあ次の市場でもうちょっとちっちゃい企業とか中小企業にも多分広がっていくって今そんなフェーズになってるんじゃないかなって思うので、なんかそのこう波が起きてるところみたいなところにちゃんとその都度こう乗っていくっていうことが多分すごい大事なんじゃないかなっていう気がします。
ちょっとキムさんのお話にちょっとエコーさせてもらいたいなと思ってるんですけど、なんか日本のマーケットって特に 2B のマーケット、僕一投資家からすると結構そのクエストに近いのかなと思っていて、いわゆるそのトップダウンで入るんだけども、でも実際売ってみたらなんか階層ごとにちょっとクエストをクリアしなきゃいけないみたいなあると思うんですけど、そうすると、トップダウンのこの切り口はいいんだとしても、やっぱりファンダー側としてもちゃんと一個ずつそれぞれ違うのレイヤーのこう利害関係を理解しながら取り込まなければいけないっていうのを、最初からそのマインドセットでいかなくちゃいけないんだと思っていて、そうするとなんかアドバイスっていうか、なんかこういうふうにやった方がいいですよっていう話でいうと、割とその成功法以外にこのマーケットによりいいなんか戦い方はないんだなと思って、その成功法でいうとやっぱりちゃんとその相手の会社の経営者に自分のプロダクト好きになってもらって、でさらにその会社の中のいろんなレイヤーの人たちの考え方を理解して、でさらにその人たちの現場の教育を含めてケアしてあげる必要があるかなと思ってます。日本のこのマーケット長く居続けると結構やっぱりこういう AI のこの新規のプロダクトを導入するときに、最初皆さんこう顔合わせしながらなんかどうなのかなみたいなちょっと待つ時間が一定程度あるんだけど、でもどっかのそのクリフとポイントをちょっとその乗り越えたら一気に進むみたいなのがあって、僕前職 Z ベンチャーキャピタルというファンドにいたんですけど、やっぱりペイペイの成長を見てすごいそうだなと思っていて、2018、9あたりは QR コード絶対日本では入らないみたいな話あったんですけど、多分ユーザー数でいうと600、700万人ぐらいいたんですけど、でもコロナが来てその3年間で急に3000万人来て、今だともう6000万人ぐらいみたいな来て、もはや誰もが QR コード日本に流行らないみたいな議論をしないみたいなちょっとおかしな状況が起きてるんですけど、多分ジェネラティブ AI もそんなことになっていくんだなと思いました。
Yeah, I think I kind of get what you just said based on the transcript because it was quite clear. So you just mentioned a lot about the people the people who are actually put a lot of efforts to, popularize the AI, to enhance their adoptions. So I want to switch a bit to the topic about the talents, because behind a larger language model, I believe the core power is about talent. Also, it's a part of the infrastructure. Definitely, the power plant, the inference, the cloud, and the people running on it, the talents on the research. So these are the some core parts of a successful LM company or the startup. So I just wonder, because I think Koki, you definitely have a great view angle from the US side, because you worked Meta before and you bring Anthropic to Japan. And as an investor of you, that you definitely compare the talents in between Japan or even China or the US, because talents actually flow globally as well. So I just wonder, from the people side, of the talent side, like what's some of the advantage that you find in Japan markets, but also, what are some current disadvantage, or, kind of on this side, the Japan markets trying to catch up with. So I believe as an investor and as a, a people implementing or entering the market, you definitely have different views regarding, your understanding about the talents in Japan. So probably also start from Koki.
Okay. I think, because like I have limited view in the sense that like the talents we hire here are for markets here. Like I think mostly our researchers are still like US based. We do have some researchers that like they haven't relocated, but then they sort of just work out of here. But then they're still like US hired or London hired. So in that sense, I haven't met quite a number of like researchers from Japan.
But what kind of like standard do you ask for the local hires?
What kind of standard? So yeah, I was gonna transition into like, so that sort of like, sure, yeah, I can talk about the standard, but then also that translates a bit into like the gap that I'm still seeing. I think we currently are still a small office. We do hire. We hire aggressively, but we are hiring like domain expertise. Like if you're sales, you have been selling for a number of years. If you're an engineer, you've been an engineer for a number of years, and you do understand whatever you have been doing like very deeply. And then so that means like you need to have a strong expertise, and also you need to be able to communicate. Like you do sales, because like this is still a sales office. Like even my time as an engineer, I spend like 60% of the time actually talking to customers and helping customers work. And then that's communication is a big factor, and also like English is something that I've not imagined to be like this high of a this big of hurdle before coming back, especially like as I thought. This is very my honest opinion. I thought technical people, because a lot of the technical things are actually written in English, they have to understand, they have to read English documentations on a daily basis. So I thought at least they would have some basic fluency. But turns out even for people that we talk to that have been working in foreign companies foreign companies offices here for a number of years, they I don't want to say, like, I guess we haven't been really successful in hiring them either. So yeah, I think English is something that I've seen that comes up like quite a number of times so far. So yeah, I think that's the current gap. Yeah, I'm still seeing. But sorry, yeah, I do have one thing to add. I think even though like I haven't met quite a number of researchers yet, but in terms of engineers, I've had opportunities to meet like quite a number of folks after I moved back here, and I genuinely think they are quite strong. Like, okay, putting English aside for a second, I think technical-wise, they're actually really strong. One of the strongest I've seen even after a number of years working at Silicon Valley. So yeah, I think Japan definitely has the talent. Maybe we haven't had the opportunity or fortune to meet them quite yet. So yeah, I guess if any of you guys are interested, please apply.
So let me jump into the conversation. I think this is exactly the point as an investor what we feel this year. So I think the right question is, do we have enough talent in this pool, in this market? So my honest answer is, even we have very high quality researchers, developers in this market, but because each layer of this society, they need so many developers to deliver the products, means there's a super huge gap between the supply and the demand. So every startup in every big companies we're talking to, they're suffering of hiring. So they're paying a lot of money to the agent to hire the people directly or through some introductions. So that brings a very bizarre result that the only AI recruiting company is making money in this market. But it's the truth. I think if Anthropic can hire more people and you can bring out some like Anthropic mafia in this market, and then they can educate more like young people to do AI things from day one, maybe that's going to be changed. But as an early stage investor, we do think the talent problem is about the number. We need to encourage more young talent to do like not computer science things, but more like AI related research or some personal projects in the future. And that might change the market landscape.
大変非常にアグリーでして、なんか日本の今の人口ピラミッドを考えると、よく壺型とかって言いますけど、若者とかも減ってますと。でも意思決定層とか会社の偉い人ってのは基本40代から60代ぐらいに固まってるとなると、こういう人が基本的に AI やりたいって言ったらもう若い世代に発注する構造になってるんですよね。で若い世代が少なくて、特にAI やってるような人ってほとんどいないから、ここの人は多分全員 AI やった方がめちゃくちゃ得をするっていうなんかボーナスタイムな気がするんですよね。なのでそこを逆手に取るんだったら、日本の若者たち、特に20代30代の人はみんななるべく AI 側に寄せた方が本当はいいんだろうなって常々思ってますし、結構そういう教育とかコンテンツは会社とか大学の方でいろいろ提供してるっていう感じですね。でもそれでもやっぱりまだまだ足りない。なんでちょっと最近思ってるのはむしろやっぱり日本に限らずアジア圏とかもいっぱい優秀な人いるので、そういった人とかももっと AI を学ぶような教育コンテンツが広がっていって、で多分ですね、コンテンツは本当は英語のものってあるんですけれど、結局そのさっきの英語の問題なのか、それともちょっとそういう講義ってオンラインだけだとやる気がどうしても出ないみたいな問題あると思うんですけど、なんかそういった理由で結構離脱しちゃってる人多いなと思ってて、そこになんか一石投じられたら結構そのアジア圏全体のAI リテラシーというかパワーみたいなのが上がってくんじゃないかなって期待してます。
Maybe Anthropic and Muscle can co-found an AI university in Japan. Having a 500 students every year.
Or training like training camp for the university students, right? Yeah. So maybe the last question coming to is coming maybe a opening debate, but I think it's debating everywhere else in no matter USA in China. It's like few years from now, would you think I want to hear more about each of your thoughts about the landscape about LLMs in the local markets. Definitely in Japan, there's gonna be like different closed source models, international models, and open source models gonna be a very saturated market, and even different applications is built on by their own choice, or there's gonna be more, centralized like national models because they have probably more data trained, or even like voice model, they have more voice from the local the center or local resources. So how do you think of the LLM markets or landscapes few years in Japan, especially considering we have a lot of like local maybe compliance restrictions or probably data protections, because I think it's actually also debating everywhere else in different countries. But I would like still want to hear your views as investors and as well as people, as the international companies. Yeah, but as your personal view, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So just LLM, right? Yeah. Basically, you're asking how the LLM model landscape is going to develop in Japan. Yeah. Open source, closed source, local LLM. my views are my own, and then I have quite biased view towards this question. Essentially, I think that first of all, it takes tremendous effort, tremendous resources to train the frontier model that we're seeing right now. And then, like actually talking to customers, there are some customers that actually train their in-house model from scratch. They don't fine-tune, they actually train from scratch, which means they have maybe some people that understand what LLM is, or what it takes to build, maybe not large language model, but SL, small language model, yeah, right? So maybe they have the expertise, but then that's definitely not frontier because it's SLM, right? And then even if they have the expertise, where do you get the compute? Where like, I think training one of these models actually literally burns you through X number of dollars, which I don't want to mention X, but then it's a tremendous amount, which I don't think is feasible on any current, at least from my experience, from like how the budgeting, like how much budget that these Japanese companies are allocating for these kind of projects. So, and also like if you look at open source models, how many of these open source models actually are trained from scratch without distillation? That's actually, again, I think I'm biased because I'm from Anthropic. Anthropic did publish open criticism against Chinese open models, which I'm not like it's true, otherwise we wouldn't publish it. So like, and then how many of these open source models actually are trained without distillation? And like with distillation, how far can you go? Can you actually be better than closed source models? How much better? Are you only better because after distilled, you actually like grounded your post training in a specific domain for a very significant amount of time. And then looking at these open source models, companies' revenue numbers, how much of their revenue actually can support, like further developing these kind of models, or like maybe even try to divert some of these like budget to maybe training something from scratch. So like yeah, I think all in all, what I'm trying to say is that like there will, I think in future frontier models at least, maybe there will be like very good domain specific models. Frontier models are going to be like be provided by some of these number of closed source model provider companies. Maybe Anthropic will be one, maybe it will be not. Like because like in the past we have also seen Meta fall out of the frontier, the first tier of companies, right? I'm not saying we'll be where we are right now indefinitely, because we need to pour our heart and soul in maintaining this position. So yeah, again, my views are my own. I don't represent Anthropic on these kind of matters. I'm only here because I'm friends of Luke. So please take it with a grain of salt. Yeah.
そうですね。この質問結構難しいんですけど、ちょっと長い時間軸で考えると、いつかやっぱりオープンなモデルというか、多分ローカルに LLM 乗ってくることが増えると思っていて、で例えるなら我々がこうなんでしょうね、普段 PC とか使ってる時もクラウドに全部保存するわけじゃないじゃないですか。ローカルでちゃっと作業してローカルで置いてるものもあって、でもちゃんと保存するためにクラウドにも上げてるっていうふうに考えると、現場で処理すべきような簡単な問いとかは、例えばスマホに載ったとか、もしかしたらスマートグラスみたいに載った LLM が処理して、でそれで処理できない問題をフロンティアモデルに投げる。でフロンティアモデルが答え返して解決してくれるって感じで、多分2段構成みたいになっていくんじゃないかなっていう気が私は個人的には思ってるんですね。で多分それが一番最終的なコスト対効果の ROI が高いところってなるんで、そこに落ち着くまで世の中進んでいくんじゃないかなってビュー持ってます。でただじゃあ本当にコンパクトなモデルがスマホに乗るとかローカルの PC に乗るとこまでいくには結構技術的なブレイクスルーがいろいろ必要なはずで、それが LLM 側もあればもしかしたら計算機側もあるっていうことなので、ちょっと時間軸は長いんじゃないかなっていう気はしてるんですけど、最終的にはそういうなんかコストエフェクティブに最もこうパフォーマンスが出るっていう形態に行き着くんじゃないかなっていう気がしてますね。
So I do have kind of like thought on this question. Is so first of all, I really don't recommend the local companies to build a new like frontier model anymore, because if you want to participate in the game, you have to participate early, and this isn't definitely the right timing to participate into it. So the smart way to compete with the global companies is just used like the model fits in your use case and the things you were trying to solve, the problem you're trying to solve for your clients or customers. And we think that might sound a bit of nasty from a early stage investor these days. I still think like rappers, the large language model rappers also deliver values. So the right question is, even we're building like some wrapper applications of Anthropic or OpenAI, but if we can deliver some value earlier than Anthropic or OpenAI, still your clients and customers will pay you, and as long as you are running fast enough, you can escape from this risk cycle and raise the money, gain the resource to help you to survive in the next compete cycle. So the mindset comes to survive mode, because any business, any software business in this era, you cannot say any mode to your investors or your customers, because you don't know what kind of layers companies will replicate your model, replicate your product, and just do the exact same as you are doing. So the only way to survive is just run as fast as you can. So don't just believe in yourself too much. I think conviction is less valuable than less decade. But the things value more than that is how hard you want to survive, how deep you can talk to your clients and customers, and the bravery to pivot ruthlessly, even though everyone is criticizing. It's not a wise decision, but you have to survive. So that's a tiny opinion from my side.
Sorry, all right. I think time is also up for us, and thank you so much for the cookie, Mr. King and Luke. Let's just give applause to our three guests today.
Thank you, everyone.
Do not quote Anthropic online. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. There's another kind of reminder. You may check the photo link on the Luma, on the Way2AGI. You can subscribe to Way2AGI and check the photo link of this event. So from business to content, and maybe the most visible AI transformation happening right now, film has always been where technology and storytelling collide. AI is not just changing production, it's changing what stories get told and who gets to tell them. Jin from TapNow is in the middle of this, along with some friends who are not on the schedule but should be on the stage. Let's give the time to Jin.
ありがとうございました。ビジネスからコンテンツにわたり、映画は常にテクノロジーとストーリーテリングがぶつかる場所でした。AI は制作を変えるだけでなく、誰が何かを語るまで語ります。その改革の最中にいるタップナウのジンさんにお話を伺います。よろしくお願いいたします。
はい、テスです。こんにちは。私タップナウのジンと申します。現株式会社スムージースタジオのジンと申します。よろしくお願いします。ちょっと軽くこちらの今回ですね、ご招待できた4名のクリエイターさん、ちょっとそれぞれ自己紹介の方していただきたいなと思いますので、お願いします。
はい、私ノブと申します。動画生成 AI の入門書を執筆しております。動画生成 AI のクリエイターの一人となります。よろしくお願いします。
ルーシーと申します。私は普段 AI 音楽と AI 動画を使ってミュージックビデオを主に作っております。よろしくお願いします。
ライムライトと申します。私は普段AI の動画を作っていたりしていて、今4月からBTO パソコンを作ってサイコム所属の AI クリエイターとして活動しております。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
テックと申します。自分も生成 AI を使って動画を作っているクリエイターになります。主にクレイアニメ風とかストップモーション風の作品を、ストーリーのあるものですね、作ったりして、活動しています。よろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。実はですね、ほとんどの方もそうですけども、自分も踏まえてですね、ステージに上がるのは本当に初めてなので、もう正直この上がる前の5分前でもう皆さん話してね、もうどうしよう、こんなに人数多いとは、もともと本当に10人20人しかいないんじゃないかなっていうふうにちょっと思ってたんですけど、もう今手汗やばいです。はい。で今回ですね、その AI モデルの話とかプロンプトの話とかそういうの話はしないので、どっちかというとですね、その話だと、SNS ね、皆さん見ていただいたら結構出てくるんじゃないかなというふうに思いますので、本日ですね、せっかく4人のクリエイターさんですね、本当にX 上でも結構人気な、言ったら皆さんご存知ぐらいの X のねプロクリエイターなので、ここですね、時間を借りてですね、この素敵な場で皆さんね、実際 AI の現場で AI を使って動画を生成するときに、そのあった面白い話とかね、AI ってここまだまだ全然ダメじゃないみたいな、そういう話も聞けたらいいかなというふうに思いますので、ではよろしくお願いします。はい。では今回ですね、ちょっと僕の方ではいくつの質問をちょっと用意したんですけれども、最初からちょっと自分的に一番したい質問をさっきさせてもらいたいなと思います。自分でも映像の方を AI で作ってるので、今の AI だと、日本の AI ね、AI を使って映像制作の中で今後映画の方とか長編動画とかにですね、ちょっとずつは取り込んでいきたいなっていうふうに思っている会社さんも結構いらっしゃると思うんですよね。ただし今の AI 映像制作には多分やってる方はご存知だと思うんですけど、結構 AI 映像の中で破綻する部分が結構あるじゃないですか。変な指が急にエイリアンみたいに3本になったりとか、ね、そういう感じになったりことは結構あるので、その中で AI 映像を制作している中でその破綻の部分に対して今のクリエイターさんたちですね、コンテストをやっている時とか動画制作の中でどう受け入れているのか、どこまで許容範囲しているのか、ちょっと聞かせていただきたいなと思います。はい。ではもしよかったら誰かノブさんとかもちょっとお願いします。
はい、そうですね、破綻ですけど、それで破綻するっていうのは元の計画があって、でそこからずれてるから破綻だと思うんですよね。なので、出てきた結果が良かったら、むしろそれを生かす、破綻を生かすような動画にしてしまった方がいいんだろうなと思ってます。
なるほど。ってことは、別にそこまで本来の計画内で出てこなかった計画しなかった部分に対しても、そのような破綻があったとしても、取り入れていくっていう感じですね。
そうですね。
なるほどなるほど。ルシさんはどうですか？
そうですね、私も制作しているものとしては、アーティスト活動的なものなのでクライアントワークではないので、クライアントワークだとまたちょっと話が変わってくると思うんですけど、その自分の好きな世界観を作るっていう意味で、その破綻が面白ければ使うし、
まあ本当にぐちゃぐちゃな使い物にならなかったら生成し直すっていうシンプルな話ですかね。それであって私が例えばあまり得意じゃないのアクションとかそういうところはもうできる人に頼んじゃってコラボさせてもらうとか。そんな感じでなんか AI だけじゃなくて人も利用するみたいな言い方は悪いですけど、はい、お願いしてやってもらった方が結果かっこいいものが作れるんだったらそれでいいんじゃないかなみたいなところはあったりするので、なんか仕事でも例えば AI を同じ AI を使う人でもこういうのが得意ああいうの得意って結構違ってくると思うんですけど、そこはもうなんかお互いに力を合わせて作っていけばいいんじゃないかなみたいな。
なるほど。
はい。旗の話とはちょっとずれちゃうんですけど、はい、そんな感じですかね。
でもルーシーさんの場合結構ミュージックビデオとか作ったりするとか話あったんですけど、その中で結構その破綻という言い方あれなんですけど、AI のあるあるね、味の部分でもですね、結構アーティスト的な感じでは残してほしい人も結構いるみたいですね、今 SNS 上ではね。
なんか結局綺麗すぎると逆に違和感があったりとかもする時もありますし、なんか破綻してるのが今だけの面白みみたいなところもありますし、
なんか最近の動画生成ではすごく綺麗な感じで生成できてしまう、あれもともとちょっと前まではこれを生成する時で変な感じになるので、ちょっと懐かしいみたいな感じで
そうですよね。
言ってるかもしれないんですけど、
ウィル・スミスのパスタ食べる動画とか
そうですね、
今はもう逆に作れないみたいな、それがちょっとね今だからできる破綻が面白いみたいなところはあるのかな。
なるほどね、その成長過程の中で今は今で、
そうです、今できる表現なのかもしれないなっていうところはあるかもしれません。
なるほど、ライムさんどうですか？
そうですね、なんかやっぱりルシさんの話でも出てましたけど、なんかそういうやっぱ AI のAI 言うと時代がまだね 2,3 年しかないんですけど、ものすごいスピードでやっぱり進化していっているので、なんかこうなんて言うんだろうな、破綻があるのも今のうちというかなんか、僕とか結構その今となってはちょっと懐かしいなと思うのが、そのナノバナナ以前のなんか謎日本語みたいのって、めちゃくちゃかっこよかったと思うんですよ僕。でも今逆に出せなくなっちゃったんで、ちょっとなんて言うんだろうな、あとは逆に最近入りのシーダンスがちょっとたまに出て、逆にちょっと僕嬉しい気持ちになるっていうか、シーダンスまだ出るんだみたいな、この謎の日本語出てくるんだみたいなところもあったりして、なんかそのなんだ技術とやっぱり表現って、特に映像だとちょっと切っても切り離せないものだったりするので、なんかそこはもちろんクライアントワークとかそのお客さんが求めてるものとかとは違うんですけど、表現として使うのであればなんかクリエイターはむしろ味方につけた方がいいんじゃないかなというふうに僕は思ってます。
なるほど、ライムさんの場合結構いろんなコンテストとか参加して受賞してる中で、今すでに受賞している作品の中でも結構その破綻の部分も結構入ったりしてます？
結構僕は逆に結構徹底的に排除してるんですけどとはいえでも全部排除しちゃったらじゃあ実写で撮ればいいんじゃないって話、僕結構実写系が多いんですけど、実写で撮ればいいんじゃないって話になっちゃうと思うんですよ。でもそれでもなんかいつもそこ葛藤するんですよね。これは確かに面白かったけどでも僕がいつも考えるのは、そこの破綻を生かすか生かさないかは観客が見たときにそれがストーリーの邪魔になってるかどうか、その破綻が目について、これ確かに僕個人としては AI 好きだからこの破綻の仕方は面白いって思ったかもしれないけど、急に観客が見たらギョッとするかもしれない、でそういうものは全部排除します。でも例えば、僕WAI で作った作品だと死神が出てくるシーンがあって、なんかこうタイムラプスみたいな感じでブワーってこう人が動くみたいのがあって、でこれ結構ちょっと AI 的な表現で面白いなと思って入れたんですけど、よく見ると全然破綻してるんですが、勢いがあって、でむしろそれはなんていうの、ある種こう主人公がしたから異世界的になんか不気味に思ってほしいから、破綻していることはむしろ正解というか、夢みたいな世界なんで、そういう時は逆に生かしたりとかっていう風になんですかね、使い分けると、むしろ面白い表現ができるんじゃないかなっていう風に思ってます。
なるほど、わかりました。ありがとうございます。テックさんどうですか？なんか思うこと。
そうですね、大体まあ皆さんの言ってる通りだなと思うんですけど、僕の場合、ストーリーものがほとんどメインなんで、作っていくときに、当然変なのは出てきたりするんですけど、それが没入感に影響するかどうか、でそれが没入感に影響するんだったら徹底的に排除します。
なるほど。
で、最終的にその自分が伝えたいストーリーに対して特に違和感がなければ、できるだけ排除はしてますけど、没入感に、影響するところは消してるという形ですね。だから、当然そのクライアントワークとかそのあたりになってくると当然そこは許されないところなんで徹底的にノイズとして排除しなきゃと思うんですけど、そうですね、特に僕が作ってるものだと、ある意味ファンタジーではあるので、その辺はちょっと実写とはまた違うのかなとは思いますね。
なるほど。クリエイターの中ではなんていうんですかね、やっぱり僕たち今毎日ね AI を使ってですね動画作っている中で、最初から、ね、映像触れたことない人も結構いると思うんですよね中で。でその中で初めて AI を使ってでその中で作ったものをやっと映像を編集することにつながってる、いわゆる最初からプロじゃない人がほとんどだと思うんですよね。結構最初からプロじゃない方の方がこそAI のことの方が受け入れやすいっていう、ね、傾向は、あるんじゃないかなと思うんですけどね、あんまりにもちょっとねプロの目線でいくとどこまで通用できるかっていうのをね、もちろん出てくると思うんですけど、クリエイターの部分としてはね、時代とともに新しい AI も絶対進化していく中で今だけあるかもしれないですね。でもう少しちょっと話したいのが、先ほどちょっとコンテストの話を出てきたと思うんですけど、今のプロセスで、もちろんコンテストの話だけじゃなくて、SNS に投稿する動画とか、短編動画っていうと、1分とか3分動画とかあるんですけど、どれぐらいの時間いつもかかってるんですか皆さんは。
僕この間ちなみに日韓共催の映画祭で10分のやつ、作品作らなきゃいけないと言われた時に2月の初めに言われて、20日ぐらいまでに作らなきゃいけなくて、そこはトータルそうですね、多分構成から何から考えたら多分50時間から80時間ぐらい多分10分作るのにかかりましたかね。
結構ね皆さんね今プロンプト一つだけで映像を作れるよっていうね、皆さんよくね1日ちょっとだけ時間かかったらもうこれぐらいのすごい作品を作れますよっていうのよくあるので、実際プロのクリエイターさんたちね、作っている時にどれぐらい時間かかってるかなっていうふうにねちょっと思ってまして、ノブさんどうですか？
そうですね、いや全然記憶にないんですよね。
記憶ない
なんか結構時間かかる時とかかんない時があって、かかる時ってその AI でどうと適合性の高いキャラクターのデザインとかアートのスタイルとか、要するにそういったなんでしょうね、探索的な行為っていうのが非常に時間かかってる。だからそれは表現したいものとかあるいはテーマによってそこが変わってきてしまうんで、もうすでに答えが分かっているものを作るときは本当に早いです。それこそ1分2分だったら1日とか2日で終わってしまうんですけど、さっき言った探索的なものが入ってくると急に時間かかっちゃって2分とかでも、2週間とまではいかないですけどやっぱ1週間ちょっとかかっちゃうみたいな時はありますね。
なるほどね、やっぱりねなんか今聞いた感じではやっぱり AI 使ってもその1分作るだけでも結構時間かかるというイメージがね、皆さんがよく言う本当にこれだけで5分で作りましたよっていうのは、もちろんあるんですけれども、どこまで通用できるかっていうね、皆さん使う場合にもよってですね、検証としまして SNS ね上げたりすることは全然あるんですけど、実際コンテストとして仕事として使うとやはり時間かかるっていうイメージが強いんですね。はい、なるほど、ありがとうございます。ライムさんなんかどうですか？時間的に一番時間かかるところはどこになります？
でも一番時間かかるのは、やっぱり僕はシナリオかなと思っていて、
最初の脚本のところとか
やっぱり、でもシナリオも結局書き直しながら作っていくというか、なんか SNS に投稿するやつだとシナリオっていうよりかはなんかそのプロンプトだったりその設計をなんか 思いつきでやったやつをとりあえずやって、でその中で良かったものをつなげるとかでも全然成立するというか、その今の生成 AI だと結構こう特に C ダンスとか使ったらなんつうんだろうな、ある程度こう断続的なものでとりあえず15秒とか30秒だったらまあ全然作れちゃうんですけど、まあ、僕がやってるのってどっちかというとそのストーリーを語るためにじゃあどうやって作るかみたいなところなんでってなってくると、なんていうんですかね、まあ、時間っていうかあんまり一人では作っているが、まあ、あんまり映画制作とプロセスとしてはそこまで変わらないんで、それもあって結局結構時間がかかってますね。 WAFF の10分の作品とか普通に多分時間で言うとどんぐらいだろう、まあ、僕その時は仕事しながらだったんで、脚本は多分1ヶ月ぐらいかけて書いて、まあ、その仕事終わってからちょっとずつだったんで、自分で書いて、でそこから生成自体は3週間くらいでしたかね、3週間くらいでやったんですけど、最後本当に残り、提出まで5日前の段階で10分じゃない、最終的には、エンドロール抜くと7分40秒ぐらいですけど、3分しかできてなかったんですよ、残り5日で。で、これ全然間に合わないなと思って仕事休みましたね、1日、みたいな感じだったりもするんで、そうですね、だからやっぱり結構なんだろう、作ったものに対してこうシナリオをもともとプランはあるんですけど、やっぱそれもそれ通りにやろうとすると結構難しいんで、ある程度そこもなんか柔軟にやっていくっていうのが結構大事なのかなとは思いますね。そうしないと本当になんか終わらないなっていう
でもあれですよね、やっぱり毎日やってるから、いざっていう時はなんとかなるっていう、そういう心強いなどっかの部分があるっていう。
そうですね。でもそれで言うとなんかあれですかね、なんか夏休みの宿題いつやるかみたいな感じなのかなと。僕8月31日から手つけるタイプなんで、8月31日からやり始めるタイプなんで、最終的には間に合うんですけど、心身ともに疲弊するので、そろそろやめなきゃなと思ったんですけど。
なるほど、わかりました。ありがとうございます。ルシさんの場合だとミュージックビデオの方がメインでやってると思うんですけど、さっきミュージックビデオの動画とかですけど、先ほどワークショップで来ていただいた方もいらっしゃると思うんですが、AI でですね、いろんなそういったツール、本当により普段使おうとしても結構時間かけて作らないといけない、そういうモーションの部分もあると思うんですけど、その部分があったからこそ多分もしかしてね、時間の短縮できました。他に結構時間かかったりとか部分とかあります？動画作るときに。
私は結構画像修正に時間をかけてるかなと思います。動画を生成する前の画像をどう加工するかみたいな、生成しただけの画像だと私は結構個人的にはパンチが足りないことがあったりとかするので、そこで加工してそこから生成みたいな、その加工に時間をかけているかもしれないです。なんかちょっと破綻しているところはそれこそ直したりとか、手書きで直したりとか。
なるほど、結構僕たちどっちかと言いますと作ってる動画の中で、先ほどライムさんね、テックさんも言ったみたいにシナリオがあって、動画を作っていくって感じなんですけど、ミュージックビデオだと、結構なんか超独特の世界観があって、モーションのところも結構多くて、その時のシナリオとかそういうの考えたりするとかは。
一応世界観テーマっていうのはもう最初に決まってて、歌詞とかもそうですけど、こういう世界観で作りたいっていうものがあって、それに合うような絵を自分で探すというか模索していって、ミッドジャーニーとか使って作っていって、で最終的に作るっていう感じですね。
なるほど、そういうことですね。わかりました。ありがとうございます。はい。ではですね、ちょっと次ざっくりの質問ではあるんですけど、今すごい本当に今年入ってからですね、AI のモデルもたくさん出てきて、急成長っていう感じで、ここまでシダンス使ったらここまでできるっていう、そういう驚きも結構今ニュースになってると思うんですけど、もう今すでにここまでのレベルに来てるので、これから半年後、日本でね AI 動画制作において半年後1年後のその AI 動画の部分に関して どう変わってると思いますか？なんかそういう自分的には毎日やってるのでおそらくこういう感じになるんじゃないかなっていうもうおそらく頭の中にね想像はしてると思うんですけど、どうですかノブさん。
そうですね、半年後ぐらいだと、でも今、ちょうどバイトダンスが出した C ダンス2によって、モデルが安定したと思ってるんですね。でそうなってくるとだから動画生成 AI の、エージェントによる制御が非常に発展するだろうなと思ってます。でそうするとより長尺で安定した動画、それこそ、コマーシャルとか15秒30秒なんて今でももう作れるんですけど、ショートドラマとかを、何でしょう、その TikTok とか YouTube のアナリティクスの動態をベースにして改善した脚本を書いて、それを即座に動画で生成して作品投入してってやって、ファンとかオーディエンスとよりつながりやすくなるみたいな世界は、今年中にやってくるのかなとは思ってますね。
なるほど。どうですかライムさん。
そうですね。で僕もやっぱりエージェントは圧倒的に多分今後進化するかなっていうところと、なんか僕らが多分やってる時って多分今モデルの進化で、じゃあ C ダンすごいとかなんかこう毎回やってるんですけど、これももうちょっと一回落ち着くんじゃないかと思っていて、っていうのも多分これからこれからもし始める人たちは多分エージェントを通してそもそも多分モデルを触るんで、それが何のモデルが動いてるのかっていうもう意識しなくても作れる風になるんじゃないかなと思うので、ってなってくると多分気にしなきゃいけないのはなんか作業的な部分よりも、結局脚本だったりとか、じゃあどう構成するかとかっていうところになんかとか、例えば出てきたものに対してでもなんか悪くはないけど、じゃあもっと良くするためにはどうしたらいいのかを考えるだったりとか、なんかそういうところに多分シフトチェンジしていくんじゃないかなとちょっと思ってはいますね。
なるほど、なるほど。AI エージェントで、確かに最近エージェント化されてる、モデルって言いますか、いろいろね、ちょっと今世に出てるモデルが結構ね増えてきてると思いますね。もう僕たち今プロンプトで考えて映像化することがね、これからも AI に任して最初から最後まで全部一貫化として、ね、できた動画を勝手に編集してもらって、ね、投稿までやってくれるっていう、ね、おそらく今後本当に先ほどもおっしゃったようにエージェントの方はね活性化していくんじゃないかなと思います。はい、わかりました。テックさん、なんか思うこととかありますか？
そうですね、やっぱり、エージェント、今年の初めからですね、エージェントっていうのが出始めて、で各社いろんなとこ出してきてますけど、そこのところがどこまでいけるのかなっていうのはもう半年後正直全然想像つかないですけど、ただ多分こっちが思ってる以上の進化は間違いなくあるだろうなと思いますし、でそこでこうみんな今アンチグラビティとか自動化の方が入ってきて、そこもかなり進んでくるでしょうし、そうなった時に本当に脚本とかそういったその作家性とかいう部分がどういうふうに残るのかなっていうのを思いますね。もうそこさえも AI が、補完してくるような世の中になったら、このクリエイターと呼ばれる我々はどういうふうな立場を取ればいいのかなっていうのは常に思ってますね。
なるほど、なるほど。わかりました。結構ね、最近、僕たちのそのつながりといいますか、もちろんその X 上のそのクリエイターたちの間のつながりももちろんあるんだと思うんですけども、今後何かその目標といいますか、そのグループでもしくは何かの特別活動とか、AI を日本で盛り上げていきたいなっていう計画とかありますかね、ライムさんとか。
そうですね、僕の場合はちょっと二軸でやってるんですけども、4月からサイコムっていう、PC 会社の方に所属になっているので、そのサイコム自体がもともと最近e スポーツを、もうちょっと活性化しようと e スポーツチームがあったりとかしていて、だからそことの連携もあるので、なんか地方自治体だったりとか、教育機関だったりとか、あとは障害者支援だったりっていうところで、単純にその動画生成を何ですかね、だからその今まで技術的にやっぱりそういう仕事をするのが難しかった人に教えだったりとか、ちょっとやっぱり 間口を広げるっていうところもやっぱりやっていきたいっていうのがまあ一つあって、でもう一つは、モザイクっていうちょっと X 見てる方知ってるかもしれないですけど、セイルさん、ジェネルさんっていう結構AI クリエイターの中結構有名な方と組んで3人でやってるチームなんですけど、最近ちょっとイコさんっていう人も入ったんですが、そういうちょっとなんですかね、この今の生成 AI クリエイターと呼ばれるなんですか、その会話の中で個人クリエイターでこうやっている人たちの、こうなんですかね、省流みたいな部分がやっぱりこう、僕はもともと映像をやってた人間で、モザイクのチーム自体も立ち上げのそのジェネさんとセイさんは映像を何かしらやってた人たちなんですけど、結構出自は全然違って、でそんな中で、やっぱり、これまでの映像制作のあり方ってやっぱりちょっとその AI が入ったことによってやっぱり全く違う世界になるから、今までの省流とかワークフローの中に入れない方がいいんじゃないかっていうのをちょっと考えてて、だからこそそのどっちも分かってるこの3人で、新しいこう、流れを作れないかっていうのをちょっと今画策しているところでございます。
なるほど、楽しみですね。今も最近結構ね、ディスコードでね、ライブの方もやってて、結構皆さんが多分ね、本当のそのクリエイターさんたちが今日本で活躍されているクリエイターさんたちの本当の話ね、実際現に皆さんもご存知のようにプロなので、もうすごく影響力があって、それこそね、本当にこれからの日本の AI 業界はもっとね盛り上げていくんじゃないかなというふうに僕も思っています。はい。で今回ですね、我々ちょっとタップナウのところでもねつながりがあって、タップナウの AI ツールを使ってですね、いろいろそういったクリエイティブの動画とか作ったり中で、今後ちょっとタップナウさんとですね、面白い企画とかいろいろやっていきたいなというふうに思ってまして、もちろんそのオンライン上だけじゃなくてオフのところもね、皆さんと直接ワークショップの方もね組んでいきたらなというふうに思ってます。はい。で先ほどちょっとねテックさんとも話したんですけれどもね、タップナウの中でチームっていうね機能がありまして、チームが何かと言いますと、基本的にほとんどの AI ツールが、全部じゃないんですよ。今も結構取り組んでいるプラットフォームもあると思うんですけど、個人用で1人だけで操作するような AI じゃなくて、会社さんとしてチームとして複数、人で例えば3人ぐらい4人ぐらいでね一緒にそのツールを使って何かを作っていくようなシステムが入ってます。はい。例えば会社さんのアカウントで、1万の、クレジットですね、いわゆるクレジット皆さんが使っているトークンみたいな感じで社員の方に、1人、A さんに1000クレジット B さんに1000クレジット C さんに1000クレジットのような感じで振り割って、皆さんはその1000クレジットの中でその決まったフォルダの中の生成をやっていけるような感じで、すごくいい機会だなというふうに僕が思ってて、今の会社でもAI 映像制作でもこういう感じで作業していくんですけど、じゃあこれからタップナウを使ってこの機能でもっと面白くできないかなというふうにちょっと思ってたら、先ほどちょっとテックさんと話してて、これからライブで例えば、皆さんね有名なプロのクリエイターさんたちが主催してライブをやって、そこから、3人もしくは5人ぐらいの客を誘って一緒にこれから2時間の AI 映像を作る試合とかコンテストをやりますみたいな。でその時はタップナウのねそのチーム機能を発揮できるんじゃないかなというふうに思いますね。参加者に1人ずつ、例えば2時間で動画を作ってほしい、1人5000クレジットだけ与えます、こういう感じの企画をできたらいいかなというふうにちょっと勝手ながらタップナウとちょっとねこれから作っていけたらいいかなと思うんですけど、何かアイデア的にこれについて思うこととかありますか、ライムさん。
はい、そうですね、ちょっとハッカソン的な感じなのかなと思いますけど、時間制限で、チーム編成でやるっていうのはいいというか、結構タップナウ自体がやっぱり僕はなんかやっぱノードベース、結構ポスプロの業界だとフレームとかダヴィンチとかノードベースなんですけど、ノードベース何がいいかっていうと、レイヤーベースよりもやっぱりこう可視化 されているんで、フローが見やすい、代わりに線がめっちゃいっぱいできるんで増えすぎると大変なのは結局一緒なんですけど、とはいえやっぱりある程度こうフローが見えるので、なんですかね、そのお互いにどのくらい今何を作ってるのかが把握しやすいはあると思うので、なんかその中でこうなんですかね、チームで振り分けていくのは面白いかなと思いますね。だからどうだろうな、だからその用意ドンで一緒に回すとしたらどうだろう、なんかシーン分けなのか、なんかその分けるルールは決めといた方がいいのかなと、なんかそうですね、どう分けるかを決めてないと多分なんかこう後でいわゆる編集マンが大変だなっていう感じはしますねっていう感じですかね。はい。
なるほどね。どうですか、ノブさん、なんかアイデアとか。
そうですね、ノードベースなので、過去の作業の経歴が見やすいわけですよね。ってことは、良いドン、チーム組んで4人で一気に走るんじゃなくて、駅伝みたいに1人が最初のシーンで、その2人目はその直前まで最初何やるか分かんない状態で、バトンを渡されて、でそこからクリエイティブなアイデアを出して次のシーン作ってっていうような、ちょっと結果はめちゃくちゃになるかもしれないですけど、でもめちゃくちゃになるっていう前提なんで結構やりやすいかなと思うんですよね。
なるほどなるほど。
なんかそういうのは面白いんじゃないかなってちょっと思いましたね。
なるほど。結構新しいその結構皆さんライブでいろいろその AI ツールの紹介とかねやっている方も結構いらっしゃると思うので、このような企画ですね、何人ぐらいか参加してですね、審査員じゃないんですけど皆さん一緒に参加している人たちも見れて、勉強しながらですね AI 制作できるんじゃないかなというふうに、思います。ありがとうございます。はい、ちょっと最後の質問なんですけれども、ちょっと先ほどちょっと被る可能性があるんですけど、今の日本のその AI 映像制作においてですね、現時点今でいいです、はい、今の AI 映像制作の現時点のそのなんていうんですかね、発揮できている部分、このレベルはもう仕事として使えるかどうかちょっとお聞きしたいなというふうに思ってます。はい、ルシさんどうですか。
そうですね、私は本職がデザイナーなので、デザインの面でもうすでに業務で使用しているという面がありまして、映像ではなくて画像の方になってしまうんですけど、もうそれはもうプロの現場でも使われているし、それにかなうクオリティを出してくるジェミニとかなので、もう本当にこれはあとは動かすだけみたいなところがありますから、本当さっきの破綻を排除していけばもう全然普通に使えるし、あとリボビタンでの広告もあれ AI で結構話題になりましたよね。あれも全然違和感なくて、言われなきゃ気づかないもうレベルになってるんじゃないかなっていうふうにはもうすでに思いますけど、はい。
なるほど。もうどんどんね皆さんも取り組んでいて、許されるっていうよりはもう受け入れていくっていう感じでね、ちょっとずつありますよね。テックさんどうですか。
自分はもともと全然映像の関係ではなかったんであれなんですけど、もうインフラの一部 AI 時代インフラの一部になってると思ってるんで、であと映像に関してももう結構公言してないだけでもういろんなところで使われてると思ってますし、だからなんていうんですかね、もういつの間にかもう全部入れ替わってたねぐらいなところになっていく今過程で、あるのかなとは思いますね。そのうち全然意識もしなくなるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。
なるほど、わかりました。ありがとうございます。はい、ありがとうございます。ではそろそろ時間の方にはなってきましたので、はい、今日はね本当にこの貴重な時間をいただきましてありがとうございます。はい、すいません、ありがとうございました。皆さんありがとうございます。
はい、皆さんもうそろそろ始まりますので今しばらくお待ちください。 外にもたくさんスペースがありますので、ぜひご交流の際にはご活用ください。よろしくお願いします。我们先介绍你。哦，我先介绍你。张老师。先介绍吧。对对对。你刚刚有说过让他们出去吗？你刚刚有说过让他们出去吗？你刚刚有说过让这些。我说过了，但是他们没。
Hello everyone, please be seated. Hello everyone in the venue, please be seated. Our next session will start quickly. So from content to infrastructure, and a company that has been pushing multimodality further than almost anyone else, Cherry from Minimax is going to walk us through where they are taking this next. Welcome, Cherry.
はい、タップナウの皆さんありがとうございました。コンテンツからインフラストラクチャーへマルチモーダリティの最前線を走る、ミニマックスのチャーリーさんに次の発表をさせていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
So hello everyone. My name is Cherry. Konnichiwa. And it's very honored to have the chance to introduce Minimax here. So Minimax, we are one of the largest LLM company globally, and we are also the first IPO that is LLM company who went publicly globally. So currently we are on the Hong Kong market stock market, and our market value, the stock value, I think it's more than probably $50 billion currently. And for us, Minimax, we are not only working on the agentic.
That's a wrap. Now it's your turn. Have fun.
So Open Room is a very innovative project, and we've just released it several weeks ago, and it's totally open sourced. You can search Open Room on GitHub, and you can download all the code here. And inside Open Room, it's one of the open world that everything inside this room, everything you have seen, everything you can interact, are all generated by our model. For example, all this website you have seen are actually generated by our LLM, by our agentic model, which is Minimax M2.7. And for all the image, all the video, and all the sound and music you see in this project are all generated by Minimax, our self-developed models. So inside this project, every user, every individual consumer can actually interact with this virtual character via simple natural language. And this means each user can add any way that they want to interact with this AI virtual character. For example, in this video, we have shown some use cases. For example, if you want this virtual character to change the wallpaper of your computer, of your laptop, you can just send this simple natural language query into this website, and our coding and agentic model will generate all the UI and generate all the user face, all the functions, all the live demos you've seen, which means these AI virtual character who are living inside this room can do any kind of interaction with you, with the user in real time. And also if you want the AI virtual character, for example, to release a tweet on Twitter, you can actually just input this query, and our agentic encoding model will handle this, and it will link to the Twitter in the real world. So the character can actually, create a website, create a UI face by the coding model, and the virtual character can finish this Twitter interaction inside this room. So this is a real open world. Like any kind of interaction, any action that you want the AI virtual characters to do can now be easily added to this open room. So this is one of the innovative projects we've just released, but this is actually based on our accumulation on Talkie. I'm not sure like how many of you have heard about Talkie before, but Talkie is actually one of the largest AI companion and AI roleplay applications globally. And so it's totally by Minimax. So every model behind Talkie are self-developed by Minimax ourselves. So inside Talkie, actually every user can create their own AI characters, and you can chat with these AI characters via audio or text. And for these characters, they can do some action or gesture movements. So these are generated by our video model. And in these demo, you can even do some voice chat with the characters, and you can also let the characters sing a song for you. So actually, according to A16Z, Talkie is one of the largest mobile generative AI applications globally. And now we are open the models behind Talkie to every partners and every clients all over the world, which means the LLM behind Talkie and the TTS, speech generation, video generation, image generation behind Talkie, actually we are all providing the same models via our API open platform. So that is Minimax. We are not someone who are making these consumer applications, but we are also one of the largest model company who are providing model tokens via API. That is how we provide these model intelligence and these AI content generation capabilities via our 2B API open platform. So on top of our product application layer, we actually have Talkie, an AI roleplay and companion application, but we also have Minimax agent. So that is a productivity general agent application, quite similar to Cloud Cowork or like ChatGPT agent. And we also have Hailuo AI. Hailuo is one of the largest video generation platform globally. So we all have like website version and also mobile application version for every individual user to use. And we also have Minimax Audio, that is one of the audio generation, speech generation, and music generation platform. And behind all these applications are our self-developed models. So we have agentic and coding models, Minimax M2.7, and we also have our Hailuo 2.3 video generation model and our speech and music generation model. I will elaborate on them later. And currently, we're one of the largest token, we would say like token exporters globally. That is, we are sending these model intelligence via tokens. And currently, we are quite globalized. Actually, we have more than 70% of our revenue are coming from global market. And we already have users and client partners across 200 different countries and regions. And for our models, I think we currently have more than 100,000 enterprise clients globally. And I think we are one of the large players who can, make the speech generation model, video generation model, as well as music generation model to a world-leading level at the same time. So this is our speech generation model with the latest version, which is Speech 2.8. Could you please play this video?
Mission confirmed. Minimax online.
We've taken AI-generated speech to a whole new level across languages. Pacing, emphasis, tone. It doesn't just speak, it expresses.
Ooh, shiny. Can I touch it? Just for a second? Please, please, please?
Come closer. I promise. I only bite when asked.
And beyond English, it supports 40 languages with consistent quality ready for global content. Voice style replication? On another level. Just upload a sample. We'll match the tone, rhythm, and emotion.
Yo, I'm a YouTuber. You've heard me 1,000 times, but now, here's what I sound like when AI borrows my drawl.
Hola, sí, esa es mi voz original. Now listen. Same voice, new language, same attitude.
I've always wanted to tell stories in my own voice. Now I can with Minimax.
Accents, age, emotion. It handles them all with precision. So try Minimax Audio today and hear what's possible.
Yeah, so our TTS model is actually one of the most leading speech generation model currently in the world. And we support over 40 different languages and also more than 90 different dialects totally. And also very native Japanese and also like, for example, Cantonese, Korean language, all these multi-language.
俺を誰だと思ってやがる。これが現実だ。これが人間だ。駆逐してやる。この世から一匹残らず。僕が間違っているんじゃない。間違っているのはこの世界だ。行きたい。私を一緒に海へ連れてって。死者は生者よりも多くの花を受け取る。後悔は感謝よりも強いから。ふざけるな。その程度の努力で何が変わると思っているんだ。
안녕하세요. 만나서 정말 반가워요. 저는 미니맥스의 친절한 상담원입니다. 혹시 저희 미니맥스의 스피치라고 들어보셨나요? 이게 요즘 정말 핫하거든요. 뭐랄까 그냥 평범한 TTS 음성 합성라고 생각하시면 안 돼요. 그 있잖아요. 왜 보통 기계가 읽어주는 목소리는 딱딱하고 감정도 없어서 금방 질리기도 하잖아요. 근데 저희 미니맥스 스피치는 완전 초현실적이거든요.
Hello, こちらはミニマックスでございます。
Could you please raise the
スピーチの天
volume?
地声合成サービスの早期アクセス予約が確定いたしました。ご連
Sorry,
絡先は
the
電
volume
話
is a little bit low.
090-1234-567メール API@minimax.com でお間違いありませんでしょうか。本日は2026年1月21日水曜日でございます。
Hey, it's me. How are ya? I hope you're having an awesome day. We actually had a bit of a crazy launch day yesterday, but I'm just recovered and ready to roll. You're listening to this and probably thinking I'm just chatting into a microphone, right? But here's the twist. I'm actually not human. I am the new Speech 2.8 model from Minimax. Crazy, right? If you listen closely, you can hear how I handle the pacing, the little breaths, and even that casual vibe. Have a great day.
Yeah, so these are all demos that our speech generation model quickly produced in Japanese, in Korean, and also in English. So we actually updated and released a new model very often. Like every 2 or 3 weeks, we will update a new model. So now it's Speech 2.8, but I think very soon we will have our new Speech 3.0. And for our speech model, it's one of the model with the highest cost efficiency in the world. So the price would only be like 10% of the competitors of the TTS models in the US. However, the quality are the same, are on par with the world-leading models. So it's one of the top choice for voice agent or for the AI call center service because we have a very real-time low latency that is, less than 250 milliseconds. And also, in our speech model, it's also great choice for AI companion or like AI animation on AI video or like AI characters because we are adding a very special sound tags inside this model, which means you can just put in your natural language query to have your model like add smile, laugh, trunk, or this emotional tag when it generates speech from text. So our model can understand these emotional tags very well and integrate into the final speech generation. Please help play this video.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for.
Yeah, so we also have a flagship video generation model called Hailuo. So Hailuo AI is one of the most popular video generation platform globally. We actually have over millions of users in Japan. So if you are searching Hailuo AI on Twitter or like on Instagram and on YouTube, you will actually see a lot of Japanese creators who are posting their works around Hailuo AI. For example, on AI animation or AI short films. And now we are having Hailuo 2.3, but I think very soon we will release the next big version of Hailuo. That is Hailuo 03. So Hailuo 03 will be a very big update. We will extend the length of each video to a very new level compared to the industry. And also we will integrate video generation, speech generation, and also music generation together into one model in Hailuo 03. So coming very soon, please stay tuned with Hailuo 03. Hailuo is also widely adopted and be reported by Japanese TV and a lot of Japanese creators. So, in Japanese style AI animation, Hailuo also have a very strong performance and capability. Please help play this video also. Sorry, the last one, yeah.
노이즈 가라키는 소리 새누가 히토츠 대 세계에 도세지다 바꿔이긴 거답지다
So this is just one of the work that is done by a college student by using Hailuo video model, but definitely you can find a lot of similar works if you searching Hailuo AI on Twitter or Instagram or like YouTube. Yeah, so just to mention, all the music you've heard inside this video are all generated by our Minimax music model. So we also have a music model which is on par with Suno V5, but the price would only be like 1/3 of Suno. So please help play this video.
Ideas running through my head. Every sound close, not there yet. Humming low, pacing slow, missing one thing I don't know. One click. Oh my love, the room is white. I can see the light. Ideas running through my head. Bass goes low, locks the night. Every layer finds its place, yeah. I don't need the noise, I don't need the crowd. Just the pulse of the earth and the shadow on the floor, so beautiful. Oh, it's a feeling so warm and low. Everything is
Yeah, sorry for the time's reason, I have to move fast. Yeah, but I have to add one more thing. I think last but most importantly, we also have a very famous LLM that is a coding and agentic model called M2.7. M2.7 is one of the models that is widely adopted by OpenCloud. So OpenCloud's founder, Peter, he has been using our Minimax M2.7 since January this year. And if you are searching his tweets, you can actually he posts a lot of tweets about Minimax's model. And he's saying that it's one of the best open source model he's ever used. The cost would be only 5% of OpenAI and Anthropic, but it can really be a best substitute or like alternative. When you are doing a lot of coding execution, you can actually use Minimax M2.7 to do all the execution work, but let the OpenAI and Anthropic's model to do the more complex planning or restructuring steps. So this combination will give you the fast speed as our model's speed. The TPS, token per second, would be like 3 times higher than OpenAI and Anthropic's model. And also, this will save the 90% of the total costs of your agentic task, because our model actually are only 10% of the price of the US models. And not only M2.7, I think just yesterday, OpenCloud's founder also posted tweets and saying he's actually integrate Minimax's video generation model as well as speech generation model as the default choices inside OpenCloud. So, which means currently in OpenCloud, every user can call Minimax's LLM as well as the multimodal models through the default choices. And our model is currently one of the best model for OpenCloud, as we have some strength training data sets across these OpenCloud agentic tasks. So besides Anthropic GPT, I think Minimax 2.7 is actually global number 4 as the best model for OpenCloud similar products. And currently in China, I think large internet giants like Tencent, like ByteDance, they are releasing their own OpenCloud products, and a lot of the foundation model are actually provided by our Minimax M2.7. So, by combining all these, we can actually have a lot of different variation of solutions across different use cases by combining all these agentic model as well as the multimodal models together. For example, like the AI companion or like AI native agent employee. Actually, Minimax, we have been widely used AI native agent employee inside our company. Take myself as an example. Actually, I have, I think, around 10 different AI agents working for me in parallel every day. So each of them have their own different role and their own different scale and their different expertise. So we are definitely also helping a large enterprise to do this kind of AI native employee transformation, we can use Minimax's on practice internally as one of the best use case to help these large clients to put these open cloud or AI native employee into ground. So if your company have any interest in integrating coding or like agentic model or like open cloud similar products inside your company, we are also very happy and open to a discussion. And we have a poster outside this whole room. So if you have any more introduction, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherry, for bringing multimodality at the infrastructure level. And next, let's apply it. Beyond text, it is in the title, and it is the whole point. Creative work was never just about words. When AI starts handling music, sound, vision, and cross-media workflows, the entire production chain restructures. Next, we welcome 4 experts who live at different points of the chain. Let's hear all of 4 perspectives. Let's welcome Luke from S Capital, Joe from S Studio, Cherry again from Minimax, and Maddie from 11 Labs.
Test.
Hi again. I'm Luke from Master Capital Partners. Good to see you here. Since I think it's the last 2 panels here today, I want to shift the panel into more like relaxed and open discussion today. And since everyone here is building something on entertainment and very creative works, so I hope this panel will share you some like joy today. So why don't we start from self-introduction from Sherry?
So my name is Cherry. I've been working at Minimax since its founding. So I've been VP of Strategy and Marketing before, and now I'm leading the global business, regional markets, especially Japan, Korea at Minimax.
Hey everybody, my name is Joe. I'm the founder and CEO of ACE. We are using AI to reinvent how people create and listen to music. So we're building an AI native music platform. And our first product is called ACE Studio. It's a professional workstation built with a native AI. And right now there's Hollywood top tier creators and Grammy winners are using our ACE Studio to make professional music. It's good to see you all.
Hi everyone, my name is Maddie Shimura. I work at 11 Labs where I'm the head of the Chroma Awards, which is the world's largest AI film, music video, and games competition, trying to bring together all of the different foundational models, like Hilo is one of our sponsors and supporters, from them to aggregators to really unite the creator community. And then on the 11 Labs side, I run our different film and TV initiatives, so deals across Hollywood, and with different film festivals where we kind of showcase not only our image and video aggregation, but also voice models, music, and sound effects.
But just before kicking off the conversation, so just for the confirmation, you are not competitors here, right?
We're slight competitors with Minimax, yeah.
At which level? Could you please articulate it?
I think I'm more of down the chain. I'm like the client of both of them. I'm utilizing their model to build our own platform and our own product.
Yeah, I think we are like both competitors, but also partners across many different value chains. Like Maddie just mentioned, we are also collaborating in a lot of events and all the campaigns in video generation area.
And I think that's a fallacy too with the industry, right? Where there's so much anti-AI sentiment where if we're a divided front, right, if we're always tearing each other down when we've not yet reached mainstream adoption, you know, my perspective is that, and that's why we run the competition, is because we want to show that we can be a unified force where we're not the crab in the bucket pulling each other down whenever anyone gets, you know, a little bit of a lead. I think that only sets us back as an industry. But if we're able to show that we're a unified front, I think that's going to speed up mainstream adoption. And the quicker that happens, the better it is for all of our businesses. And when we get to that point, you know, then we can figure out who's king of the hill. But up until then, I think we should try to be more collaborative, because it's only going to set us back in the long run.
Great, great. It sounds like it's going to be a very peaceful and warm panel today. So as a seed stage venture capital, here's a topic like kept bumping our mind is since AI is make every kind of development getting cheaper and execution easier, it sounds like there's no moat on building products anymore. And somehow we think maybe taste and how the founders see this world in a more interesting or beautiful way will finally differentiate themselves. So my first question will come from this angle. Like, do you feel taste will finally be the final moat for the founders or the builders at this era, or do you have any hypothesis think, okay, actually using your models or product, they can still like build something different?
From the creator perspective, for the boots on the ground filmmakers, I think that taste and also traditional filmmaking skills, not even knowing how to use the AI tools, is really the differentiator. The people who know how to edit, know how to screenwrite, and they have that eye, which oftentimes takes years or decades to develop. You know, anyone can watch 40 or 80 hours of YouTube tutorials and be, you know, close to, if not as good as some of the top AI creators. But it takes a lot of time from watching and learning from films and where we came from, and I don't think that we should forget that. So to build a moat as a creator, I think you should think about the foundational skills that you want to be implementing no matter what foundational model or aggregator you're going to use, because those are going to change. And then from the company perspective, I think community is really one of the biggest moats that you can have, where creators are fickle. They're going to choose whatever's the cheapest, most powerful flavor of the month. But the way you keep them coming back is through you know, having good customer support, being able to really have that trust and relationship with the creators.
How about you, Joe?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, like every era-defining technology, when it first come, it feels like it replaced, you know, some execution work and level up the execution into something like taste related or like aesthetic related. But from my point of view, it's just like you're leveling up the granularity of like the decision making. First, for example, in music scope, first of all, at first you decide which note you choose for the, you know, the next phase of your music. But right now you decide like what is the description of the next paragraph. That's a level up of granularity. It just happens all the way, like always like this. So it doesn't matter like which generation of technology just will replace, you know, the executor into tastemaker. It's always leveling up. People always get to focus much more on the aesthetic part instead of the execution part. Right now, it's still not the end. You know, you still need to, you know, for the users using they use the AI music model. They still need to decide. Here, I want to have a hip hop vocal in the front, which is very clear. You still have to say a lot of things about like musical words. But maybe in the future, you can just describe your mood, your vibe and your personal story. Hey, I really, really love this girl. I want to make a song for her. And then the agent can really get to know like your mind, read your mind, and make the music for you. So it's another, bridge. There's still distance, from your real taste to like execution. We're just leveling up that distance, that granularity, or bridging that gap. So there's no difference.
Interesting. But actually, I have a follow-on question. So I like the way you put it in this. But what if AI model can actually, in the end, generate something with the taste from human lens? Do you think still like human work will create value? And I know your recent like model and products actually make a full automation solution to the professional users, and as long as I upload a video, they will generate a whole like stream of the sound to the users. I just feel even I am not a professional music maker. I can just like by one click do something professional, and just like pure my feeling is it sounds like musicians' work will hugely be decreased by this level. So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think in general, if you're talking about the musicians right now, it will be decreased for sure. But who is the musicians in the future? The definition of musicians might be changed. Actually, that's quite interesting. Let me answer your question by asking you another question. Can AI create rock and roll music? Immediately you will answer, yes, it can, right? You just put the prompt, rock and roll music, give me a rock and roll music, and Minimax 2.5, and Suno can generate 11 Labs music, can generate a rock and roll music for you like, in seconds, right? But the real question is, can AI invent rock and roll before rock and roll came? Like, because AI learned from like two things, right? One is existing data, and the other one is human feedback. But before rock and roll, there isn't existing data. So you don't have existing data to learn. The human feedback is very noisy at first. If you see that like Beatles and other like, early stage rock and roll band, when they first came, they're so condemned by the society. So, but why still there's humans can, invent this era-defining kind of genre to, somehow change the world? Because human is good explorers, and exploration is something missing in today's paradigm of machine learning or of AI. So without human, you can't, explore from we call it the local minimum, local minimum to the global minimum. You don't. There isn't any. AI cannot carry that, take that into global minimum. That's what I'm saying, and this is like one thing that why we believe that for those content creative scope, there's always a place for human.
Interesting, thank you. Let me just shift this question a little bit to Sherry, because I know you came from the business background. So do you think the taste will actually matter for the revenue model in the end? You can share like from a like practice level, some creators using your Minimax recent model to like make a big fortune, or what's their like basic examples you've seen in your like experience?
Yeah, of course. Like one of the projects I've showed at the beginning, the Minimax Open Room, actually this innovative project are done by one of the, one of our product manager, but actually she's not a professional product manager before, and she's also like a professional creator or professional engineer, but she just vibe coding and vibe videoing all this open room project by herself, like totally use all these new models and new AI tools nowadays. So I think in the long run, definitely we will see more cases like this. People with taste or people with initiative, with idea in some certain field will be more, dominant in the market as the AI tools are becoming more and more easy to use. So now, actually, current inside Minimax, we are, using more and more people who's not from professional product management background to let them, work as product manager and using all these AI model and AI tools to unlock their taste and unlock their creativeness. And also, for I think the creator of the Open Room project. This is not only project that done by her. She also has several amateur projects. He just posted on Twits, on Bilibili, and on all the social platforms. And one of them are actually built huge revenue, daily revenue, to her, because the user are actually paying real subscription to the tools that she's vibe coding and vibe videoing. So this is actually are more far exceed her imagination and far exceed our expectation. But we actually see a lot of the case like that. But for taste and creativeness, actually it's something that has a very wide definition. So I do believe everyone here actually can find one of the specific area that you have your own taste. For example, for her, it's probably like Open Room or like AI virtual character. For me, probably it's something related to coffee. I don't know, but I think in the long run, finally everyone would finally find one of the sweet spot. Or area that you have your own expertise or your own taste. But in the short run, the short period, I think there's still a lot to catch up when you are adopting a new model. The speed that each user are unlocking the new capabilities of the new models, of the new product, new agentic harness. There's still a lot of difference here. So in the short run, I think people are competing not only taste but also the way that one learn very fast to adopt or to unlock the capabilities of a new harness or of a new model.
Interesting. So can we double click into this question? So I hear a bunch of keywords such as new users, new workflows. So my simple question first is, so during all the use cases you see, what kind of new users are using Minimax model the most? And have you ever seen any kind of new workflow help them to generate meaningful revenue to themselves? Because eventually, I think if the revenue come from this AI videos cannot flourish the creator themselves, they will just stop somewhere, and in the end, it will not benefit Minimax model as well. So just want to know, do you see any innovation in the workflow, or just?
Yeah, I would say I think in the past 1 year or half a year, we actually see I think hundreds of innovative new workflow, like in AI video generation and also in AI music generation. We've seen a lot of studios or AI creative team. They actually just define their own workflow by combining all these existing models and tools together. And in each category, they have their own way to combining all this workflow. For example, for AI advertising video, for example, AI branding video, AI e-commerce video, or like AI short drama, AI animation, because they have different quality requirement and they have different original workflow. So we definitely see hundreds of combinations here. And we also have a lot of professional high-level worker. We like creators, sorry. We've already seen them create revenue or generated revenue last year to a very huge amount of revenue level. And I think I would say the average revenue per person, the number here is quite, we have a very large variance here. Yeah, we have seen studio, who can generate revenue like per minute, the video per minute, the revenue or the price could be like, I think 10K USD dollars or even more, yeah. But we also see someone who are doing, workflow or revenue stream with a much lower profit margin. But I think that this market in China currently are very vibrant, and we have a lot of cases for the creators who are actually making a huge amount of money already. Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, and speaking to some of that marketplace element, for 11 Labs, we work directly with the voice actors, where everything is approved, they've given their permissions, and so for certain use cases, whether it's audiobooks, whether it's text-to-speech voiceover, people using the platform can select these voices that are uploaded by the creators themselves, who have cloned their voices, and I think so far we've given out 11 million USD in payouts for that, and then we've started to do that for our music marketplace too. So those who are using our music model, which is fully licensed data, it's all commercial safe, so there are no kind of issues about IP scraping. We're doing a similar kind of sales incentive so that for people who use their songs, they get a kind of revenue share for using that. So we're hoping that just launched a couple days ago.
Joe, do you have anything to
Yeah, actually, we are doing the same thing in music world with 11 Labs. We are sharing our revenue with our vocalists behind every vocal models. And also, speaking of the interesting new workflows, we were saying there's like a small town music teacher who has like several students, and the teacher teach them to create music with AI. And one of the students ended up making almost $500,000 US dollars per year with the music made or generated by AI. But actually, the credit by this like 18 years old kid. Can you imagine that this 18-year-old kid, when he came back to his home and talked to his mom, hey mom, you remember that the class you just booked for me, and this is $500,000 I made from that class just by learning from making music by AI. That's quite different right now.
I think you're bringing a really great topic. It's about IP and copyright. So since 11 Lab and AC Studio is working with the artists very closely, I'm just simply curious about like how the conversation goes. Are the artists very pro to like AI products, or are they showing afraidness, or are they considering but trying to see the market temperature? If someone having the big names are using your product and they're going to use, like, what's the real conversations happening?
Yeah, actually the feeling is quite mixed. At the beginning, like everybody is condemning AI. Everybody hate AI. There's so much hatred in AI music, but secretly you will find out that someone is starting to use AI for their music workflows. They don't say it, but they use it anyway. And right now we are seeing that the top tier creators and the basic people, they are the ones who embrace AI so much. But the people in the middle, they hate AI so much because they work for like the commercial music, and they work for the music which is very generic and very executive, but there's no spirit behind it. But for the top tiers, they're not afraid of being replaced. They always can find something original in their work, And for the bottom people, for the basic people, they're so happy because they got the chance to make music. But for the people in the middle, still it's really, really hard to win their trust because of AI. Or on the opposite, they were completely shift into embracing AI and building new workflows to replace other people in the traditional scopes, in the traditional world. So you will see that the AI shorts or AI short drama studio, they built the completely automatic workflow with OpenClaw, with workflow AI tools, with the foundation models like Minimax model or 11 Labs model, and they build this automatic pipeline to, manufacture AI content, like 100 new dramas per day, and test them online on TikTok, on Douyin. Like that's kind of people that will destroy the middle people in the traditional world who doesn't want to change.
Yeah, this is very interesting because we actually talked a lot with a lot of the global IP holders, and the real case is that actually their working level team or like their internal team are using these models like image generation, video generation, speech generation a lot or like quite frequently inside their daily workflow because they want to lower the cost and also improve the their workflow efficiency internally. But they would prefer like not telling this to the industry or telling the IP fans, because every IP has their own fans, and their fans would love to see probably the IP stick to their original style, taste, instead of using AI to create new work to facing the fans. So most of the company will tell us that they are very happy to use all these tools internally, but they will not do advertisement or like co-marketing or branding to let the industry or their fans know it. But they definitely see this as one of the most important efficiency tool to help them improve their workflow. And also, I think we are also meeting with some very innovative IP holders. So this require a very strong CEO or C-child levels willingness to doing an AI native initiative. For example, like one of the largest gaming company in China, actually, I think they are more hesitant to like adopting AI in the past 2 years, but things are becoming quite different starting from this year, like starting from the Spring Festival this year. So they are reaching us like actively and saying that they want to changing their workflow totally, like from end to end, by integrating our video generation, speech generation, and image generation model. So I think they are one of the first mover inside their industry, and it's from the CEO's level, he wants to become the first mover in AI native area. So we are very happy to see some of these cases, and we think this is a great starting point for a very long-term trend that is definitely, we would say 100% would happen.
But since all of you, I know that you have the business footprint in Japan. So what is reality here? Because when we mentioned the clients and IP holders, do you feel like working with the local creators and companies, are they showing more like conservative attitude to AI, or actually they're using your models or product secretly by not telling anyone?
So we work pretty openly and closely with TBS and with NTT Docomo. And part of it is, I think that the industry adoption in Japan and also in the West, people are much more open-minded when it comes to, proving the legacy of being able to show that you are working with the rights holder. So one case study I want to mention is our iconic voice marketplace, where we work with Hollywood celebrities. So Michael Caine, who is a famous actor from the UK, Judy Garland, who was the voice of, from Wizard of the Oz, Sir Laurence Olivier, Burt Reynolds, even Einstein. We've worked with a lot of the estates, and part of it is being able to put these strict guidelines in place, but also to the enterprise clients. That signals that they're able to use these in ads, in films, being able to obtain the correct permissions. One really cool activation we did was with Epic Games and Fortnite, where we worked with James Earl Jones, who is the original voice of Darth Vader. And we worked with his estate, and it was all followed all of the SAG-AFTRA guidelines. And in the Fortnite experience, people could talk with James Earl Jones, or they could talk with Darth Vader. And I think in the 3 days that it was open, people generated maybe 30 years of voice lines with it. So being able to work closely with CAA and UTA and WME in terms of the talent agency side to really make sure that that provenance is secured.
How about you?
Yeah, I think Japan is one of the top market in terms of the all this content generation or creative content, like you've just mentioned, like taste and creativeness. I think Japan is one of the most important market here in this area. So for Minimax, we're definitely putting effort to cultivate a kind of ecosystem in Japanese market. Actually, we are doing a lot of offline workshops and also like the offline events together with local partners like GMO Internet and with Rakuten, and also with the university, like your university in Japan. So with these events and workshops, actually we have a lot of native or like organic Hilo users that is grow from Japan markets. If you are searching on Twitter or Instagram, you can see a lot of Japanese creators are actually posted their work created by Hilo naturally. Like when they experiencing our model and have a great outputs, they would like to post it greatly. So I think it's more like an ecosystem for us, like than a revenue stream. And we have, we have like putting more team efforts and also more resources in Japan market to collaborate with more partners, including universities and enterprises here.
But I have a super random question about you and Maddie. Is that so? During my experience, like dealing with the local partners, they tend to ask a question like this: "Oh, are you the professional about anime or drama or some Japanese content? If you're not, you're an outsider. We don't believe outsider can build AI on vertical area. So will they challenge you by such kind of questions? And do you have any like solutions to those?" How I said, like very demanding clients.
Yeah, actually, we respect this kind of professionalism very much. And inside Minimax, we do have professional talents who are working on creative content. For example, they are film directors before, or they are musicians before, like before they join Minimax. So inside Minimax, we are hiring professional film directors and film musicians to work together with our algorithm team to generate the best model training data for them. So if the client wants some professionals for this area, we would let these colleagues to join the conversation. So this is not a problem for us because we definitely respect this kind of professionalism. So if the client, our partner or our client has this kind of requirement for us, we are like go-to-market side, but we will definitely bring our colleague from the internal team to join the conversation.
And for us, the voice actor market, right, in Japan is huge. So we want to be able to respect that, even if, and be able to follow some of the guidelines that they've set out. Even though Japan is very open-minded, we try to do things really by the book in terms of following those rules. For being able to prove out some of those solutions, we either provide them with what's called a FDE or forward deployment engineer to help kind of build out what that specific use case they're looking for, or we have productions as a service. So say they have a specific use case where they want a video dubbed, we'll kind of do it for them, show it as an example, and then be able to kind of show, not tell in terms of the capabilities.
Thank you. So what's the landscape of the professional music creator in Japan? I know you have some like Japanese professional creator users, and I think they're posting some pieces, music pieces on Twitter, like voluntarily. How do you feel about that?
The Japanese music market is quite interesting. A lot of professional or even like top tier musicians, they started with creating songs with Hasuna Miku, with the tool called Vocaloid, made by Yamaha, a very famous Japanese company. So they have a very, deep virtually or AI-ish kind of culture, starting with something really cyberpunk, like AI virtual idol, even back to like 20 years ago, they have their AI virtual idol. And right now it's the top tier. It's almost like the most popular idol in Japan, Hasuna Miku. So I think building something with AI is quite natural for Japanese creators. But the only thing they care is not about like whether you're using AI or not. It's about like whether your model is created from or is trained from ethical data, or you train the data like the data is stolen. That's the real problem that they're caring about. So our model are all trained on the licensed data. That's something that we make sure to make our users feel comfortable using our model to create their music and call it their own IP, call it their own property. So I think that's quite important in this market in general, and especially in Japanese music market.
When we are running out of the time, let's do a final round. It's a real quick and an interesting one. So let's say if we reach AGI in 3 years, so how would you use your product model to create some songs or videos? Could you please share what we'll do after we reach out to AGI?
You mean personally? Oh, okay. Probably you.
Yeah, my wildest imagination or vision of that AGI world in terms of music is just, you can just put on some device and that device will read your mind and generate the music in real time for you, just for you. So it's like consumption as creation. When you consume some content, you created it in the same time. That's just like my imagination.
Yeah, so if we're in the future and it's really the idea that counts rather than the manual execution, I think my dream would be to have it almost be like rap battles. So if anyone has seen 8 Mile with Eminem, but with music videos where people are listening to the songs and then one person makes the visuals for that segment of the song and then it swaps, so it shows really who has the best kind of visual imagination to be able to communicate that.
Well, thank you. How about you, Sherry?
I think for me, it's like at the beginning, we've seen like open room. So it's one of the initial tests. But I think in probably not 3 years, probably 1 or 2 years, we will expand open room to infinity, which means You can have video generation, music generation, speech generation inside one space, and all these are real-time interaction. And multiplayer or like multi-user can join this open world. And also I think in this space or in this area, it's not only like content generation. There also be a lot of agentic tasks, which means there are a lot of actually agentic to using to interact with the real world. Like you are not only generating videos, but the live character in the video should also have the right to interact with the real world. For example, to use your computer or use your Twitter, use your or like create their own computer or create their own Twitter. So that would be a platform that integrating coding capabilities, video, speech, music generation, all these capabilities into one. That would be a virtual content engine, I would say. Finally, yeah.
Well, thank you for everyone. I think at this panel, everyone mentioned about like new users and use cases, and it really improvised me that we can imagine more about the future. Like everyone can create songs or create videos for themselves. And because we're Japanese VC, we keep thinking like, what is the life will be like after AGI? Because these days, I think everyone is so tired of AI news, and we do need some break and new forms of entertainment for everyone. So I hope this panel bring everyone some new ideas, and please don't hesitate to use 11 Labs, Ace Studio, and Minimax new models to create something interesting and share it in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thanks to Luke, Joe, Cherry, and Maddie. All right, the girls is found. Now we must face the harder question. When AI can generate content, build IP, and participate in the creative process, who owns what? Who decides? This is the question the entire creative economy is going to be living with for the next decade. AI Hub has been building at exactly this frontier. Last session of the day, let's go out with the hardest conversation. Welcome AI Hub.
ゲストスピーカーの方々ありがとうございました。次のセッションに行きたいと思います。AI がコンテンツを生み IP を作り創造するとき、誰が何を所有するのか、クリエイティブに関わる皆さんに関わる全員が向き合うべきこの問いを AI ハブの皆さんと考えてみたいと思います。それでは AI ハブの皆さんよろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
いたします。
お願いします。
はい、今ですね、ちょっとスライドの調整をしておりますので、そのつなぎとして少しお話しさせていただければと思います。ありましたね。はい、ありがとうございます。
お願いします。
はい。そうですね、IP と AI の共生というテーマでこれから30分お話しさせていただきます。私は AI ハブ CEO の藪崎と申します。エンタメ×テックで、10年以上ビジネスしておりまして、ポケモンですとか東宝さんといった日本の IP さんといろいろとこれまで仕事をしてきております。本日はよろしくお願いします。
はい、クリエミと申します。AI ハブで CMO、マーケティングの責任者をしております。よろしくお願いします。私はもともとタレントだけをしていたんですけれども、2年半前に AI の領域に入り始めて、自分のデジタルツインを作って、自分のもう一人の自分を稼働させてマネタイズしたりビジネスをしたりっていうところでちょっと新しい試みをしております。よろしくお願いします。
はい、新井物と申します。AI ハブの CTO、技術責任者をやっております。私はエンタメ×やはりテクノロジーということで AI、特にアニメーションであったり漫画であったりというジャパニーズエンタメの基盤モデルの開発ですとか、そういったそれを使った実際の映像の制作作り、ツール作りというのを行っております。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、では早速ですけれども、本日のテーマですね、IP と AI の競争というところですけれども、こちらについてはですね、我々が2月末にローンチしたちょっとプラットフォームの紹介をさせていただきます。はい。我々がですね、クリエイターズワンダーランドという AI クリエイターのためのプラットフォームを2月末にローンチいたしました。こちらはですね、はい、AI 動画のコンテストですとか、あとは AI のアカデミーですね、あとはツールの提供といった AI クリエイターさんのためのオールインワンプラットフォームにでございます。でこちらのですねローンチに合わせまして最初のプロダクトとしまして AI コンテストを実施したのですけれども、そちらがですねこのクレミさん、本日登壇されているクレミさんをテーマとした動画コンテストを行いました。はい、はい、クレミさんがですね今ご紹介にあった通り、200万人以上フォロワーがいる、タレントさんということで、こういったタレントさんの IP を使った動画コンテストというものは日本のでは初めての試みでして、はい、ちょっとそちらのですねを2月末に行いまして、ですね、こちらに関しましては、AI クリエイターさんで言えば日本のトップのですねクリエイターさん、箱庭さんですとかやっちまっとさん、戸谷さんといった日本のトップの方々に、審査員ですとか応募いただいてですとか、あとはスポンサーとしましてはこのちょうど前ですね登壇していたマティさんの11ラブズさんですとか Google クラウドさん、あとはアリババさん、あとは教育館でいくと、日本でトップの東京芸術大学さんですとか、あとは Way2JS さんの方々にスポンサーいただいて、本当日本初で最大の動画コンテストを始めることになりました。でですね、作品ですね、これは流れるかな、これ流れますかこれ流れますこれ
動画をちょっと皆さんにこれ4分くらいかな見ていただきたいんですけど、動画が流れればいいな。これ松丸さんっていう大悟さんとか松丸兄弟の一番末っ子の男の子が今 AI を結構触ってくれてて、ちょうどコンテストに応募してくれたんですけど、作品のクオリティがめちゃくちゃ高かったので動画で流したいなと思って持ってきたのですが、流れないかもしれません。
流れない。
結構でも本当に1年前くらいまで AI で作った動画とか AI で作った画像とかに対して AI っぽいねみたいなのがすごくあったと思うんですけど、本当にこの半年ぐらいで全然本物か、リアルか AI かわからないぐらいまでのクオリティになっているので、ちょっとぜひそれをね皆さんに見ていただきたいんですが
そうですね、インターネットで、クリエイターワンダーランドもしくはクリエミ AI コンテストというふうに検索いただきますと X とかですね、ホームページで、約406作品です、
そうですね、
の作品が本当にさまざまな、こういったこれは本当に異世界ファンタジー、ハリウッド的な映画大作みたいな形なんですけれども、そういったものですとか、クリエイターさんの CM だったりですとかさまざまな、ものを、タレントさんの声と肖像を、実際使ってですね公式で使って、追加学習ですね行って、いろんな方が自由にご投稿いただいているといったような試みです。はい、ちょっと今流れないのは残念なんですけども、ぜひホームページの方でご覧になっていただければと、非常に素晴らしい今までの、生成 AI と作品の、本当にちょっとした、面白いというよりも一つの作品としてですねやっぱり見れるものが今回増えてきたなという印象があったんですが、クレミさんいかがでしょうか。
そうですね、今回10秒チャレンジともうちょっと長いショートフィルム部門の2部門で作っていただいたんですけれども、逆に10秒で収める難しさもあるなと思いつつ、やっぱロングで作品として本当10分とか15分の作られる方はもう結構映画レベルのものを一人で作ってこられる方がたくさんいらっしゃって、ぜひねクリエイティブワンダーランドで調べれば皆さんの作品全部見れるので、ちょっと見てみてもらえたら嬉しいなと思います。
はい、これを作られた松丸さんは、X の方で金土日3日ではい、徹夜で作りましたということをおっしゃってましたので、
そうですね、
特にこれは C ダンスというですね、つい最近出ました非常に高性能なモデルがあるんですけれども、そちらをもう真っ先に使ってみたという形で、実際その C ダンスを使って映像、それもクリエイムさんのようにですね、本当のキャラクターの本当の方のですね写真とか素材をきちっとふんだんに使って作るとどれぐらいクオリティが出るのかという、非常に一つのベンチマークになると思いますので、ぜひご覧になっていただければと思います。
はい、ぜひぜひ見てもらいたいです。
はい
はい
はい、そうですね。他にもそういう意味だとバリエーションでもう一方、次の方が、一つ前に戻っていただきますと、
そうですね、ジャンルも結構いろいろあって、アニメだったりリアルドラマっぽかったり、もうテイストも AI で自分たちで自由自在にやってくれていたので、そういう意味でも表現の幅が AI ですごく広まっているなっていうのは感じました。
はい、こちらはワイフで、ファイナリスト、最優秀賞ですかねを取られた平田真理香さんの、作品で、こちらの方も非常にシュールな、なんて言えばいいんでしょうか、
フランス映画っぽい
フランス映画っぽい、はい、
多分みんなわかんない、フランス映画ってわかんないと思うんですけど、なんかねちょっと何回か見直したいなって思うような作品だったり、結構やっぱ性格とセンスが出るなっていう感じでしたね。
はい、
はい、
そうですね。あと次を、ですと、はい、こちらのリファレンスでいただいた作品ですが、やっちまっとさんは普段はネットフリックスですとか、そういった、プラットフォーマーさん向けのアニメの制作等をですね、もうプロフェッショナルでやってらっしゃる方が、趣味でですね、クリエミさんが、異世界転生したアニメの、はい、アニメを、作っていただきまして、こちらの方も非常に、5分ぐらいの作品ですが、これちょっと今後ろのだけなんですけども、逆に実在の人物をアニメ化したらどうなるんだろうといったような試みで、これも非常に面白い作品でした。
はい、はい、そうですね、もうぜひ見てもらいたいなと思います。ちょっとじゃあ次に行っていただいて、
多分これです、動画は最後ですね。
はい
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 はい。で次のそうですね、今後の AI クリエイティブの予測、未来予測といったところになります。
そうですね。
私たちとしてはこれ結局何がしたいんですかっていうことをたまに投資家さんから言われたりもするんですけど、やっぱり優秀な AI クリエイターさんっていうのがまだ存在していなくて、本当に数十人数百人ぐらいの規模なんですけど、そういう方たちがこれからのアニメ制作の常識だったりとか概念を変えていって新しい制作方針になっていくと思っているんですね。でそのためのその教育機関だったり、アカデミーの構築だったり、こういうコンテストを開催することで優秀なクリエイターさんたちの集い場をまずは作っていきたいなっていうふうに思っているところがありますが、新井さんいかがでしょう。
はい、そうですね。特にその AI のクリエイティブに関しては非常に技術の進化の流れが早いという特徴がありまして、代表的につい最近クリエイティブで話題といいますと、いわゆるマルチモーダルモデルですとか世界モデルといったような、先ほどもイレブンラブさんご登壇されてましたが、絵だけではなくですね、声ですとか身振り手振りを認識して、それによって動画を作ったり、ですからアニメなんだけども中で人が演じてたりとかですね、といったようなモーダル、いろいろなものを組み合わせて出力できる AI、それから世界モデルといって実際の世界の物理的な現象ですね、例えば雨が降る時の重力とかというのを覚えて、
今やってる動画が来ました。
そうですね、はい。じゃあそれは言葉で言うよりもですね、多分
はい
百聞は一見にしかずですので、じゃあぜひ
見てもらった方が早いような
見ていただいた方が早いと思います。
4分ぐらいの動画になります。
武器に変えて運命を書き換えろ。
生成 AI を使う一人のクリエイター、クリエミ。
どっか別の世界にでも行きたいな。異世界への扉を生成して
気まぐれでやったこんなことで
なんてね。
ちょっと待って、嘘でしょ。
目覚めるとそこは
あれ、ここはどこ？
それであなたはどこから来た誰だって言いましたっけ？
日本です。クリエミです。突然飛ばされちゃって目が覚めたらここにいたんです。
日本聞いたことがないな。
いいか、金がないんだったら生きていくための手段は2つだ。真面目にコツコツ働くか、 おっとこりゃ失礼。盗むかだ。
古い童話に記された救世主のお話があってね、言葉を発するだけで世界の断りを自在に回避する魔女の話よ。
可愛らしいアヒルのおもちゃに変えて。
いいセンスしてるね。なあそこをなんとか頼むよ。
ダメだ。通行証がないなら通すことはできん。
俺たちここを通らないと困るんだって。そこをなんとかさ。
可愛い猫のぬいぐるみに変えて。
ほらこっちだブロックヘッド。行くぞやれ行け
弱点を攻撃して。
なあやっぱ森の主だし何か生贄を捧げるってのはどうかな。
この状況で何言ってんの。では試しに貴様を生贄に捧げてみようか。
嘘冗談だよ冗談。
その力、大きいものは無理なの？
うん、こうやって指で囲めるサイズのものじゃないとダメみたい。あと大きすぎるのもダメっぽい。
その強大な力は貴様のような小娘が持つべきではない。私のような偉大なる神の信徒が持つべきだ。
異世界の魔女とそれに組みする一行。司祭様からの命令だ。悪く思うなよ。
それ以上使ってはダメ。戻れなくなるわよ、人にも元の世界にも。
私は魔女でもない、救世主でもない。でも困った人を見捨てるのはもっと違う。
人を守れなくなったらそれはもう騎士ではない。思い出せ。あの日背中を任せたお前はどこに行った。共に立てたあの誓いはどこへ行ったんだ。
エノラ、俺を殺せ。この世界は所詮腐った下書きに過ぎん。ならば燃やし神の皆によって書き直すまでだ。
お前の都合で人の人生を下書き扱いすんな。
寝るなよクリエミ。俺またお前に真面目に働けって説教されてんだからさ。
ジン、ごめん。
帰るぞ全員でな。
よせやめろ。
私はどうなってもいい。だから隕石を消して。
こんにちはレディ。今日はいい天気ですね。
はい、ありがとうございました。
大変申し訳ございませんが、この度日本カバンの聖地、兵庫県豊岡市原産のボックスタイム大容量バックパックの生産を永久に終了いたします。長年にわたり旅行好きの方々、ビジネストラベラー、学生の皆様にご愛用いただき、心より感謝申し上げます。
これとかも本当に
兵庫県豊岡市は1200年ものカバン作りの歴史を持つ伝統の地であり、
だからちょっとカバンも気になりますが、
はい、
今あれですね、この拝見したらやっぱりここすごいスクリーンが横長で特殊な長さなので、なかなか迫力があって面白かったですね。はい。
そうですね。こういう作品が400作品以上来たというところだったので、
はい。
はい。これから面白くなるだろうなと。
これは本当クリームさんは以前映画出られてましたよね。
昔黒歴史なんですけど、はい、そうですね。
やっぱり映画の撮影っていうのは大変なんですか？
映画の撮影は全然そのメインの役じゃなくても本当にワンカットに10時間とかかけたりしてました。その時なんかアイアムアヒーローっていうゾンビ映画なんですけど、知ってる人いるかなっていうのが、知ってる人いますか？はい。本当に私が殺されるんですけど、そのワンカットで本当に10時間とか特殊メイクもしたりしてっていうんだったので、それがやっぱり AI 使ったらもうどのぐらいですかね、もう本当に数時間で終わるという。
本当に先ほどのような作品を実際撮影しようとするとかなり
いやもう多分1年とか2年とかなんじゃないですかね、かかる日数でいうと。
そういった意味では、クリーミさんもその女優さんとかもされてましたが、 こういった AI が出ることによって、
はい、
逆にこう仕事を奪われてしまうんじゃないかとか、
はい、
そういった心配ってございますでしょうか。
いや、私はその逆にこれからに対して希望しかなくて、自分の肖像を買ってもらったりする、公式的に買っていただくっていうことができる時代になってくると思うので、その空でサム・アルトマンさんが自分の肖像をパブリシティに使っていいよってして、私もすぐに OK にしたんですけど、そういうことが普通に起こってくる時代で、かつそれを二次的に使った方が、収益を生み、版権元、権利元もちゃんとマネタイズできるっていう時代が来るんじゃないかなと思ってるので、つい最近も世界一の TikToker の方が、9億ドルかなで自分のデジタルツインを売却したっていうのが結構私衝撃で、あ、これ私いけるじゃんみたいな
クリエイターのデジタルツインもデジタル肖像権も、
はい、そうなので皆さんここにいらっしゃる方も全員自分のデジタルツインを売ることが絶対私できると思うんですよ。これが別に主演級じゃないかもしれないですけど、サブキャラとしてなんていうんですか、エキストラとして出てもらって、それが自分は全く稼働してないんだけどどこかで使われていて、その収益が自分にいつの間にか俺なんか10万円貯まってるみたいな世界って絶対に来るって私は思ってるので、それを私たちが会社として作って提供したら多分世界で一番になれると思います。
そうですね、逆にこの部分は実は日本の方が少し進んでおりまして、以前からこういった著作権の議論が早めに巻き起こったということで、
はい、そうですね。
アメリカはちょっとしばらく、去年末ぐらい、ソラさんとかですね、いろいろ、ホットになってきたんですけれども、
はい、
やはり一番のポイントとしてはクリミさんだけでなく、逆に言うと皆さん普通の方々も例えば映画のエキストラじゃないですけれども、やはりこう多様性があるものということに、出演する。その際に AI というのは出力しただけでは今著作権が認められない可能性があります。はい、出力した AI に一定の手を加えることで、著作権ができると。これは法律がこれからどうなるかまだ分かりませんが、やはりこういった実在の写真家さんを追加学習するということが適法という形になります。ついついネットに落ちている画像を学習して、何か映像を作ってしまいたくなるんですけれども、これは実は今の法律では違法グレーという形になります。はい、基盤モデルの学習はいいけど、こういったコンテンツを作る際の実際のものですね、権利処理してくださいという形ですので、そういった権利ですねが最終的にタレントさん本人にその売り上げが返ってくる形が作れればと。
そうですね。あと今回のコンテストで結構言われたのが、私は皆さんに自分の画像を提供して好きに使っていいですよってしてるんですけど、そのサブ役の方、2番手、3番手の方の、顔で OK もらってるのがないから、急に外人を作んなきゃいけなかったりとか
ちょっと日本人の方が出てらっしゃいませんでしたね。
邦画としてやるんだとしたら、ちょっとその脇役の人たちが急にこうちょっとこうなんですかね、 AI っぽいフリー素材になってしまったっていうのがあるので、なんかそこのところでもっともっとこういうパブリシティに OK する人たち、それはなんか本当さっきも言ったように主演級じゃなくてもいろいろな役で出れる人たちが作れるようになったらいいなと思います。
はい、まさにそういった部分と、あともう一つ最近の AI の大きなトピックとして、エージェントという AI エージェント、クロードとか最近お聞きになった方いらっしゃいますでしょうか。はい、画像生成 AI はただ空だったりとか C ダンスだったりとかステーブルディフュージョンとかあるんですが、実はそういったものをですね、エージェントが自動で操作して例えばこういった映像を作ってくれるといったようなものが非常にこの2月ぐらいからですね、急激に進展してきています。でそういったエージェントにはですね、いわゆるソウルですとかスキルズというこの映像を作る監督さんの理念だったりとか技術だったりとかを覚えさせる標準フォーマットが、例えばアンソロピック社やオープンヤ社さんといったビッグテックの方々によって標準化が始まっております。はい、ですので今までは著作権法で守られなかった画風だとか理念だとかクレイミさんのこう人生訓だとかですね、スキルですとか、実はこういったものも、書籍の形では販売されてたんですが、それを AI に覚えてもらう、それをパブリシティ権、コピーライトバイクリエミで出せる権利といった今まで全くない新しい権利ビジネスも始まってくるんじゃないかなと。
そうですね。
はい。 でこれ有名人の方だけでなくても一般の方にもそうですよね。それぞれの個性が非常に大事だというところですので、AI に個性を与えるというところですね。
そうですね。なんかそれで言うとやっぱり日本って本当に IP 大国だと思いますし、日本のアニメとか漫画って本当にもう日本独自のもう素晴らしいカルチャーだと思っているんですね。で特にやっぱそういう日本だからこそ権利問題っていうのはセンシティブであるべきなところもあると思うので、そこをちゃんとこうクリアに保ちながら、ちゃんと権利元さんであったりクリエイターさんに還元されて全員がウィンウィンの世界を日本初で作っていけたら、日本はプラットフォームというよりかはコンテンツで勝っていけるんじゃないかなって思ってます。
はい、そうですよね。そういったエコシステムを、日本初のエコシステムを、クレミさん中心にぜひ作っていきたいなということで、クリエイターワンダーランドですね。はい。今後のクリエイターワンダーランドのご予定といいますか、クレミコンテストが400作品集まりました。この後どうなるんでしょうか。
はい、これからはまたさらにコンテストをどんどん予定されているコンテストがあります。で今回は私っていうリアルヒューマンの私でやったんですけど、これがじゃあアニメの IP だったりとか、皆さんが知っているようなキャラクターであったりっていうのでコンテストをしていき、有名なちゃんとこう制作ができるクリエイターさん、優秀なクリエイターさんを教育していくアカデミーの構築もしていきます。でアカデミーの構築をしていって実際にアニメ制作をしていくっていうところまでがこう私たちの好循環を生む一個のこう AI 経済圏、クリエイター経済圏みたいなのを私たちは作っていきたいと思っております。どうでしょう、藪崎さん。
はい、その通りですし今日こちら TeamG で Web3AI というところですけども、そこに AI プラス Web3 というところで我々そこの計画もあると思うんですけど、そこは新井さんどういう計画が待ってるんでしょうか。
はい、そういう意味で言いますと、やはりAI というのは一つのクリエイティブであったり権利の民主化になっていく、デセントライズということで、ちょっと気を抜くとですね、ビッグテックさんにセントライズされてるかもしれないけども、一方でですね AI によって制作やクリエイティブ、権利関係の分散化というのも同時にすごい勢いで進んでいるという中から、やはりクリエイターエコノミーを中心としたこれからの一つのムーブメントっていうんでしょうか。はい、単純にこう大きな資本でドンと映画を作るだけではなくて、ファンの方が自ら例えば見たいものに出資、監督さんやクリエイターさんを応援して、でコミックマーケットじゃないですけれども映画を作るみたいな世界もどんどんこれが出てくるんじゃないかなと思うんですが、いかがでしょうか。
はい、例えばさっきのねクレミさんの動画についても続編をクラウドファンディングで募って作るみたいなことも考えられますよね。
そうですね。こういったティザー映画という映像という形で作ってますけれども、これが実際本当に映画化されて映画館でかかるって胸熱じゃないですか。
いや本当に、でもそういうことがこう小さなコミュニティがあれば、その小さなコミュニティでこう回っていく経済圏もあると思うので、そういう小さな経済圏がもう無数に存在できてくるっていうのがこれからの AI 時代だと思っているので、今ってもう本当に X とかもアルゴリズムがもう最適化されすぎちゃって、その自分が興味ある以外のことって見えなかったりするじゃないですか。でも逆に言うとそこの見えるところのユーザーの熱っていうのはものすごくコアで深いっていう、そういう時代になってきてると思うので、それをなんかこう Web3 でもうまく活用していけたらいいんじゃないかなとは思ってます。
じゃあ AI×Web3 っていうのはこれからの一つの大きなテーマになってくると。
そうですね。やっぱりなんか Web3 って聞くとなかなかこう一般のユーザーさんがまだついてこれない部分があったりすると思うんですけど、それをいかに使いやすくこう UI/UX をこうワクワクさせられるようなものにして参入しやすいものに変えていけたらいいんじゃないかなと思います。
はい、我々クリエイターワンダーランドもまだスタートしたばかりですけれども、これから毎日毎週どんどん機能アップ、より使いやすくみんなのご意見をいただきながら、どんどん進めていきたいと思いますので、ぜひ皆様、サイトをアクセスいただいてご登録いただいて、
はい、ぜひぜひお願いします。
はい、
はい、ということで残り2分ということですが、最後の締めですかね。
じゃあ最後の締めでクレミさんこちらのクレミコンテストの次のアクションというのはどうなりますでしょうか。これから審査が始まるんですか。
そうですね、これから審査が始まって、優勝者は、50万円かな、総額で210万円くらいの、皆さんにお渡しするんですけども、 これから選ばせてもらって、来月5月の10日まだ仮ですけど、ちょっと映画館みたいな感じで作品上映会みたいなことをやったりしてみようかなみたいなことも考えてたりするので、ぜひちょっとクリエイターズワンダーランドのプラットフォームの SNS とか、あとは私で調べてもらったらもう情報がガンガン出てくるので、ちょっとチェックしておいてもらえたら嬉しいなと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
はい、
じゃあそういった形でどんどんやっていくので、AI ハブはこれからも、クリエイターの皆様ですね、それからいろんなプラットフォーマーさんであったり、IP さんであったりパートナーさんと、ぜひご一緒にいろんなことをやっていきたいなと、思っております。VC さん出資も大歓迎、例えばラウンドもやっております。ぜひこれからですね、AI ハブをぜひこれをきっかけに知っていただいてですね、応援いただければと思います。はい。
はい、というわけで本日のセッションを終わらせていただくんですけれども、もし海外の方でAI ハブクリエイターズワンダーランドに興味ある方があれば英語でも大丈夫ですので、はい、お話しいただければと思います。We proceeded this session in Japanese, but if you are interested in our platform, please talk to us in English. Please feel to do that. Thank you. じゃあ皆さん、ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
It's such a long day, isn't it? All right. We started at 9:30 with 2026 Outlook. We end up here with a question that doesn't have an answer yet, and that's exactly right. The through line today is happening now. The people on the stage are living it. These industries we are discussed has been restructured by it. The only question is how we engage with it. Thank you for all the speakers today. You bring the honesty, specificity, and real perspective. That's well. And thank you all to being here, to choosing a work day, stand in the room over a screen. So if this day did anything, it should be made one thing clear: the window to shape how the technology integrate into societies right now, not later, is now. So hope all of you have seen the AGI horizon, and thank you for being part of it. Let's be the fellow travelers on the way to AGI. See you next year.